Just you gotta find new ways to mess with you, huh? What's going on? Let me share this out. Who the hell is this? Who the hell is spiritualist of love? Why am I getting? All right, Joe. Invite me to co-host. No, thank you. No, thank you. Why? Why is she sending me again? Hello? No. Thank you for the gifts. You gonna send the shit twice? Like I didn't decline it the first time. Oh man, but what's good? 12. We got 11 people here. What's up? Let me share my live. I'm live, send direct. I guys. Yeah, let the folks know. Dark. All right, cool. All righty, cool. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up, y'all. Let's get to 1,000 likes to start off. Let's get the likes up. Let's get the likes up. Tap that screen, tap that screen, tap that screen. The majority of our ancestors were. Yeah, appreciate it. Either POWs or enslaved. Okay. You say yours, well, your ancestors was, mine is not. Who is this? All right, see how this shit go. All right, see how this shit go.
That's POWs prison. Like 200-ish years ago, yeah. Which I ain't saying that's right, but in modern times, it's been a long time. Well, not that long, historically speaking.
Okay.
But
Are you,
what's your opinion on it, man? What's your views?
Bobby, first of all, where you from?
North Mississippi.
North Mississippi? Oh, okay. Where your folks all throughout Mississippi?
Yeah, Mississippi, Florida. Got some from oh, where is it? Somewhere in the middle, kind of the wild plains, the flat plains.
What's your ethnic background?
A little bit of everything: Indian, English, a little bit of black way down the line, but that's back in like the early 1900s. But I'm pretty much almost 100% Caucasian. It was so far down the line, you know.
Okay. Okay, you're caught. All right. So my take on it is it depends on the person's family.
Yeah.
I have ancestors that were free people of color. I have ancestors that were enslaved, but I found more free people of color than people that were enslaved. So
Yeah. Yeah, it's all about descent. I mean, we got black lineages that came after slavery, and you know they weren't ever enslaved because they came after the fact. You know, that's kind of like it is everything. You know,
right, right.
I got a question for you though. I was talking to someone about this the other day. What's your opinions on reparations?
I mean, yeah, I feel like there's a just due that there's people that deserve reparations. It should be lineage based and things like that. Rosen can prove and that lineage that this happened because you know reparations should be more than just
reparations.
I mean, it should be lineage based. You can even say that. Jim Crow plays a factor.
I was just about to say,
yeah,
I don't know if reparations should be done for slavery because no one in our time was affected by it, but like the 1930s to 80s discrimination, I think reparations probably should be paid for that.
for sure. All right, who else we got? You know this place. Who else we got?
Hey guys.
What's up? How you doing?
So I'm good. How are you doing, man?
I'm all right.
Good.
Nice cool beer.
So
Hey, what's up?
I don't know. Did I cut off the other guests?
No.
He was
Okay.
he was done speaking.
Yeah. So what exactly? I don't want to derail, but where did he leave it off?
Where did we leave off?
Yeah.
I answered this. He asked my thoughts on reparations, and I gave it to him.
Oh, okay. All right. So I think I caught like the tail end of that. Yeah, no, I don't know how necessary reparations really are.
To who?
I do think that that your people are treated bad for sure, like in the 1900s, but I don't think it's necessary, and quite frankly, I don't think it's really going to do anything like positive for the Black community anyway. So I don't really think it's necessary.
I mean, are you a part of?
What's that?
Are you a part of the Black community?
No, I'm Asian. I'm a second generation Asian American.
Oh, they were treated horribly too.
They were treated horribly too, but somehow they managed to figure it out.
Yeah, it wasn't nowhere near as long as a systematic discrimination as the African Americans faced.
Yeah, but my ancestors were also facing
Asians get reparations.
Hundreds and hundreds of years of infighting in the region. But
yeah, hold on. Weren't there Asians that got reparations?
Are you talking about the Japanese that got sent to the camps in World War II?
Yeah, the Japanese, like they got their reparations. So if it's not beneficial to Black people, right? Then how is reparations beneficial to the Japanese?
Good point.
Wait, what's your question again?
I was like, if reparations isn't supposed to be somebody got a bad echo. Thank you. If reparations isn't supposed to be beneficial to the Black community, right? Then how is reparations beneficial to the Japanese?
That's a good question. I don't know. I wasn't around.
The only thing I could think that makes sense is because they pulled them from their everyday life, so they couldn't make a wage. And once they put them back into civilization, it was hard for them to restart. That could maybe be a factor in that, or a role.
You could argue the same case with Black people in America.
Well, I don't think he's talking about the same case. I think if they were going to do it, it should have been for the people who were directly impacted by it.
Yeah.
Not 200 years later or 200 plus years later and all of these things.
What's up, C3, mommy?
I don't know. I think reparations now, like if something happened now, with any kind of community, and they were displaced and then brought back, like I genuinely think that they deserve some kind of compensation to make up what they would have lost. But I think going back to the 1860s and being like, oh yeah, no, if we get this fixed, like all of the issues with our community are going to be fixed. Like I think that's just foolish.
There's other ways to get repaired too. Folks' land was stolen. It's not all about just money.
Yeah. Wait, whose land was? Wait, what?
Americans, Black Americans' land was stolen. Over millions of acres.
Native Americans' land was stolen. We stole this country from them. If you want to talk about stolen,
and we're from here, and we're here. We're from here. We're indigenous here.
Okay, all right. Oh, okay. So are you saying that that Black Americans are indigenous to this.
My folks, I got Indians that were reclassified as Black and Negro and all throughout the goddamn years. Yes. So and my folks have land patents to this land.
Yeah, you can see how well they're being enforced these days and how real they are. So
you got to go. No, land patent. You had to go through court. My folks never lost. I have folks that never lost land, so that's not an issue for me, right?
Okay, so what would you say to the people who lost land then? What would you say to the people
you had to find your ancestry, do your genealogy, land patents, and go through court. Fight it. Actually fight for it.
Yeah. Okay. So who was the most recent? Like, do you know people who have gone through this recently that have actually had land seized back to them?
Yes.
I don't believe it. I think
there's a Black family in California that owned the whole beach.
Yep.
Well, here's a good thing to take into account, though. Back when all that was happening, you only had to be 1/8 Black to be considered Black.
But there were Indians that weren't on reservations classified as Black. You didn't have to be. If you are off the reservation, you were classified as Black too.
Yeah. No?
Yeah.
So I think that this whole
right, the real Indians were Black. These Native Americans were just used for voting rights, just to trick them all for their land and all this stuff. I'm gonna get off this stuff.
Yeah, I'm about to guys fall too. I gotta wash out my mouth.
How do you guys fall into that?
How do you fall into what?
How do you fall into this? Like,
how do we don't fall into anything. Our families have told us this. Our families have told us this.
Your families have told you this.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. And we do genealogy records, right? We've searched records of our families. They've been recorded. I'm from the first 2 colonies, sir. When did your family get to America? You even had pre-colonial. Oh, you're a second generation Asian. I forgot.
Yeah.
I forgot. You're a second generation Asian.
You
ain't been here.
I think this whole notion of African Americans deserving any kind of reparations for anything, and then trying to conflate that with, oh, we've been here forever, we're the actual Native Americans. I feel pity.
Sir,
I feel pity.
You feel pity. You're not from here, sir. So how do you get to tell us what we are?
You're not
how
from
many
here
y'all know?
either.
Yes, I am. When did your family get here? All right. When did the first Africans get to Virginia?
When did the first Africans get to Virginia? I don't know. I think it was a mistake. I think after everything got overturned, they should have sent them.
Man, 1619. Stop yapping. If y'all don't know when Africans got here, stop telling us we're from Africa.
They should have sent all of them back to Africa in 1865. The Jewish bioweapon, which is Black people, should have gone.
Watch the J word. Watch the J word. You're not. Sorry. I'm not going to let you get my live clip. No.
It's already been clipped. Don't worry. Anyway. But yeah, no.
How can a second generation Asian man tell us? Like, I'm just sitting here with the audacity. You must have clipped.
I know, right?
That is
like,
crazy.
what's wrong with these folks? And they don't even know when Africans supposedly got here.
And he ain't even been here 5 minutes. Go home.
Like, how much?
Right.
You should have sent the Africans back. They need to send your ass back
to
where you came from.
Your ass. Matter of fact, didn't Trump? He just passed something saying, "Turn yourself in, baby. You and your peoples need to go get in line." Oh, I'm sorry.
No, you good. What's up, Venus?
But I was trying to say,
hey, we shouldn't be listening to people who have a risk of being deported anyways. We don't have no risk of that happening.
Trying to get accepted to DYT. Yeah, you're trying to get accepted by the YT.
So bad.
Like, you guys don't deserve reparations. Like, what? Man, you get your ass out.
Yeah.
What's wrong with you people?
But then I just wanted to say, like, that people always think reparations has to be like money. No, it could be in the form of land, like we were supposed to get. It could be in the fort. Like, I'll take 40 acres when you take 40.
Right.
Throw me 40 acres. I don't know about the mule, but I'll take right
I give him
now.
way. I was like, I give him way too grace. We on the internet, like, it ain't shit they could do. Like, we not. It's not no one person thing. Like, I would have a lot less patience if this was in person. I might not even talk to you if you spout some bullshit. I might just walk away.
You
You
was
feel me?
you was very patient.
If he started spouting that bullshit like that, I'll walk away. Like, in person,
Yeah.
this is internet. You know, people can log in and feel like who they want to be any day. Would he probably say this shit in person? Hell no.
No. And
No.
and that
I
40
don't-
acres thing never applied to any that's for the Indians. That was never applied to any Africans, because I've been seeing people who claim African descent say they were promised 40 acres and a mule. Why would you promise Indian land? Why would they promise you Indian land? Really?
Oh,
Right.
wow.
Be for real.
Ooh, who getting the phone? Goddamn, who next hell was that? That's that old classic ringtone. I thought I probably brought them up. Undeportable, man. Just trying to see what's going on in these TikTok streets right now. It was good with y'all. I hope y'all having a good weekend. If y'all want to come up, feel free. Go ahead.
Yeah, I like the live too, so we can get people in here.
Yeah, like a lot. Let's get 5,000 and then 10,000 likes. You feel me?
Yeah, I think the 40
Make the good
acres
follow.
was meant for the Indians who were put on plantations and disconnected from their ancestral lands, because the ones that stayed back on their ancestral lands didn't need 40 acres. So
I just know, like, if they just gave us some free, like, even when Joe Biden was gonna forgive the student loans, you know, majority of the Black Americans or Afro Americans or whatever they want to call themselves these days, that alone would have helped a lot of us, because I got over 100,000 of those myself.
yeah, Chava, he actually did make it a thing. A lot of people got their loans forgiven, but then they didn't sign up, and then they blamed him, like, you could have signed up for that. That's your fault.
Well, I know, like, my kids, they signed up, but right when they signed up, the course was like blocked.
I remember. I think the people that Trump put in the Congress, or whatever, they blocked it after it was like a few months that it was available. So you have to like get it right when they said it. Like, you have to sign up right when they said it.
What's up, Nikki O? Did you ever get back in Discord, Nikki? Oh, Nikki O. The Chevy. Man, but yeah, these folks hilarious. You can't be. Like, how do you fall into this? Fall into what? How do you fall into what? How do you fall in to learning your family?
Bro, we've been here. Man. We are the Indians. We are those Indians that whoever was talking about the Indians, Black people. Us. We are those Indians.
They said it was Black people
Indigenous
on the boat with Columbus, right? It was Black.
Moranos.
Yeah, they was colored.
Morano. Yeah.
Come up here, Troy. Like, what you stay yapping in the comments, tapping your thumbs. Like, we here. No, you ain't. Like, prove it. How are you, my brother? You scary. Like, you follow me just to troll me. Like, what type of loser behavior is that? Like, that's loser behavior. That's an obsession.
Hey, we didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us. Where the hell you think they came from?
So you all should be. Who should be concerned? Who got deported? What is Uncle Izzy talking about? Oh, is accepting African American. Who's getting deported? That's the thing. Who's getting deported?
They need to ship your ass back to Germany or something. Goddamn it.
Like, who's getting deported? All this fear mongering, and we gonna still be here. Who's African American?
I'm black. Brown, actually. Fuck you, man.
So we not African American this year? I need to keep up.
I'm not African.
I ain't never been. I ain't never been
nobody
one.
in Africa. I don't know no damn body in Africa. I don't know nobody.
Now y'all know y'all look like Africans. We look like Africans, so it's some African in you somewhere.
What does an African look like?
Y'all,
if you do your genealogy, white people come from Africa too. If you do your genealogy, sir.
White tea.
Ooh, YT, yeah, you gotta keep it
I'm just being
My bad.
silly.
I was
You're
like,
absolutely right.
for sure. I was about to say, I figured. I was like, she trolling.
Yeah, I am. Just being silly. I don't want to get kicked off, y'all.
I'm trying to see. Well, this where can I be deported to? South Carolina, right? I'm gonna be still in Maryland. Where they gonna deport me at? I'm gonna still be here.
They gonna send us to El Salvador.
Me
Why?
back to Memphis. Fuck. I ain't trying to go back to Memphis.
Man, what's up, Sheever? Tabitha, thank you for the follow.
Looker shit.
Right, that looker shit needs to go away.
The guy said if it was up to me, they should have just sent y'all all back in the first place.
I'm like, what? They should have sent you back. Like, what?
That's crazy.
Right, you gonna tell like folks should have gotten sent back, but you a second generation immigrant. What are we talking about? Anchor, goddamn anchor baby. Like, what are we talking about?
That's what's really messed up for us. It's like we in our country but we have second generation
What's up, Celine?
thinking they can just treat us like we're the foreigners. That's crazy to me.
Oh God.
Right. Oh, DYT, all up under the YT, sniffing up on the YT feet and shit. Oh, DYT, like, man. But yeah, if anybody wants to come up, feel free to request. We're chopping it up right now. If anybody wants to address the topic at hand, feel free. Man, what happened last night? This one woman, she was like, I had to kick her off because she lied in my face and lied on me. She's like, that's not the people. Those people don't have the same records. I'm like, it's not the same people on them records. I'm like, what are you talking about? Yo, what's up? What's up, HTP? Or HT? What's going on? What it do? What's up, Nagua? They are not indigenous. We got cornbread. I'm a direct descendant of this with Swamp Maroons. That's cool. What's up, Body
What's up, my boy, Darvid? You remember me? That's Hakeem. That's Hakeem. I got two profiles. This is my original one. Hakeem. I'm a Gullah Geechee boy. Gullah Geechee boy.
Oh, Hakeem, what's
South
up?
Carolina area.
Heck yeah, boy. Geechee out here, boy.
Oh, yeah.
I ride for all my
the
indigenous brothers
Geechee
and
is over.
sisters out here, bruh, helping us get the land back, bruh, from these Siberian and Mongoloid, Asian, disingenuous, lying sons of bitches. Because you know they lies and they racist as hell. They racist. I've been in a panel with like 8 of them, boy, and they kicked me out. They kicked me out.
Oh, man.
Sorry to hear that.
Hard on them.
But yeah, that's Hakeem, though. That's my original profile. Profile. I got 2 of them.
All right, for sure. For sure. Appreciate you coming through. You know, we gotta use our right names. Words are powerful. Like, what's your right name?
Thank you, Mallory.
I was like, whatever. What people? I'm an Indian on paper. So I don't really, and I'm not here to chastise what people call themselves. I'm not here to do that. Like we got
Hey,
to do
Darvin,
this. Like,
what nation, what tribe nation you from again?
I'll simply Piscataway,
Where that's at? That's
Virginia.
Virginia. Oh, word. That's what's up.
Maryland, Virginia, Maryland and Virginia. Like I could tell you. Yeah, I could tell you the tribal nations I'm from. I descend from a bunch of different tribes as well, like outside of that, but mainly Powhatan, Piscataway.
Word.
By the way, chicken.
I was on
culture.
your live the last time when you had that racist native that was up here that dropped the ER, and then Sliding Penguin was up here too. That's my boy right there, Sliding Penguin.
Okay,
yeah,
for sure.
Yeah, I was up here that day.
Thank you for the follow, Mallory. They delusional. I was about. Someone said Pocahontas wasn't melanated.
Yeah, she was. Yeah, she was.
Yes,
We seen
she
her
was.
daddy. We seen her daddy. You see the artifact of what museum was that at in Virginia? Of her pops. Tell me that dude don't look like every single dang old Negro that you seen in the NBA, bruh. How many over 6'5" quote unquote Native Americans have you seen that look like that dang on artifact, bruh? Like, come on now. Never seen a Native American over 6'3" tall, bruh. Never in my life.
Like,
hey, brother, we doing good. I'm gonna say this right here. I'm proud of my peoples. I'm proud of Black Americans as a whole. Rather you a FBA or rather you indigenous, it don't matter. We is rising up. By 2028, we gonna have this country in the palm of our hands. Hopefully.
For sure. Yeah, we can manifest that. Folks, yeah, folks just got to align with the frequencies, Like dude said, chicken is not our culture. Like, okay. Like, why don't you come up here? I'm 6 feet tall and have long hair.
Wilkins. Okay.
Come up here. Yeah, come up here, Zizzy.
Wilkins said, Darvid, have you ever looked into what is called the Germans' Rebellion of Louisiana?
Yeah, I know about the German coast. Have I looked into it extensively? Not really, but I'm aware of the German coast in Louisiana. That's usually Eshak territory, the German coast. That's the Eshak territory in Louisiana. And I've seen census records from that timeline as well. Census records from that timeline. They had census records in the 1700s, like early 1700s in that area of Louisiana, the German coast. So, ooh, yes. I ain't got much followers to start off with. Well, maybe you should build your followers up. That sounds like a personal problem.
They about to come up here, bro. They ain't about to come up here. They scared. They sit right there in the chat and they hide at the bottom and stuff like that. Them be the ones who got all the smoke, from in the seats, but they don't ever come up to try to debate nobody.
My ancestors encountered Chief Powhatan encountered John Smith. This shit is well documented. I ain't even gotta explain it. Damn near everybody know the story.
And another thing, Darvin, when you watched the Pocahontas movie, I know we all have seen that little Disney Pocahontas movie. John Smith did not look like that in real life. He ain't been no tall, dark, and handsome white dude with no blonde hair. He ain't been handsome. He been an ugly ass little short, stereotypical looking white dude with a beard and stuff like that. Dude look like he ain't even at war.
John Smith, not that. It's not like I got ancestors that kicked the Spanish out in the 1500s. We can go deeper. Like they kicked the Spanish out in the 1500s after being sent to Mexico.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like I got stories older than 1600.
True history.
Yeah.
Why do they always paint Europeans as if they're one person? They all had different histories over here. Some of them were unaliving our ancestors. Some of them were entering in pacts with our ancestors. Some of them
come up here.
Some of them were colonizing our ancestors, and some of them came over here as slaves. You cannot paint Europe as one entity.
Don't be upset. Draw me again like we did last time.
Who are you? I don't even know who you are.
That's a Middle Eastern dude. That
You're Middle Eastern.
Yeah, he says he's native, but he looks Middle Eastern. He comes up here harassing people.
All right, what like, who are you? Who are you, sir? Hold on, I'm talking to you now. Who are you?
I'm the guy that you got butthurt drop your panel last time. Your name's Mateo.
He's never been on your panel, I don't think. So
I remember Mateo. But you couldn't. You were just yapping on here. What are you talking about? Most of y'all just come up here and yap. Like, where are you from, Mateo? Where are you from? Where are you from?
Where I'm from?
Where are you from?
From America.
What part?
South.
South? What part of the South?
South
What part of South? What part of South America? What part of South America? Because I'm trying to see. Why can't you tell me? Hold on. Why are you over talking me, sir? Learn some decorum. Learn some decorum. This is why you get dropped. Learn some fucking decorum, dude. Like, damn. What part of South America? I'm trying to gauge where you're from. I don't remember. I don't remember because you're not that irrelevant. You're not that relevant. Like, you're not that relevant. I don't even know who your voice. Yeah. Like, what are we talking about? Like, you're not that relevant, sir.
I was from you, drop me anyways.
All right, so tell me where you're from. Like, why are you like? If you're not from the United States, why are you speaking on United States history?
Because this is about indigenous Americans. Not about
name 10 tribes of the east of the Mississippi.
What?
Name 10 tribes east of the Mississippi River.
He can't.
Name fucking 10 tribes west of the Mississippi or
West
south
of the
of the Rio Grande. Or south
Apache,
of the Rio Grande.
Apache, Navajo. That's west of the Mississippi, dickhead.
South of the Rio Grande.
No, answer my question.
What?
Sir?
Why not
No, don't deflect. Answer my question. Don't try to run out of that shit. Deflect. Stop trying to deflect. Stop deflecting and answer my question. Why do y'all always deflect? Just answer the fucking question.
Stupid question.
Name 10 tribes east of the Mississippi.
Fuck, do you think I know a bunch of tribes on top of my head? For?
Then why are you speaking? Why are you speaking on?
I don't even know.
You don't. Hold on 1 second. You talk about the Cherokee. You said the Cherokee. You said something about this word.
Civilized tribe. That's 5 right there.
Where were they at? Before they went to Oklahoma?
Huh? You muted me.
Where were they at before they went to Oklahoma?
Carolinas, fucking, I don't know. Florida.
You don't know. If you don't know about these tribes, why are you speaking to us?
Those are my people.
They're not. You don't even know them. How are they your people? You don't even know them.
I know.
Where were they at before they went to Oklahoma?
What your grandma tell you?
My grandma didn't tell me nothing.
Name me 3 different names of it. Name me 3 different names of the. Hold on. Name me 3 different names of the Cherokee.
I don't know. I'm not Cherokee, bro. I don't speak Cherokee.
Oh, okay, bet. Salagi, you got the Onion-Wea, and you got the Kiowa. How I know that and you don't?
According to you.
How I know that?
You said the Kiowa?
Yeah, the Kiowa. Yeah, Kiowa.
Oh, the Kiowa. Oh, I thought you said Kiowa. I might say that's South Carolina right there. Kiowa.
You got Northern Cherokees that were affiliated with the Lenape, right? And then you had Southern Cherokee that were affiliated with the Yamasee Creek and the Ute and them, Westo. It's different sets. It's different sets of Cherokee. Northern, you got Northern Cherokee, you got Southern Cherokee.
The different bands. What are the bands? What's your?
I'm not Cherokee, but I just know this shit.
Right,
but you know, what's my tribe? Omonasquaw.
In your band.
Yo, your Powhatan Omonasquaw band.
The Powhatan, sure, yeah, sure.
How I know the band?
I mean, anyone can Google it, buddy.
Well, tell me what Omonasquaw means. If anybody can Google it. Yeah, tell me what Omonasquaw means.
You want me to Google it? Hold on, I'll just go Google it like you did, all right?
Tell me what Omonasquaw. You don't even know how to spell Omonasquaw.
Yeah, cornbread Geechee.
Google though.
It's not even on fucking Google. That's the thing.
All right, so how does it disprove that you're not a Wabo?
How does that prove that I'm not a Wabo?
Hey, bro, don't be coming up here calling nobody no Wobble, bro.
That's what you guys are. You're robbers.
Man, tell me
You
tell me
the
hold
real
on, 1 second. Tell me 5 things of your native culture.
About what?
About your native culture. Tell me
I'm not
5
telling you
cultural
shit
things.
about my culture. I'm not telling you a fucking thing about my culture.
But you want us to tell you shit. Get the fuck off
I'm
my
not
stage.
gonna, I know. I'm asking. Yeah, look at you.
Get the fuck off my stage, nigga. Y'all disingenuous.
And see, that's the thing. I want y'all boy to pay attention. Everybody in the chat, pay attention. This is how these pale skinned people are when they see us thinking for ourselves. And you know, instead of going by that them white man sources, them buckra sources, that's a Gullah word for a white man, buckra, in case y'all boy don't know. That's what they do.
Man.
Yeah, well, I say buckra. I call him a buckra. That's the Gullah word for a YT man, a buckra. So what they do is they come up here and they deflect, try to talk all that tough nonsense. You know, like I say, they're very racist towards us. They don't want to see us have an upbringing. So you can see it right there. And I don't even know what dude was from. I don't even think he was what he said he was.
He sounded like South America. He's not even North American. Why does he?
He sounded like a whole YT boy to me. That's what he sounded like.
He is YT, but he said he's from South America. South America is not North America, so why is he in North American business?
Exactly. They always want to be in our business, but they don't want to speak about what they got going on. Like, what are we talking about?
That's why they
half of them don't even live in their countries, Venus. If you notice that half of them don't even live in their countries where they come from, which is crazy to me.
You so Indian, you so indigenous to South America that you fled South America, right?
Exactly.
Get out of here.
It's not crazy. They still colonizing. If everybody calm down.
How about you come up here, Taino? How about you come up here? Huh? You in Puerto Rico, ain't you? Goddamn Puerto Rican. Puerto Rican. No, y'all got like, oh, they got like 33. Nah, that's what is 50%, 33% Taino DNA, according to y'all DNA test.
Hey, cause, please, because when them boys go out to fill out a job application, what them boys do, they know that they mark white YT on their job application because they could pass for it. So that's all they do. They like proximity to YT-ness. They know it.
U.S. was only East Coast 1776. All right, Taino. All right, it's a Spaniard's turn anyway. Taino. Why you calling yourself Taino Knight? Why did you call yourself Airwalk Knight? Hello.
Now he's trying to say North America was Spanish. What's his
man? You don't get your stupid. That was like they came to the Chesapeake Bay for like a little bit, then got kicked the fuck out. Then they came to the south, like the Carolina region.
The French were in the South. The French were in the South longer than the Spanish, though.
Yeah. The Spanish weren't even around that long. All they had was fucking Florida.
Why Louisiana got French-based Creoles and Virginia too? They got French-inspired word. They don't got nothing about Spanish though. You know, no, they don't really speaking no Spanish in Louisiana or Virginia. And the Spanish in Florida is due to recent migration.
Hey, Angel, why don't you come up? Since you're talking about we ignoring your comments, come up.
I can't even see what Angel's talking about.
You ain't even got a profile picture. That's a whole coward right there.
Creole is indigenous. Okay.
Doesn't change the fact that Creole languages have nothing to do with no Spanish. They're connected to French.
Oh, Lucas Vasquez. Who's Lucas Vasquez? That's your ancestor?
They don't like the stuff we doing, bro. They really don't like it. It irritates the hell out of them, boy. I love it.
Some of our people be upset about this shit too.
Louisiana Creole has more
Latin. Cats.
Louisiana Creole has more Latin words than French, and Spanish. So that should tell you which one is around longer.
There's no freaking way they build pyramids with their short cabin. Oh, I thought that was a troll comment. But that's Tabitha. So I read the goddamn name. Creole. Dang, it's a quiet TikTok night, huh? Where everybody at? I'm saying, what's up, Creole girl? Y'all don't know about man, how about you come up here? Angel, like yapping to us.
Well, I want to say something real quick, Darvin, bro. We have the most beautiful women in the world, bro. Like all these different shades of copper, bro. I love seeing it. I love seeing it. When I look at these women, I see my aunties, my cousins, my mother, my grand aunties. I see all that in these women, bro. That's the spiritual connection right there. I love that shit.
That's the fact. How we get here? How we get here in the 1660s when the first Africans supposedly came in 1619 in Virginia?
He said Creole is the evolution of Criollo. They copied Spanish, but Creole in French is spelled the exact same way. Creole. So
say with no background. Here, no, you're gonna get muted then. Bye, Angel. Ain't no freebies. Fuck out of here. Now you can't say shit. Now you can't say shit. Nope, keep his ass locked up. Ain't no free York. Free York. Ain't no free York. Keep York in there. Infinity, nigga. What we talking about?
Talk about the New Wabian dude.
Yeah, ain't no free York. This ain't that type of party.
we don't have any Dutch here in North America.
You know what's funny?
I say that as someone who's Dutch.
You know what's funny? Club. I was talking to his children on Clubhouse. That was a hilarious. Phase one ass popped up. Man, that was a hilarious exchange. Because we don't have Spanish last names.
Because the Spanish were not even heavily in North America, except for the West Coast, like California and New Mexico.
Why do you have a Spanish last name, Taino? Why do you still call yourself Taino?
The Spanish were not even in the South, really.
That's what you still trying to figure out. Why you calling yourself Taino when you supposed to be Arawak? Man, I'm not from New York. I'm not from New York. How would that be my ancestor? Like the Driggers? Some people do have Rodriguez. The last name Rodriguez. These are Driggers. And that's Portuguese and Spanish. I found out that I am Creole and Cajun today. Congratulations. Shout out to you.
Girl, Creole girl. I actually met an actual Cajun on Melanated Advices panel the other night. I love Cajun people. They're pretty similar to Gullah Geechee people, you know. So that's why I like them.
So most people who are indigenous to New York, they don't have Spanish last names either. So
it's only two niggas that come from the east of the Mississippi that got Spanish last names. There's only two niggas that came over with Spanish last names in the goddamn east of the Mississippi. Or at least the 13 colonies, at least.
They're more likely to have a French name than a Spanish name, honestly. It's Cajun too, because on my tree it said there was people who are from Nova Scotia, and the
Arcadian.
Yeah, the Nova Scotians, the French people from Nova Scotia, they traveled to the USA. So
the Vikings.
Because I've seen that in people's trees. Actually, no. And some
Cajun is.
Yeah, Arcadian. Do you have Mi'kmaq Creole girl? I know some Creoles with Mi'kmaq coming through Nova Scotia.
Yep. My last name Humphrey. I think that's German. Humphrey is German.
Oh yeah. Humphrey. Well, I know what's up. We got sounds like mighty angelicized, bro. Who cares, bro? You have a Latinized name. Like, what are we talking about? Well, you got Scottish and French for sure. For sure. A lot of Scottish, a lot of French, a lot of Irish coming through Nova Scotia. What's up, Nikki? Oh my gosh, mosquito burgers. What type of mosquito burgers you eating today?
Yeah, on my Cajun, the Cajuns on my tree, they're LeBlanc and Blanchard. They got surnames like that.
Demir.
Doucet and Bouquet.
And Demir.
Demure.
Demure.
Bouquet was on there. Duce was on there. LeBlanc was on
Broussard, you got the Broussards. Yeah, I think the Broussards had meat mock. I think the Broussards and the goddamn who the Broussard? The Broussard. I know a few people that are related to the Broussards. The Savoys. Venus, you had that in your family. Wolf and Gator asked you.
Maze.
That's some. Oh yeah, Herberts. Yeah, the Herberts are Bears. The Bears. Air Bear. Yeah, Herbert Lewis. LeBlanc. I got some French. I got French ancestry, but I ain't Creole. Mm-mm. All right, who requesting that right now? What's this? Yeah, what's wrong with us? What you mean? Oh, DYT. What's going on? It's a TikTok, man. What's going on? Hello, what's up?
I'm good. Are you all black or how?
I'm a what? Am I a what? Or a what?
Like we're all black Americans enslaved POWs?
Where are you from? Hold on, slow down. Ma'am, slow down. I cannot understand what you were just saying.
I'm not a man, I'm a female.
You said ma'am.
Ma'am, yeah, I said ma'am. Like, ma'am, I do not understand what you just said. You're speaking too fast.
Oh, that's really nice because actually when I speak English, the people tell me that I speak too low.
Where are you from, ma'am?
I'm from Mexico.
You're from Mexico.
Yeah.
What brings you up here? Hold on. What brings you up here?
Because you're pretty.
Well, thank you.
You're welcome, sweetie.
Check the DMs later.
Hey, I agree with you, Shibu. That does sound like an African woman. Are you an African woman from Finny cultist?
Kyle,
I'm not African. I'm Latina.
Hey, listen. Honestly, I'm gonna be honest with you. You sound like an African woman. You sound just like all the other ones I talk to on this app.
I'm African Mexican.
What? African Mexican.
I am from Mexico. I have a mix of white and black people. I don't know what I have in my blood. My blood, the red blood. I don't know, but I have a lot of people.
Miss Finnan, I'm gonna be honest with you. Ain't no passport, bros. Miss Finnan, I'm gonna be honest with you. I'm gonna be honest with you, Finnan. We ain't no passport bros over here. There ain't no passport bros over here. We understand you need a green card and all that, but we ain't no passport bros over here.
Hey, how much though? Right? How much?
Hey, yo, how much? Hello?
Hello.
How much you gonna pay?
How are you?
Mosquito burgers.
Don't end up like not the Shannon Sharp. I mean, I don't think any of us 56 on the panel right now, and definitely know the 19. No, the 19-year-olds for me.
Boy, Shannon is a straight up simp. A straight up simp.
I'm 28.
Man, I can't believe he did that.
You just retarded. That's all.
I'm retarded. No, I'm not retarded.
No, we're talking about
let's watch the R word. Watch the R word.
History.
Yes, we weren't talking about you, man.
But yeah, thank you for coming up here. Till next time.
Bye, baby.
Sure.
That was rough.
That was weird.
That was something.
No, that's just regular business.
But yeah, what's up, Mosquito? What you doing up here?
Nothing, man. Everybody
What
kicked me out of Everybody's kicking me out of their lives, dude. I don't know why.
Man, that sound like you're the problem.
Why you blame me? What did I do?
Yeah, I'm blaming you. If everybody kicking your ass out of somewhere, sounds like you're the problem.
What the hell?
Somebody taking a bath on the stage? Somebody taking a bath right now? Yeah. I know it's not Mosquito Burger because he been acting too musty.
I'm making my burgers right now, dude.
Oh yeah, making your musty mosquito burgers.
Hey, Mosquito Burger, are you an ops or an ally? Which one? I don't even know who you are.
I don't even know it's an ally. What's an ally? A bad guy or a good guy?
You don't know what an ally is?
He's an op. He's an op, bro.
He's an op. Oh, he's been up here before.
Why would I mix with someone? Hold on. What? When I got the Indian DNA already, why would I mix with someone like a Latino, Hispanic with actual, and then we just gonna have? I'm gonna just add Spanish DNA to my bloodline just for the fuck of it, right?
Well, they came over here.
Hey, Mosquito, are you YT or you African or something like that? Because I don't think you was a BLK American. You don't sound like one.
I'm native.
You know what's crazy?
He's native?
I'm Afro-Hispanic Armenian.
Yeah, we're mixed.
Yeah, we're all mixed at this point.
You don't have Indian DNA. Maury gave you your DNA. It's out, man. But shut up, Ty. You know, like you're outstandingly sub-Saharan because most of the Africans came to the Caribbean and South America.
So Mosquito Burger,
more
can you
likely
do?
to have African DNA than people from the USA because more Africans, way more Africans were brought to the Caribbean and Latin America than they were brought to the USA.
Yeah,
you are the Africans, not us. Period. You are the Africans, not us.
Portuguese. It wasn't mainly Latin. It was Portuguese that had the most slaves, which is Brazil. If you go to Portuguese. So yeah, South America does have a lot of African.
Where you at, fam?
Which Portugal isn't Brazil. Portugal is all the way in fucking a European country over in Spain.
That's true.
Hey, Lo, what's that on the side? Lo, what's that on the side of your ear, bro?
Me? Oh,
yeah.
me?
What's that on the side of your ear?
That's a double menace.
Oh, hey, bro, you look like Corbin Blue. You know that? You look like Corbin Blue.
Special Bob.
You look just like that dude, bro.
I like this dude gonna look like curly hair looks like Corbin Blue.
First time seeing your Latino or Afro hair.
Oh, that's your
What?
first time?
Stop playing, bro.
That's your
Stop playing,
first
bro.
time, bro. You was a liar, bro.
You so capped out. Like what?
Right. Ty, you know the real Afro indigenous. Like claim your African roots, Ty, you know. Why you dismissing your African roots? You sub-Saharan? You're sub-Saharan African roots.
I got a little
you know?
bit of European in me. I'm not gonna lie. I got a little of European in me, but I still claim my Afro roots no matter what. What? Bro, I grew up. Listen, I was growing up. My mama had a problem teaching me Spanish. I said, I'm not black. I'm like, I went to an all-black school. You feel me? A bunch of black kids. I'm black, man. I don't know about that Spanish shit like that. You feel me? But I learned it as I grew up. But yeah, I know my
Spanish is hard to learn.
Yeah.
How long it took you to learn Spanish?
It took me a good year and a half. I understand it better than I speak it. I try not to speak it that much.
Took me 20 years.
God damn, 20 fucking years is crazy, bro.
Dude, I was learning English and I loved English, but then I got too hooked on
You speak English. What are you talking about?
What?
All Spanish is different. It's not the same in all countries. Like Spanish is different. For
word, you can barely speak English.
Yeah, because English is from England, man. They invaded us and took
You don't even speak American
Yeah,
English.
it is.
You chewing
It is
on
from
your
England.
words. No, it's not. Don't lie.
American
Hey,
English.
don't lie on my
We were the
ancestors from
Americans.
England. Do not lie on my ancestors from England. They did not speak no English.
What?
Don't lie on my ancestors again. Period.
What did they?
They spoke Kumeric and Welsh. They didn't speak no.
England
They
is
didn't
a
speak no
European
English.
nation. It's a
They
European
didn't speak
nation.
no English. They did not speak
Why
no
do you-
English. Stop lying on my ancestors.
What did they speak then?
Thank
What did
you.
they speak, Venus? Venus. What did they speak then?
Wait, can
Tell
you
me.
hear? Can you hear? Can you hear?
Did you say Creole? Did you
Can
just say
you
Creole?
hear?
Did you just say
I'm
Creole?
gonna drop you down since you can't hear.
Creole's French, isn't it?
Did she just say they spoke
Kumeric
Creole?
and Welsh sound nothing like the word Creole. You need to open your ears and listen. This is ridiculous.
Who is Morning Breath? Hey, well, come up here, Morning Breath.
Welsh is Latin.
You calling
English,
us calling us house people, right? But y'all call us house N words, right? But y'all still that why is his name Morning Breath? Because you musty. Your name Morning Breath because you musty, right? Right. Sambo means indigenous. On top of that, right? He called us indigenous house Negroes. Like, come on, bro. Y'all don't even know what y'all be talking about.
Hey, check this out. I don't know. I don't want to spew no misinformation, but there's another Geechee brother of mine from Charleston who's told me who said that the definition of coon is actually referring to a native indigenous tribe as well. I forgot what it was called specifically. The raccoons.
Raccoon eyes, yeah.
Yeah. He told me that. Yeah, he told me that he has a YouTube channel, and he talked about that too. And I was fascinated by that. I was like, okay, so you call me a coon? You basically called me a member of the raccoon tribe. So hell yeah, boy.
And then raccoon is an Algonquin. It's an Algonquin word. Raccoon.
Yo, you got a lot off of you.
You
Plus
talk to
native
him.
tribes purchased black slaves.
Which ones?
The tribes that purchased them. I know the Choctaw was one of them. We can go through them.
Yeah, we can go through them. Cool. Yeah, which one? Name them. Name the rest.
Yeah, I will. Give me 1 second.
All right, for sure.
Can you name all 10 African tribes that
were main proponents of, well, not tribes, but nations? Let's call 10 African nations that sold Africans into the slavery.
Yeah, we know about them. Ghana, Nigeria.
Yeah, but there's a lot more
people on the West Coast. I mean, it is a lot more than that. Cool.
Yeah.
But yeah,
So
yeah, we want to talk about the
slaves, but some people freed them.
For sure. Cool. I don't have no ties to Oklahoma, so I'm not Choctaw. That won't apply to me.
Yeah, me either. I came here from Italy. My family came here from Italy.
Oh yeah, you ain't got nothing to do with American history.
Oh yeah, I mean we've been here for 100 years now.
Yeah, 100. My folks been here since forever.
The 1500s.
100 years? Congrats. You're basically a newborn. Like, what are you talking about?
Like,
He's an anchor baby. He's an anchor baby.
Anchor baby, you Johnny come latelys. Like, yeah. So what brings you up here? Yeah.
Anchor baby. White tea anchor baby.
I mean, we're doing better than you guys, and we haven't been.
No, y'all ain't doing better than nobody. No
Goddamn, hold on one second. One second. What you do for a living, Bilbo?
I'm a computer programmer and an animator.
You're a computer programmer and an animator. How many hours a week you work?
Anywhere from 50 to 60.
50 to 60 hours a week.
Mm-hmm.
Been doing better. Y'all, we do better than y'all. Cool. How long? When did your family get here again?
When did my family get here?
Yeah.
100 years ago.
100 years ago, as a what?
As Italians, we were called dirty brown people.
Yeah, as a buffer class. Y'all were the first guineas.
Aw, and we earned ourselves. We earned our
There's nothing
spot.
brown
And now
about
we're
you.
not struggling as much as
What
you
land?
guys are.
How much land you own?
How much land do I own?
Yeah,
You want me to add up all my family's properties?
Land? No, I'm talking about land.
Land?
Yeah, you
stole
land. You stole land.
What land? Hold on. What land you own here?
35 acres.
Oh, so do you have a land patent to that?
A land patent?
Yeah.
What does that have to do with anything?
Land patent. If you don't have the land patent, that means you're on somebody else's land. They can take that shit from you.
Dude, anyone in the United States, unless you're on a reservation.
No. The court. Through court, they can take that shit from you. Because you don't own the land.
You're not your taxes.
You're not the original.
What are you even getting at?
Sorry,
Shut up. The Choctaw, the Cherokee.
No, hold on. No. Shush. I don't need a million people coming off the mic. Right?
You don't smoke on here. You might get the panel flagged.
You can't. Yeah, you gotta go.
Don't get your live taken down, cuz.
He's
gonna get your live taken down doing that. You can't do that.
Yeah, get off here. Now, land patent means you're the original owner of that land. You're on someone else's land, sir. Why aren't you building up Italy? Huh? Where's your fortune at in Italy? You flexing about coming over as a buffer class.
My family, my estranged family in Italy are all doing fine. I don't understand.
Why aren't you
what
over
the
there
point
with them?
is.
Why aren't you over there with them?
Because we're here.
Why'd your family flee?
The tensions during World War II.
The tensions there. So you decided to flee over to the United States.
Yeah, we
Instead
didn't
of
want to. We didn't want to fight with the Axis powers.
You ain't want to fight. Oh,
Yeah, with the Axis
so y'all
powers?
are. Yeah, y'all ain't want to fight. Y'all ain't want no smoke, huh?
We didn't want to join the Nazis.
Oh, y'all didn't want to join the Nazis, or y'all didn't want to fight against. Why didn't y'all fight against the Nazis in your home land? You could have fought against them in your homeland.
We did.
Why did your family say then?
What do you? I don't understand what this has anything to do with why your people aren't more advanced.
He's saying that you're an Italian. Go back to Italy.
Yeah, you're
Well,
not
I'm not
doing.
telling them to go back to
Hold on,
Africa.
We're not from Africa. You're not
Yeah,
from.
you are.
We're not. Man,
How'd
shut
you
up.
get here?
Name the. At what year did Africans get to Virginia?
When the slave trade started?
No, when did Africans land in Virginia? What
When
year?
the slave trade started. Are
When
you talking
did
about the
that-
first boat?
When did the White Tiger land in Virginia? What year?
16.
Are you talking about Columbus?
No, don't answer for him.
I'm not talking about Columbus. I'm not talking
Are you
about
talking about Leif
Columbus.
Erikson? Are you talking about the Vikings?
I'm not talking about
Are you
Leif
talking about the
Erikson.
Vikings, bro?
When did they get to what we
You're talking
call
about the
Virginia?
Vikings. You're talking about the Vikings?
I'm not. No, it's after the Vikings, sir.
Well, if it's after the
Columbus.
Vikings, then I don't. So okay, so it doesn't sound like you're here first.
Tell me when Africans got off the boat in 1690. No,
I don't.
fucking
No,
told
they
you.
didn't. I don't even care. It sounds like you're just full of it.
I'm not full of. You don't even know fucking U.S. history. How are you going to tell me about history that you don't even fucking know?
1492, dumbass.
Who did he go to the United States? Yes or no?
No, United States, then, dumbass.
Did he go to what we call the U.S. today, dummy?
Oh, dumbass.
It was a new world. Is that what we call the U.S. today, dummy? Huh? Yes or no, Bill? But why don't you know history? Huh?
Because he reads J.K. Rowling.
I do know. I do know
You
history.
can't even name the
do.
tribes that.
My
tribes
people
that bought your people.
They didn't buy them, dumbass. My folks run in Oklahoma. Right. Choctaw, they went to fucking Oklahoma. Chickasaw went to Oklahoma. My folks ain't never go to Oklahoma. My folks stayed east of the Mississippi. If you want to be technical, my people are first contact nations. And I'm not even going to tell you who they are. That's for me to know you to
Sound
find
like
out.
a bunch of losers that lost.
Sound like a bunch of but you're the first guinea, sir. Your folks were hold on. I'm about. Where's
we're
that map
dominating
at? No, you're not. Who you dominating? Who you dominating,
Dominating you.
Man,
He's an anchor baby, bro.
Like, ain't no anchor babies dominating shit.
Yeah, get out of our land, dude.
Why are
Go
you?
back to Italy.
Yeah,
everything.
This
we
convo,
stayed.
this
Hold
is a
on, we-
convo between us and natives. Why are you here?
Why
here?
is an Italian in our
We
business?
freed your people.
No, you did. You ain't free shit. Your folks
That
got here
boy,
100
hey,
years
that
ago.
boy ain't no dog on Italian. You see
Oh,
how
one
white
second,
he look, bro?
One second. How your folks free anybody when you weren't even white when you got here.
Well, you tell me. I think it was called the Civil War.
You weren't even white when you got here.
I think black families.
Sir, you weren't even white.
Think.
You weren't white when you got here, sir. You just became white.
You do a disservice to yourself talking to stupid
The
people.
Union soldier.
One sec. Like, I don't give a. Hold on. I don't care. I don't care. You did a disservice. Like,
Of course
I
you
don't
don't. You're
care. Hold on. I'm not. Ain't nobody crying, man. You're the crybaby. Why aren't you?
Crying.
Who's crying? Saying the same. I'm not muting you.
It's
I'm
me.
not
I'm
muting
the one
you.
muting you.
Exactly. So I'm not the one muted because you don't know how to. You don't know how to show any decorum, Bilbo.
No.
So what? Admit what? Admit what?
Right.
You can't even name when Africans first got to the United States.
This is why your people are not respected by anyone around.
I don't give a fuck who respect us. I don't give a. You think we give a fuck about who respects us? Y'all not in your home countries. There's nothing to respect. Your daddy fled. Your daddy's a coward. How about that?
And then y'all don't even like Europe, because why'd you say you came to the America because of the war? Why didn't you go to another European country? Why you switch continents? So you hate
OG
Europe.
Savage. Yeah, I was like, y'all daddies fled. Y'all daddies are cowards.
You said you fled Italy. Why didn't they flee to Spain or France or some other European country? Why'd you come all the way to America? Why you flee to a whole different continent? So you don't even like Europe as a continent.
They wanted to spread disease. It was already disease.
Y'all just like Africans. Africans be saying, "Oh, they left because of this and
I
that."
don't even know my daddy host.
But they don't want to go to another African country.
Come up here and tell me that. I was like, I don't even know my daddy, but my daddy ain't flee. I know my dad. He don't descend from fleers. My folks fought in every damn war here. Y'all daddies fled because y'all daddies are cowards.
Cousin, you got a lot of good information. Don't waste it on stupid people.
Man, I'm gonna do whatever. I'm gonna do whatever the fuck I want to do. I really don't care, bro. Don't dictate how my lives go.
Guys, there's hundreds of wars that happened in the USA, hundreds of unalivings, towns being burnt down. We still didn't flee, so maybe y'all should take notes.
If y'all got a problem with what I'm talking about, who I decide to talk to in my life, go start your own.
And you're not the original Italian either. Original Italians have brown skin, so.
Didn't even look Italian, bro. You saw how pale the skin was. Italians don't look like that. They be tannish as hell. Dude wasn't Italian. He's a liar.
Like, yeah,
the top list. Where's yours?
Yeah, descendant of the Ottoman Turks. That was a white. Yeah, y'all gotta stop. Stop what? Like, we ain't stopping nothing. That's the problem. Y'all can't stop us. Y'all want us to stop so bad, but no, we ain't stopping. Y'all ain't stopping shit.
Italians are mixed with the original Europeans. Y'all, you're not even mixed with the original European. You're straight up Caucasus Mountain invader. Like what?
The first Italians were the first Guineas. They're Africans. The Italians are Africans. Excuse me. Y'all can't. Y'all ain't got the heart to stop us. Taino is Spanish. Asian. Oh yeah. All right. Yeah. Asian. Whatever. Like, they ain't from America. I know that. That. Yeah. Like, yeah. That. Yeah. You got 3 followers. Ain't nobody worried about you. Talking about some dead. 12,000 years ago. They're closer to Africa than us. You can't be serious. Yeah. Right. Literally. Spain is 30 minutes away from Morocco. What's up, Lorena? Spain is 30 minutes away from Morocco.
And Spain it touches the same border as France. He keeps saying, "Oh, why y'all don't got Spanish names and stuff?" The Spanish weren't really over here. France was.
Taino is a city in northern Italy. Yeah, it means it's not from America. Thank you. You just proved my damn point. What's up? We got Don in here, Don Chawanote. If anybody else wants to come up, feel free. Dude, why do most of the no y'all don't? What? Most of the habits have Spanish last names. What are you talking about? You just trying to make yourself feel better or your musty ass history.
Yeah, I like the live. Like the live.
Like the live. Let's get up to 20,000 likes.
Guyana has like one of the highest amounts of Chinese and other Asians over there. So because he says he's from Guyana.
There's people that were older. They found bones of people older than the land bridge in was it Florida? In Florida. That's not my people. You're Spanish.
You literally mentioned Florida. Did he not mention Florida earlier? He kept mentioning Florida.
Like if your ass was born, Like, come on, your ass is from Puerto Rico or the Dominican Republic, dude. You're Spanish. You descendant of Ottoman Turks. I got to drop.
Hey, cornbread.
All right, pleasure, cornbread. What's up, Anjo?
Thank you.
They don't understand that. Yeah. Thank you. Yaati. Cool. Like you speaking your language, I can speak stuff too. You want to have a language off? What's up, Keo? Peace. Hold on. Is Haley still here? Let me just read. Let me scroll the comments. Is Haley still here? I need to figure out. I was even paying attention because I asked the question. Let me go scroll through these damn comments.
If you look at Aztec people's their documentation, a lot of them their complexion will be listed as Moreno, and a lot of times that meant Moroccan or more. So a lot of them Spanish have more DNA. Do these people with Spanish DNA claiming Spanish DNA, do they look more to you? Do they look Moroccan to you? These pale people are not Spanish.
Oh yeah, you gotta tell me what I did in your dream, Haley. What's Indian news? Whoever who got they? You're not. Oh, Navajo Dene. All right. Add a Basque language. French, Moroccan, and Caribbean. I am that chick. You're tired of the lies. Who's your girl? Athabascan. I said whatever. Same shit. I miss a lot, but I'm tired of lies I was told growing up.
There was no body in sub-Saharan Africa called black. That's a slur that was only used on American Indians in the USA and some people in the Caribbeans. Okay, there was no black person in Africa, and there still isn't. So I don't know why you keep saying that.
I don't have an ounce of American Indian. Ethiopian means burnt face. It doesn't mean black. It means burnt face.
The word from over here, though.
Like the live, y'all. Ethiopian means burnt face. Whose color skin is black? Thank you for the follow, your girl. I was like, who? Like, if it means burnt face, then who's getting burnt by the sun? Who's getting burnt by the sun? Thank you. All right, what's up? Thank you for the follows. How many follows? We don't burn in the sun. Exactly. Should I change the topic? Hey, chat, should I change the topic? Yeah. Yes. All right. I'm about to come up with something. You know what? I'm gonna ask you. No, it's cool, but do what you want. Hold on. I'm gonna ask y'all what y'all want. What y'all want? What y'all want brought up? No, it's cool. Where the YT people? I don't feel like getting into that.
You ask natives to come up and explain their ancestry. Ask them to prove that they have ancestry before the 1800s. That's
like
documentation.
Like where? Well, the followers jumped as soon as I left, so maybe I'll keep it. But nobody really is engaging. I mean, people are, but where do I? Like, I'm not getting into where I see people. Like it's too complex. Not even too complex. I don't feel like getting into. Like we gonna hear all types of shit that I don't feel like hearing with that topic. I'm not trying to hear about no Yakub. Ah, that's interesting. That's an interesting question. Okay. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. But yeah, talk about the YT. I don't feel like hearing about no Yakub. I don't feel like hearing about what's a wobble. You know what? Or Jake, like I don't feel like hearing none of that. And boom. Well, it's a wobble. It's Black American culture. Yeah. Y'all give me, God damn it. I'll touch on these child at a time. Oh, here goes Blue Bill. You got damn Antifa. You got Antifa in the building.
What did you say the origin of Sambo was?
It's indigenous. How do you know the difference between FBA and the sentence of, I mean, to my knowledge, they're the same thing. unless I bumped my head and forgot. To my knowledge, they're the same thing. FBA and ADOS are the same thing.
Ooh. Someone put me on the thing.
Put yourself on the thing.
That's true. I can't do that. Someone said Indians weren't black. It says the word black may include all Negroes, but the term Negro does not include all black persons. Wait, I don't even think I could say that. I'm gonna just say N-word. We are the opinion that the word white, N-word, mulatto, and black person, whenever they occur in our Constitution, must be taken in their generic sense. That the words black person in the 14th section must be taken as distinguished from white tea and necessarily includes all races other than Caucasian. So, and then I can show articles that or laws and stuff that say white tea don't even mean white tea. It's a social status because Indians were also marked as white tea. There were Africans coming over here in the 1800s marked down as white tea.
Oh, snap, we got Mizak, we got Sutler. Uh-oh. True. That's shout out to Jack D. Forbes.
Regular up close.
What's up, Mizak? What's up?
1, 2.
Mic check.
Peace.
Somebody got the news on?
That might be me.
All right.
Good dog. I didn't even mean to pop up here, man. I was just grabbing the phone up.
All right. You want me to drop you?
Nah, I'm good. What we talking about?
We just talking. We trying to figure out what a wabo is.
I think that phrase was created by the natives and the Pan-Africans put together.
That's me. God damn, y'all.
Background noise. What is that?
Y'all background's on 100 right now. Hold on, me, ma'am. Hello.
Yeah, please turn down your background noise. We can't even hear anything. But yeah, because Jay said she said wealthy American indigenous people were marked as white tea too, and that's true. If your ancestors, it says they're white tea and they have a lot of documentation, but it just stops abruptly out of nowhere in the 1600s, they're probably not white tea. They're probably
most likely.
Because European had the best documentation, so you should be able to track that.
got kicked out again.
Oh, DYT. What happened?
By the white tea people, I got kicked out by their channel. They don't accept me.
Oh, excuse me. Seafarers, something to do with seafarers, but hi people, what's up? You got Shakopee.
Some dude. Let's see first.
Oh my.
Yeah. Those white tea people don't play, bro.
It'd be your own people that lied about our ancestry.
Yeah. And they're like, it's okay to go to the army and take people's land. They don't pay my benefits. I'm like, that guy just went crazy on me. Oh well.
What is a wabbo? What is a wabbo?
Wabbo.
No idea.
Europeans had the best. Haha, dude. They only had documents. Why didn't you? Why y'all did it? Who do you think documented this? That's why you got to take out. You're talking about some anarchy right now. All righty. Hey, somebody on the train? What is a wabbo? I'm trying to figure that out.
It's a language from Papa.
It's a language from Papua New Guinea.
Yeah, something.
Shout out to the Papua New Guineans. Shout out to the Papua New Guineas. What? I meant to ask, who are the oldest literary writers in your languages? They didn't write. The Powhatan didn't write a language.
It's Indonesia.
Indonesia. Papua. Who is DV? DVG. He just came in laughing. I'm trying to see what's hilarious.
She looks like
That's the family right there, dog. DVG. He cool.
No, DVG. Not DVG. DVG.
DVG.
So, how about rock art? The Powhatan had rock art. Yes, they did. They had symbols. It's called pictograms. They had that form of cuneiform. They had their own form of cuneiform. Like, my ancestors are documented.
You got papers?
Yeah, we got papers. Yeah, and they called us Wabo. What? So, Wabo. Your tribes, they're Powhatan. The Powhatan had pottery. They had all types of stuff.
The Cabo Wobble. What's a Cabo Wobble?
I don't know. What's up? What's up, Mel? What's up, Mel? Like, what do they mean? We are the most documented. Like, exactly. Especially in the 13 colonies. Yeah, especially in the 13 colonies, we was documented.
You know what I heard about the
Man,
Mexicans?
I'm sorry.
You know what I heard?
What about them?
That they didn't let the white people rent their land, and then they got into a fight. Is that true?
I don't know. I ain't looked into what's been going on in Mexico.
Oh, but that's a long time ago.
Wow.
That was like
That
Texas.
was a long time ago.
Yeah,
Oh, Texas.
It's really sad what they did, huh? Those white tea people were evil.
Yeah. It's crazy.
Yeah, they don't teach you this in school. They do not teach you this in school. But they did, huh? They do not teach you this in school.
Wabo. So that's what. What you put in Urban Dictionary? What you type that in Urban Dictionary? Wabo, like what's a wabo?
They tea people again, so I'm out. Bye.
All right, see ya. Google. Just can you tell us that according to Urban Dictionary. A Wabo is a black British Indian trying to claim to be native. I should make a video out of that. There we go. I got my next script for my video. You did already. Nah, I ain't say what a Wabo meant. Wabo. You'll never be native, Wabo. That voice takes me out. Yeah, for sure. I was pissed as fuck when I lost my voice once. I could not do this voice for like a few months. I was so pissed because I used to troll people on Clubhouse with this voice. Yo, used to like talk. The videos be funny. Like I used to talk a lot of. Used to troll. I was so mad. I got lost my voice when I got sick like 2 years ago, and next thing you know, I can't even do the voice no more. I was like, will I ever be? Was I okay? Was I gonna bump my head on the screen? What you mean? Oh, I was drinking. I think I said that around 2 a.m. I was drinking. Yeah. But yeah, we just cooling right now, I guess, huh? It's a chill Saturday.
Yeah.
Party with a purpose. LOL crickets. I cussed. Yeah, I cussed. It was a lot. Last night, people started getting on my nerves last night. I'm not gonna lie. All the talking over people, like, relax, dude. Like,
Yeah.
y'all gotta have.
Tell me why I found someone on my tree. Tell me why I found someone on my tree, and it said he was a mayor of Texas. I forgot what his name was. It said he was the first white mayor of Texas or something like that. So I looked up his name, and it said they don't know who his parents are, and his name is he's only named that because some white man adopted him. And they said they don't know his parents. Like what?
Mm.
It said he's marked as white because his adopted father is marked as white. That's what it says.
How do you trace your DNA or how do you trace your genealogy? Chosen one. Yeah, excuse me. I don't know about that. He said, I don't know about that one, Chief.
What?
That's what the comments are saying. That's what group said, actually.
I'm asking what he doesn't know about. I'm confused.
I don't know about that one. Genealogy. How do you guys talk to your family? That's how you start. When you build a tree from there, get as many names, date of birth, places of birth as you can. And then go from there.
What do you mean you don't know about the Texas thing? I wouldn't expect you to know about my ancestor. That's just, you don't know my genealogy. That's just common sense. You wouldn't know. But yeah, Haley, right? They just be marking down random stuff. Like how did they not know who his parents was? It was in the early 1800s, I think. That all Europeans knew who their parents was in the early 1800s. Be for real. The man who adopted him was a captain, I think, as well.
A captain. He's probably mixed of past. Probably.
His dad either said they don't know who either his parents are. So I was like,
All right, who wants to come on? Chosen one. All right, come on. What's up? No, never mind. Hey, where they at? Hey,
Name right now. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for it because that was like last month that I seen that.
the live is just dropping. Get the like. Let's get the likes up to 25,000, yo. Oh, DYT. Where they? Where the Africans at? Where the natives at? Where the Pan Africans at? All we talked to is YTs today. Oh, DYT. What you said? Groove was part of Texas.
It was Houston. I'm trying to look at my tree right now.
Oh, DYT. Houston, what? Texas, what? Uh, she's saying something about her story, about one of her ancestors. That was the mayor.
Yeah, so he was the mayor of Texas. I'm trying to check. I mean, we saw this last month. It's been a month since I've seen it, so.
Cool.
I was asking ChatGPT about him too, and they were saying I was asking them to find the parents, and they said, "Oh, they don't know who his real parents are." And I looked it up on Google, and it confirmed it.
Nice. Spreading misinformation. Who's spreading false Wabo? What's up, Halima? You want to tell us? You want to let me know what a Wabo is? Who's spreading false information? HG. I'm asking because I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out too. You know, they call Wabos. They be calling us. There's people that call Black Americans Wabo that say that be saying we're indigenous. So I am asking me. Me don't know. Me don't know. She said me don't know. Me don't know. What is it? That's what folks be. That it's another way of saying pretending a racist slur. Pretty much. Yep, it's a slur. Halima, she said, "Oh my gosh, I don't even know what to say." She said, "I don't even know what to say no more."
It was John William Smith. Let me see.
John William Smith in Houston, Texas.
It was Houston. But yeah, it does say he's a mayor of Texas.
How many views we get? How many views we got? 1.5K. All right. Damn, I'm surprised nobody didn't mean to tag. What's up, Fires? You got anything going on StreamYard? Anybody on Instagram being interested? No, they ain't saying shit on Instagram. Like that many people joined the live.
I don't even think it was Houston. It was in Texas, but I don't think it was Houston. Let me see.
All right. If anybody wants to come up, feel free. Anybody wants to come up, feel free. Anybody? I gotta stay in the comments today. What do you mean indigenous? How about you come and tell me? What do you think I mean by indigenous? What does indigenous mean?
You ask me questions in the comment, just request up.
Just request up, man. Oh. I already explained it. Were you here? Hey, what are you talking about? Don't be scared. They be scared. Oh, you want to drop us? No, no, no. Like y'all want to get dropped if y'all weren't acting like children, you know? Uh, True. Mm. I think I know what I'm about to do. I'm about to start this. All right, get off these people's live. Mm. All right, cool. This one. Come on, bro. Get that shit out the way. All right, cool. What's up? All right, we back in here. Yeah, if it gets stale like that, you better off starting fresh. You better off starting fresh. It gets stale like that. What's up? What's up, Ghetto Goddess? All right, let me all right, and back. All right, let's get these likes up. Same. Oh, damn. What's going on? What's going on? Oh, I'm watching. I'm not watching anything. I'm not watching anything. I don't watch TV or movies. You know, watch TV or movies. I also thought that what that was too. Yeah. Yeah. Uh, the game. Yep. Exactly. Exactly. Damn, I'm gonna get hungry. Gotta figure out what I'm gonna eat. No Sinners. No, I ain't watch No Sinners. Why would I watch Sinners when I'm a man of God? Nah, but nah, a salad. Hmm. If I just so happen to see something, I'm not going on my way to see it. I'm not going on my way to see it. For sure, that's for sure. What's up, Los? No salad then. Maybe. I don't know. We'll see. No, they are not. Smile more. Hmm. Let's get the likes up, y'all. Let's get the likes up. What happened? The live hit a stalemate. So I decided to reset it. The live hit a stalemate. And that shit started to get awkward. I was like, start over. Mm-mm. What's up, Tay? But yeah, shout out to everybody that's in here. We got the Shawnee in here. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Thank you, Lynn. Thank you, Stratton. Morgan. Excuse me. Are you for or against? Against what? I'm for or against what? Who knows for sure? If anybody wants to come up, feel free. Hey, what's up, sweet Sonya? What's up? We got sweet Sonya in the building. All right, cool. Let me bring you up. Who is this? Oof. I'm for.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, what's up? Yeah, I definitely can hear you.
Hey, so I'm a part, maybe lesser than part, Cherokee. So I can say that I'm a Native American. I'm just wondering if y'all are saying that BLK people were Native American.
I'll say we were Indian. I don't know about Native.
Gotcha.
What's up? We got C3 Mommy in the building. An East European. We got C3 Mommy in the building.
Now, do y'all, I mean, so if you were Indian, would that mean you have no connection to Africa, or that you came across the land bridge on the Asian side?
It depends.
I mean, technically, that would mean you still have African in you from when Asia came from Africa, I think. But I'm just wondering which direction, y'all.
What direction? I've always been here.
I gotcha.
That's my stance. But there's some people that do have African ancestry. Like, I don't negate that because I've seen it. I've seen people with African ancestry. So,
Do you think you have zero African ancestry?
I've seen them lie about the quote unquote African ancestry.
Do you think you have zero African ancestry?
Yep.
You don't think you're African whatsoever?
Nope.
Why do you share physical features with Africans then?
Why do Aboriginal Australians share physical features with Africans?
Because around the time they left, they were the first group of people to leave Africa. They would have kept some features.
Were you there 70,000 years ago to watch them walk to Australia?
Were you there when your mother gave birth to you? How do you know she's your mother?
Yes, I was there. Yes, I was there when my mother gave birth to me. Yes.
Wait, you were there?
Because I came out of her. I was
you
there.
Remember that? Do you remember that?
Yes, why are we asking simple questions like that?
Because that's
physically,
the logic you're trying to do.
Were you there when your mother gave birth to you? I think so. Like, what are we talking about?
You were visually, you can describe it for us? You remember that?
I'm gonna describe you want me to describe childbirth to you?
Remember? No. Do you remember?
So hold on, one second. I'm gonna describe childbirth for you. My mom's water broke. Hold on. My mom's water broke, right? Then they went to the hospital. I don't know if she got induced or not. Oh, she went to Mercy Hospital.
Which route did they take?
I don't know.
Then how do you know that's your real mother?
Because that's when we share blood. I look like my mother and my dad.
You look like an African. So do you share blood with Africans?
No. Why do I have to look like? Are African features exclusive to Africa?
No. But you're not.
You just hold on 1 second. 1 second. You just said no.
One of those other people.
You said no. You said. Hold on. You just said. Hold on. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second. 1 second, sir. You just said no. You just said no. So if they're not exclusive to Africans, then how the fuck do I look like an African?
Because you look like an African.
You just said no. I don't.
If I take a picture of a Australian person and compare it to you, do you think you're going to look similar to them? Do you think you're going to look similar to them?
Yes, I do. Yes, I know Aboriginal Australians. I do.
You think you look like Aboriginal Australians?
Yes, I do. Yes, I look like Yes, I look like Melanesians too. Yes, I do.
You're basing it off of skin color, not physical features. They don't have the same nose. I'm going to pull up an Aboriginal Australian right now and tell me you look like them. Give me a moment.
What are we talking about? What's up, CR? Yo, he just admitted I don't look like an African. He just admitted that shit. What are we talking about?
Like an African. You said, are those features? No, you said. I said you look like an African, and then you said, are those features only allowed for Africans? I said, no, you don't look like a native Australian. You don't look like them. You don't look like the other groups. No, you don't.
Yes, I do.
That's not the problem.
According to
do all Aboriginal Australians look the same? No, they don't. Hold on, one second. I'm speaking.
You look closer to each other than they would look to you.
Do they all look the same? Do all Africans look the same?
No, but the specific Africans. Wait, let me speak. The specific Africans Black people come from in America do look like them. That's why when you go to Nigeria,
have you ever been to Nigeria?
I've been to Nigeria. I have been to Nigeria, so shut the fuck up. So the people when you go to Nigeria,
why you getting so bold? Hey Yaku, why you getting so bold, buddy?
Oh, now
Hey
you
Yaku, why
sound
you
like
getting
you're an invader.
one second, yo, can y'all shut y'all know if y'all see me talking to somebody, like, relax. Why you getting so bold? Like, watch your mouth. Like all that fake tough Tony shit don't scare me. Just the internet. We all tough on the internet. God damn. People who curse who are not educated to articulate themselves properly. Man, if y'all get that goofy shit out of here. Because you like to interrupt people. So the fuck what?
They get triggered, fam. They get triggered. That causes.
Yeah, they do get triggered. So the looks more. Hey, thank you, Rocky Young Squaw. Even if I don't give a fuck about lookerism, right? Or looker shit. But people are gonna tell me that that all Africans look alike. You're not. What's up, Frenchie? You like to interrupt people. People like to interrupt me. Let's get the likes up, y'all. Let's get the likes up.
What I like about the people that like to follow the thrown out narrative of the travels, like it's when you get to the real information, you can only travel along the currents that are already predetermined. That's the only thing that you can travel. Any other explanation of travel back and forth is straight lies because it's impossible.
I
It's
didn't kick him off the
impossible.
stage, Fonzie. I don't kick people off the stage like that.
They take
Keep
the
running. How
same,
about you come up here? Go ahead. My bad.
you know what I'm saying? Follow the same current and gyres, which is the under little separate, you know what I'm saying, thing. And they say that you got to have the knowledge of which way to go and when to kind of jump in them currents to make sure that you, because it's easy to get off, you know what I'm saying, off course. We knew that a long time ago. So according to that, the ships can only go down and come up the coast as the, you know what I'm saying, the same pattern of the conquest that took place. Just, I mean, so coincidentally. So, I mean, it's imaginary at best. You see what
Your
I'm saying?
connection
But
don't even work. My bad.
It's
Can I
just
get the
it's funny how all these different variant ethnicities can come together on this same falsehood. Now that we've had something that done awakened and quickened in us and animated in us to kind of relook and reevaluate things. Like
Can we look
all
at
the
this next
information basically
feature?
in core
Is that
terms, the information that's been laid out is under appeal right now.
Yeah, you start looking at that man's feature.
As far
Yeah.
as
Do they all
records
look like?
coming out
Hold
showing
on.
the proof.
I want to say, what
Yes.
African do they? Hold on. Let me ask you, what African do they look like?
look like Africans?
So how the fuck they come from?
They look
Yo, you
Aboriginal,
contradict.
Negro.
Hold on one second.
White people come from wait, white
One second, dude. Yo, how the?
people
You
also
said they
come
came
from
from
black
Africa. Hold on,
people.
they came from.
Do they look
You
black?
said they came on Yaku. You said they came from Africa 70 years ago. Cause I said Aboriginal Australians look like
What about
African.
Aboriginal Australians?
One sec. You said they came from Africa 70,000 years ago, right? And they would still look like Africans. That's what you said.
No, I didn't.
Stop. Yes,
I
the
said,
fuck you did.
Could you at least let me explain my
No.
strong man?
I asked you what Africans do they look like?
I didn't say they look like Africans. I said they kept.
They came from, and you said, hold on, one second. You said,
because he doesn't like, he's
man,
not gonna let me.
yeah, I'm not, because you're fucking lying, dude. Stop lying.
That's, you think.
I'm about to explain
What is he
it.
trying to say though?
Like I called him in his fucking contradiction, dude. Like, you contradicted yourself. Stop contradicting. One second. Yeah, 1 second. Right? You said, I look like an African. I come from Africa because I look like an African. Oh, wait, I look like an African because I come from Africa. You said Aboriginal Australians come from Africa. I asked you,
Different
what
time
African?
periods.
No, dude, shut up.
Did you come from
Dude,
Africa
shut up.
1,000 years ago?
No, I didn't come from there at all.
Then you're not them. Then you're not those people. You have
I didn't come from Africa 11,000 years ago or at all.
You are genetically African.
No,
You are
we're older
James
than you
Harden.
people. Those people
One second.
actually
Hold on.
be
One second.
genetically-
One second. Genetically African. What's the biological factor that determines African DNA? Huh?
L3 haplogroups, L haplogroups, certain things that are found in Africans are traced back to fucking Africa. Do you have any DNA
What
that
tribe?
traces you to
What
America?
tribe?
No. To
Yes.
the contrary.
My
Multiple
bad.
tribes.
I'm asking. One second. LOL3. 1 second.
African haplogroups.
Bro. African haplogroups. Cool.
Yep.
Now, why are there Africans that say they're not from Africa?
What Africans?
The Lebo, they say they came from Persia, right?
What
You
Lebo?
got the
What
Lebo,
Lebo?
the Limba say they came from Persia. The
Facts.
Yoruba say they came from the Middle East.
Some white people say they came from space. Do you believe them when they say bullshit?
We not going on belief. We're not going on
One
belief.
second. I got it. I'm not YT, so that don't bother me. I don't care, right? With that being said, African tribes, African elders are saying they came from a different place.
Name them.
Yeah,
name the African
I said
elders that say that.
I
Name
can
it.
show you
Name
better
it.
than I can
Name
tell
it.
you.
No,
I can show you better. I can
Let's
tell
get
you.
to where he's from. Where are you from?
Cyrus, what tribe are you from in America?
What tribe am I from in America? Piscataway and the Powhatan. Multiple. But mostly Piscataway and Powhatan. Do y'all know anything about them?
So the same way that you're from multiple different tribes, you can understand how African Americans are from multiple different tribes, and it wouldn't be
Name
one
the
singular tribe, right?
Cool.
You can understand that, right?
No.
We got the Department of Interior on my panel right now. You gotta kick the Nationals out. We got let me get another.
They kicked out the Americans according to Webster Noah.
Yakub, you look like James Harden.
Oh.
I think look like James Harden.
So David, you are part of the Powhatan, right?
Part.
So
Yeah.
which one of those six nations?
We're of the bloodline.
Which one of those which one of those six nations?
Of the Powhatans are you?
All of them.
You can't be.
Yeah.
Yeah. Why not? Why not?
Because
Tell
you can't
me.
be part of the Six Nations, bro. You can't be all of those.
Hold on. The Powhatan. Hold on. One second.
No, wait a minute. Hold on, bro.
Hold on. First of all, you said the six. You said the Six Nations. The Powhatan. One second, dude. Y'all ain't about it. The Six Nations aren't the Powhatan. First of all, you don't even know what you're talking about. The Powhatan are Algonquin. The Six Nations are Haudenosaunee. They're two different people. So what are you going to tell me, sir?
Speak your tribal language, brother.
So I just have a question, right? Because I'm listening to what you guys are saying. Speaking on what the moderators panel says, I just want to let you guys know, right? As a Black American, he can have indigenous DNA.
Yeah.
Not to say that he doesn't have African, but he's very, it's actually, the chances are actually very high that he has indigenous DNA.
No, it's not.
Nobody's
Not disputing the DNA, but to say they are Black Americans.
All right, we about to
You don't know his lineage.
This is what we about to do. I clear the stage. So y'all gonna have some decorum or stay in the audience. So y'all request back up. The Powhatan aren't in the fucking Six Nations. The Six Nations are Haudenosaunee. That's one thing. And if y'all come, y'all don't know what y'all be talking about.
Explain something. Are you federally recognized? Are you a federally recognized Powhatan?
No.
So how are you Powhatan then?
How am I Powhatan? I got the blood. How are you African?
What do you mean? Wait a minute. We didn't say nothing about that. Show me your
how are
show me
you?
your tribal ID. Show me your tribal ID.
Show me your African ID.
No, I have a tribal ID. I have a tribal ID.
What tribe are you?
I'm Seminole
How
Nation
the
of
fuck would
Oklahoma.
he have an
You're
African
Seminole
ID?
Nation. You're Seminole Nation of Oklahoma. Cool.
Yeah.
Are
So
you Seminole?
how are you Powhatan if you don't have
Do you need a tribe? Do you need a? How did you find out you were Seminole? Dean,
Hey, show your ancestors, bro.
You want me to show you my tribal ID? You want me to show you my tribal ID?
Yo, can y'all shut the hell up? Can y'all relax? What? Who allowed you? Yo, who allowed?
My
Like, come on,
Bro, you can't question.
Hold on, brother. My people are simply.
Who allowed you?
Hold on. Let me explain something to you.
Who allowed you to get that tribal ID?
Okay, listen
Hold on.
to me.
What did you have to do to get that tribal ID, sir?
I didn't have to do anything. That's our history.
You trace your goddamn genealogy. Like stop playing with me. Y'all gotta find your ancestors. Hold on, stop playing. Y'all gotta find your ancestors on Dawes Rolls to get enrolled in the tribe. Stop being obtuse.
How are you Powhatan?
The same way that you found out you're Seminole.
No, you're not.
I don't need a guy.
He doesn't believe that he's an actual Seminole.
You don't have the history like I do.
You don't have the history of the Powhatan, sir. Can you name what the
You don't
Powhatan?
even know the history. You tell us the history of your.
Tell us the history of your people.
Are you gonna?
Tell us the history of your people.
You're gonna get. I'm gonna do y'all one at a time, sir. That's not how this is gonna work.
Stop muting me so I can dialogue with you. Why?
Tell me no, since you know everything, Dean.
Why are you afraid? Why you?
I'm not afraid of shit. Shut up. You an old ass man. Shut up. Hold on. You're an old ass man. Have some decorum.
Yeah, but you
sir.
can't.
You're an old ass man. You have some decorum. Do you need to pop a Viagra or something? Huh?
But you can't.
Have some decorum, nigga. You're an old ass man. You probably my parents.
I do just want to say to the host though, like
one second.
You're lying to people. You're
like
lying.
these people ain't got no self-control. You're about 60 years old, sir.
Yeah, but you can't tell them you can't.
So, why does a 60-year-old have less decorum than a 27-year-old? Sir, you're like double my age. Have some decorum. Why do I have to check? Why do I have to check an old ass?
Host,
Hey,
you
bro.
can't come at
Hey.
everyone on the panel. We have to let some people speak to get opinions.
Can y'all? I'm gonna do what the fuck I want on my. I'm gonna do what the fuck I want on my own panel. How about that? I didn't come to y'all show. Y'all came to my show. So with that being said, no. Let's see who's the actual relevant person here. Me? Hold on. Y'all came to my show. I ain't come to y'all show. So with that being said, show some respect to my panel.
You should respect about lying. Quit lying.
Who's lying?
People,
sir. Name the African that you came from.
Let's talk about your indigenous history.
You tell me, sir. You tell me, sir. You tell me about it. Since you know the Powhatan.
Why don't you quit muting me? Quit muting me.
Since you know the Powhatan, right? Tell me what language they spoke. What language did they speak?
Huh?
What language did the Powhatan speak?
I don't know what they speak, but I know you're not them, bro.
How the fuck do you know about the Powhatan?
Because you don't have a history of talking.
Like why? Like you old ass niggas are embarrassing.
You don't even have a damn tribal ID.
Get the fuck off my. You think you need to be validated by a fucking tribal ID? You're useless. You old ass niggas are embarrassing. Y'all be 60 years old. Y'all be pushing 60.
Darby, why you get rid of him? I wanted to get on his ass. Damn.
Like people don't know how to shut the hell up. Y'all don't have no decorum, right? Y'all don't have no decorum. That's one thing. Why am I getting overtalked by a 60-year-old? More embarrassing, where y'all genealogy at? Like, where is folks' genealogy? Like, how did you become a Seminole? Y'all gotta be found on Dawes Road to become Seminoles.
He's a Seminole freedman.
He's a Seminole freedman. I'm not a fucking Powhatan freedman. That shit don't exist.
Hey, are you anti-black?
What's up?
Are you anti-black?
Are you anti-black? Are you anti-Indian? How about that? Are you anti-Indian?
Absolutely not. No.
Why would I be anti-black?
I don't know.
But yeah, I've been on TikTok for 5 years. There ain't no evidence of that shit. I've been on TikTok for 5 years. Somebody would have said that shit by now.
No. Well, to answer your prompt, no. Black Americans are not indigenous to America. No.
So people like
We
we
were
were
stolen.
even come on the
We were
live.
stolen and
Just
kidnapped.
persuaded by that. That's not what the records
Hey,
reflect.
I
And
wanted
according
to-
to my PTR, that's a land patent that gives me a spot on
We
this
were
land
stolen
forever.
and kidnapped.
You were
No,
so
ma'am.
hold on. Where you get? Hold on. One second. What year did your African ancestors get here?
Probably 1600s.
Probably. Why don't you have a date?
1619.
We not in the
16
land
Are
of
you from,
probable.
hold on 1 second. Are you from Virginia?
My ancestors? Yeah, they
Yeah,
got
are they-
here about 1619.
Are you from Virginia?
Am I from Virginia? No.
Yeah. So why
I'm
you
from
tethering
Florida.
on to my history? Huh?
What are you talking about?
Why are you tethering on to my history?
Your history. I'm
Yeah,
black.
my folks are from Virginia.
I'm black.
Are your folks from Virginia?
That's the problem.
Listen, I'm from Florida.
I'm from Richmond.
Where they breed. They were breeding black people in Florida.
I have a question. Where was
Like
your
cattle.
ancestors breeded? When did your ancestor become breeded into
Are
life?
you okay?
No, I'm saying I'm just trying to figure it out. Like you're saying that.
You should be able to share these oral stories.
Yeah. Like what year was they breeded?
Hello? Do you know how America was established?
Yeah, but who breeded who? But who was breeded together? in
Well,
your
Aboriginals
family?
was already established,
Well,
man.
you talking about your ancestors?
It's too many mics, Sean. It's too many mics.
Everybody, please.
Who were
just
your owners?
mute up. Why is y'all keep over?
Who were your owners?
Like, just chill.
Who was my owner?
Do you know who your owners were?
Oh my God. Do you know
my
You don't know who your owners were?
Hold on, y'all. Come on.
Hey yo.
Because I'm just wondering why. Okay, look.
I'm
If
not-
you
hold on, one
if you
second.
can't
I'm
answer
not-
the question, we can move on because the tension ain't on you. Because this is goofy shit. For you to even say probably, just say you don't fucking know. How is you gonna go into a book? You don't even know the class.
Do you know how?
Do you hear me talking? You don't hear me talking, right? Just give me a second. You said probably. You don't have a fact. Like, why are we even continuing the conversation? We can move on to other people who want to talk,
Yeah,
right?
for sure.
Because this is a Pony and Bo show. Like, that's ridiculous. Y'all really going to look into books and don't even understand the meaning to these words. You said you want to talk. I don't want to hear it. You could wait. You can wait. I'm not done. Because what y'all do come to do is y'all come up here with these fake ass pictures. Y'all come up here with no documental proof of what you're saying. But then you want to come and interrupt people and overtalk people, right? So we're not gonna do that. Let's move on. Pick whoever you want to.
Yeah, who else? Who hasn't spoke? What's up? You got Jarrell.
I wanted to say something, but
Go ahead, Missy. Yeah, you got it. My bad.
okay. I wanted to say like when it comes to like our culture, y'all don't see that as a modern derivative African culture, like
No.
specific parts of our culture, like the
Absolutely not.
Just let her.
Can I respond?
No. Let her talk. Let her
No,
finish.
please.
Go ahead.
I don't know what you calling me for.
the braiding, the gold, Miss Luther, the scarves, the way we like to wear patterns, different type of patterns. When it came to the hymns, gospel hymns, those.
All of that. I'm sorry to cut
I mean,
you off.
I could keep going, but I
No,
feel
you
like
can't, because that's not African culture. That's
Do
not
you
African
know
culture.
how America
Yeah,
was
this is
What is
established?
African culture? Africa doesn't have a monolith culture.
There's practices, right? So I just listed practices.
Ma'am.
These are practices.
No, I hear
What
what
is
you're
African
saying, but
culture?
that's not African.
About it.
That's all I'm saying. It's not.
You can go.
It has
you
no
can look-
ties to it.
You can look these things up.
What do you
I
mean?
mean,
Listen.
I'm only like,
Man. Man, like
Come
people
with
don't realize that
bullshit.
African
You gotta
culture
make
is not
sense.
that old. Like it's not that old. Okay, you have to understand when was a African context created. Y'all know what a context is. It's like literature and stuff. When was it created? Because it's very new.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I'm saying. Like, you know, they lied to all of us. And I mean, what everything that we all have experienced, right? All of us melanated people have experienced is us really understanding that we created everything, but then there's other people and different faces that's placed on it. And then we keep getting unalive. Like we got tired, right? So what I chose to do was look into the fine prints. And I'm like, what the fuck?
Receive.
So
Let me
like
ask you a question.
regurgitate, I'm a mute. We cannot regurgitate the stuff that was taught in a governmental school program.
Let me ask you a question.
You don't hear me talking, but go ahead.
What did y'all create? Like, who are you talking about?
First of all,
Who
don't
created?
interrupt me talking about what did y'all create. How about this? What did white people create? Go ahead.
Why are you asking me a question?
I'm asking you a question. What did white
You
people
answering my question with a
What
question?
I answered everything. That's
Who are you talking about? Who created
Forget
what?
what he's talking
What
about.
tribe are you talking about?
What tribe are you talking about? What?
Was American Indians a monolith tribe?
Where are you from, Gyro?
Richmond.
Richmond. What's your answer? Well, hold on. Hold on 1 second. What's your answer? Where your grandparents from?
Louisa. Got some.
Huh? Louisa.
Got some in Louisa. Got some in Richmond.
Where your great grandparents from?
That's
Louisa, North Carolina, Virginia.
Hold on 1 second. Two. What's your 2 times great grandparents from?
2 times. What part of what? I mean, you talking paternal or maternal? What you?
Man, 2 times greats. Where are they from?
Bro, you asking me a question like, what do you? They from different places. You got some from.
How far does your tree go back?
They go from North Carolina to Virginia, bro.
How far your tree go back?
I made it to the 1800s.
What's their last name? What's their last name?
Hold on. Maybe to the 18. Maybe.
No,
they go back to
I made it to the 1800s.
You what? How far? How far?
1840.
1840. What did your folks build?
What you mean? What they built?
What did your family build?
What you mean, bro? What did
your family build?
You mean what they did as an
You start
occupation?
asking people what they built. What did you? No, you start asking people what they built. Where did your family build?
I didn't claim my family building. I ain't claim that.
Yeah. You're asking people what they folk what
you
people
straw
built,
manning, bro.
right?
You straw manning.
I ain't straw manning. I ain't straw manning.
You are straw man.
I ain't straw manning shit. I can tell. Hold on. You asked receipt guards. What is your? Man, I'm gonna do what I want.
What part of Virginia?
I'm not from Virginia. My folks is from Virginia.
What the
they
fuck?
go back
How the
in
fuck
Virginia.
Are you Powhatan and you ain't even from Virginia, nigga?
My ancestors are from Virginia, dumbass.
Where you from?
Baltimore.
Baltimore? Man, get your goof ass on, boy.
Man, ain't no goofy ass on nowhere. I'm
How
from
the fuck are
Baltimore.
you a Powhatan? You from Baltimore? Come on, bro.
Do I have parents? Do I not have
Baltimore?
Are you slow?
You
sir?
just
Powhatan
told
they got
him.
in Baltimore.
You just told him your people was from Virginia.
I'm the Powhatan in Baltimore. I'm like, yeah, my great grandfather was from. Hold on. My great grandfather was from.
I'm gonna let somebody up.
One sec.
My bad. I just want to tell you, I'm gonna drop down. Okay.
What paperwork?
Let somebody up.
Oh, you want to see it?
What paperwork? Nigga, I'm from Richmond. You want all that shit? I know about this. You can't.
You say you know about this shit? Bet.
Yeah. We can meet up. We can meet up. We can meet up and we can see.
Down.
We can see about that.
What are you, Jarrell?
See about what? What you trying to see about?
Let's clarify. Let's make some clarity.
See what I am. I'm African American.
Why y'all do that?
You're
Why y'all do that real quick? I wanted to say something. Why y'all do that real quick? I wanted to say something before
you say
y'all forget. Nah, let me go. I need him to be quiet for a second though, because I'm gonna drop after this, because I just wanted to respond to the girl that was on here saying that our culture is very similar to African culture. I get on the panels and say this all the time. Just because we have anything cultural does not make it African. There's a lot of stuff that is universal. Twerking looks different in America. We call it twerking in here. In Africa, they do something different. In Brazil, they do something different. That's universal. Our hair being wrapped doesn't have to be tied to anything or people in Africa. Hair wrapping is spiritual. It's spirituality. People wrap their crowns.
A big part of
Like
religions were in Africa.
No, spiritual religions is not in Africa. That's all over the world. What are you talking about? That does not make sense. And then you talking about patterns. That does not make us African. That has nothing to do with that. Our culture is not similar to Africa. They do hip movements also. They do hip movements. Let me finish. Let me finish. Do not overtalk me. Do not overtalk me.
Do American Indians have a modern culture?
Do not overtalk me. Let me finish talking so I can land and then I'm gonna drop. What I'm saying is, do not say that we have culture that's similar to Africa just because it's cultural. Like that doesn't make everything African. In India, they do the hip movements and yoga and stuff like that. They're closer to Africa than we are. So why you don't call that African?
Right. Oh, yeah,
that doesn't make, and even in Hawaii, they do hip movements. Listen and stop stop interrupting me. And even in Hawaii, right? Their culture, they have their hip movements. It's a sacred thing. It's sacred. It's to heal. It's a healing thing. It is universal. So when we're doing stuff in America, you do not have to tie it to Africa. If you don't do that to other countries and other people, don't do it to us. That has nothing to do with Africa. I need y'all to stop saying that.
For sure. Yes. Hold on, one second.
No.
Hey, one second.
Where you from?
One second. Oh, one second. What did it say?
Where you from,
right
Reggie?
here? No, we ain't talking about that. I'm talking right now. What did this say? Virginia, right? Virginia, Cumberland, Virginia, Powhatan, Virginia. 1834 in Virginia.
Like can't nobody that can't get past 1840 tell me shit about nothing.
No, we all throughout Virginia, right here, bunch of free people of color, 1752, free person
Which
of
one
color.
of them labeled Indian though? Which one of them labeled Indian?
Wait a second. Just wait a second. Just wait 1 second.
You're not showing them labeled Indian.
Can you relax?
You know what color? You know what color means.
Can you relax, sir? I'm not done.
It mean a person of African descent.
Sir.
It's a big
relax.
negative ghostwriter. Colored is a reclassification of the American Indian.
Relax.
No African been called colored.
Where you was reclassified.
I'll get to that.
Show me the reclassification.
1924. Fool.
Hold on. I'm not done speaking. I'm not done speaking, dude. Can y'all relax? Why do y'all get so relax? Can y'all? Why do you motherfuckers have no decorum, dude? Relax. Y'all so niggas don't want to show you the Indians, right? Right here. Kyle Key Jane Potomac, daughter of Pocahontas. Like this shit ain't nothing. Oh, the Crow. We got the Skiffin families. They married into the Powhatan, right? Oh yeah, these are all in Virginia because the Andersons go
to the Powhatan. Hold on.
No, the fuck.
What you mean they married into the Powhatan?
Man, can you shut up? Can you shut up? Yeah, Anderson.
Why are they married into the Powhatan if they was already
ground zero for all Virginian tribes, fool. So what are you talking about?
We even got Mohawk. What did they say? We got Mohawk right here.
I have 10 years of
This
job requires a college degree.
Ferguson. What else? Yeah, somebody must have. Accomack, Potomac. Like, what are we talking about? Like, how folks say, yeah, we can't prove nothing. We can prove a lot. I can prove a lot. Somebody that can't get past 1840 can't tell me shit. I don't give a fuck where you was from.
And in the comments telling me I'm mixed race. It's like, what do y'all get out of that? I'm completely Negro. I can go far down. I'm not white. I don't have no YT European. Talking about I'm mixed race. How you? That's y'all problem. Y'all get on this internet and think y'all can tell people who they are. Then when we show and prove, y'all always still got to say something extra. Just because I look how I look does not mean I'm mixed. I just look good. I don't know what to tell you. Like what does people that's not mixed race look like? Like that doesn't even make any sense. Stop telling people they mixed.
Y'all don't show. I just showed and fucking proved. What are we talking about? Like y'all be so disingenuous. It's kind of ridiculous.
You know they can't. They ain't got the records.
DNA, bro. I'm not.
They ain't got Darvin. They ain't got no records. The last time they visited a government building was to make a plea of guilty, not guilty, and no contest.
You said I'm not from Virginia. I ain't got to be from Virginia. My folks are still from there, and I go back further than you do.
Why do they act slow? Like that's so slow to me. Like my people are from Louisiana. You saying I can't claim Creole heritage? That doesn't make any sense. But I'm in Texas. Like that doesn't. Oh my god.
And I got some Piscataway too that come through Maryland.
I'm trying to figure out why they think 1840 is like really going far back. That's not going far back at all.
And the crazy thing is, a lot of our ancestry was changed. They changed a lot of us from being what we were to Negro.
Creole is not half breed. I'm sorry. Go ahead. My bad.
Right. No, but they changed a lot of our stuff. And a lot of people don't realize that there was a lot of reclassification, and there are people from Siberia that got different classifications because of what was a treaty and what they knew, and the fact that they were going in and protecting this falsehood. The national currency has always been the nationals that were here, and that is us. There's a reason why they use our DNA to create cures. Why? Because we've been here. Wake up. Thank you.
Well, yeah, like just in general. Also, man, when people talk about reclassification, they always bring up Walter Pluckett out. That's not the first form of reclassification at all. Like reclassification happened all the way back in the early 1800s. Just changing people, just classifying people in general. They either had to classify them as under certain categories, and that was in itself happening in the 1800s. So, like when people bring up this Walter Pluckett, like, oh, Walter Pluckett ain't the only. It's not the first form of misclassification.
Exactly.
I wanted to ask on your tree, was that your
No? I'm sorry about that.
House?
Yeah, what's up? What you say?
I want to ask, was that your mom or your dad's side or both?
Both. They're both sides. Both my sides go back to Virginia and Maryland. Both of them. Like I could show a deeper bag that I've shown before.
Where your folks was at. I don't know if you want to put it on a big screen, David, but I got the map pulled up.
But I got you.
Pinpoint where your peoples was at. The hold on, wait, I think I'm in the right area again. But you said Piscataway, they right here. What was the other ones? Powhatan.
Oh yeah, we got all types of Powhatan. Yeah.
I mean, this is just over here in that little region, but people already know what it is. Like we can show and prove where these people was at these time periods. You dig? It ain't nothing to zoom in. And for the people that want to know this link for this website right here, this is the website y'all could go to look at this map that I'm pulling up.
Yep.
So if you want to go see for yourself, nativelands.ca, native-land.ca, and you can pull up this map here, and you can break it down to categories of the treaties by language, and by territories, language, and treaties. And the treaties is very important because it breaks down all of the areas where our people were at those time periods where the wars and stuff was happening. Like now you see where will be the 13 colonies, it all just disappeared because that part of the country was already established. So when you get to going over, this is like going into the rest of the country over here. So like this little area that used to be Virginia. Like at one time period, depending on when you look at a map, like if y'all go to my page, I had posted how you have the area of Virginia used to be down to was all along here. That's why that area is not shaded in. It's still wars going on over here. So they basically consider this area conquered. All of this shit's conquered. And it's still going down all the rest of the country. Like even up here going down in Canada. Cause like, yeah, you got to look at these treaties because it's very important to what happened to your folks. So like if they was down here in the southeastern region, the Kentucky area, West Virginia area, up in the Illinois, the
So you
Michigan
saying just
area.
because your ancestors live in them areas, that make you in?
Hey, bro, like real shit.
White
If
folks
they was
living in them
living,
areas
hold
too, they
on, hear
Indian
me
too?
out, Jarrell, because
Yo,
I haven't even
relax.
had a chance to even explain this to the people in the room. For the sake of me trying to get this information to everybody, please hear it out. These areas, predominantly of these areas right here was where my family was when a lot of these treaties were seeded. I know a lot of the northeastern family, they folks was up here. You dig? Or they was already amalgamated, absorbed into the 13 colonies. So we got to look at these different time periods according to these maps to see when these different treaties, and all of them by number, to see where your folks were. So that's why you got to look at the counties, the parishes, where your people were prior to just looking at the state, because that might have been what that area was turned into. You got to look at the territories or go to the treaties and the areas of where your people was at to see what happened to them. Because if they didn't stay in these areas and you move further west, as you're seeing in your timeline, you're going back east, then you could like, hold up, something's not right. So that's how you start piecing together which one of these treaties impacted your people. What was written in these treaties that caused them to lose their land? What caused them to be moved? What caused them to be reclassified? What new laws were written to put them in debt? Because all of it was put into the literature, because they had to put blacksmiths in those towns. They put a school that also doubled as the post office, sometimes the church in those communities too. And they utilize all of these different things to indoctrinate, to put people in debt. You know what I'm saying? So we got to look at the proper context of history to really get a good grasp of what was happening. So try to not receive this to be like anybody's trying to just pounce on anything that you're bringing to the table intellectually wise. But if we're going to talk about these records, we got to make sure that we're being historically accurate, because I'm talking about my genealogical records and all my people stayed here. Right there at the mouth of the Mississippi, Louisiana, Mississippi area, we never fucking left. Still to this day, on both sides of the river. But if your people's moved, you need to see which one of these impacted your people all the way up until them coming here, where I'm at right now. But if your peoples didn't move and they still stayed in these areas anywhere on this map, you need to look at that treaty to see what happened to your people. Like really invest into that time to look at the literature that they was writing that was illegal for your people to even have the possession of. For those that may have missed the website, that's it right there. native-lands.ca. It's a free website, so all you got to do is just go to it. It'll just have a little opening disclaimer. You can just hit the X and boom, you're already looking at this map. But the only thing, they'll have you looking at Africa. So you just click the globe, slide it back around to America, and you got your 3 sliders right here: territories, language, and treaties. So if they want to talk about what's your language, well, you can break it down by the areas where the languages was predominantly spoken. So like, boom, let me show y'all. This is the last little insert as far as my submission on here, but like, yeah, this map right here, this gonna plug a lot of our people with the different languages that were spoken predominantly in these areas attached to the tribes where we're finding our families at these time periods. So utilize this information, utilize this information, utilize this information. I land.
Appreciate that, CR.
And to piggyback on what bro was just telling, I can second everything he just talked about. And what it does when you do your genealogy,
Can I ask bro a question?
Okay, go ahead.
Why don't we speak the language? I can speak it.
So what was your point of bringing up the map? Who was you trying to What were you trying to demonstrate?
The point of the map was to illustrate that there were treaties that was written throughout time periods of the history over here on this land since these invaders been coming here and documenting everything they love to do because they love paperwork.
Like we've already, what gives me is they like to support the wickedness and nefariousness of historians and these other agencies that's involved in other things. But these people are still involved in the early stage. The study and the changing of us, that was FBI and CIA operations. Let's talk about it.
Bro, when was the CIA created? When was the FBI created?
Whole operation.
They don't got nothing
Like,
to do
y'all,
with this.
So we know about that. And your genealogy lays out the history for you. See, that's
Well,
what
I don't
I
got
came
no
to realize.
Indian in my
I don't let
I
them
can't show
dictate
no Indian.
history.
You ain't got past 1840.
Because ain't nobody no Indian.
Just about to say
Ain't nobody
that.
no Indian. I don't got no oral history or no Indians. I don't got no DNA or no history.
You might
I don't have no
not,
genealogy.
Hold on, bro.
A lot of y'all.
Let's get one mic.
One mic, y'all. One mic, please.
A lot of y'all don't got it either.
One mic.
I got a question for you. So inside your genealogy, who is the African in your family, and what boat did they come off of?
All of them. We look at the law what Negro means in the United States.
Do it say
means a person of African descent.
Do it say African?
Hold on. If they label Negro, then they are African descent.
No, that's
Jarrell,
not true.
that's not how that works. That's not how that works.
One mic. Come on, y'all. One mic. One mic.
Okay, look at let's pull up what Negro mean in the United States.
There was a lot of people that was labeled Negro in America, and it wasn't just.
I got something better for you.
The Irish was labeled
Come on,
Negroes.
Come on.
The Italians was labeled
Come on,
Negroes when they first
Come
got
on, y'all.
here.
I gotta.
The Arabs was labeled Negroes.
That little trick question
There's a
that ain't
lot
gonna
of
work
people
on
that
me,
was
bro.
labeled
I'm from
Negroes.
Richmond, man.
But my thing is this. There are census records that literally say African and what place they came from. So you only got to 1840. So you ain't even make it to colonial Africans to even know if you even a colonial person. You probably came from Ellis Island or some shit.
So let me ask you a question. Why would you think? So if you go buy a dog, right? Would you care about what tribe this person come from, what their real name is, and all that stuff? They ain't nothing but a number. You put that number in, it don't matter what their name is, where they came from, all that stuff.
There's literally
Why y'all acting like these YT people care about what African people names and tribes and stuff?
No, again, you're not listening. There's literally census records, colonial records that say there's literally census records that say African.
On a certain owners.
No, there's all owners will say African. If they were African slaves, you have to tell it because it's a business, a corporation. So you have to keep. It's a business, it's a corporation. You have to keep track of specific products. So it would say African, it would say Indian, it would say Pacific Islander, it would say Hawaiian.
Learn how to listen.
Those of us,
It's me.
those
I'm
of us
muting
who
your
really,
mic. Let him talk.
those of us who really poured through the census seen all of this. Those of y'all who haven't even broke the
not all
1800s.
owners kept.
Those of y'all who
Yo,
never
stop talking over him, dude. Like, goddamn.
Nobody talking over him, bro. He was talking for like 5.
Bro, you literally talking over me.
Bro, I'm not
He's
talking,
literally
man.
still
All right,
talking.
You literally are talking over me, okay? Because I literally was quiet and I let you have the flow and I'm responding to you. So you only made it to 1840, bro. That ain't shit. That's like 3 grandparents. You know what I'm saying? And you haven't found an African. You don't know where they came from, and there's records of this. Only thing you found is just your ancestors being mislabeled and misnomered. So how you even
hold on. Let me respond to that, bro. Because he said a lot. Let me respond to that. So you saying my ancestors are this, you assuming that my ancestors this and that. I don't got no oral history of nobody being mislabeled, misclassified, nothing.
Haley, you
What you mean, bro? I don't have nothing on my genealogy to suggest anybody was.
He's from
Louisiana, so
y'all gotta let him finish.
Because a lot of people from Louisiana come from Virginia. But anyway, no, I don't got none on my genealogy that suggests I was reclassified or none of that shit y'all talking about.
All right, cool. You brought up Negro, right? You brought up Negro in Virginia. It's funny how Virginia. Have you ever heard of the Thomas St. Jordan Act?
Uh-oh.
Go ahead.
Oh yeah, let's look at Title 43, Section 57. The Virginia Vital Statistics Bureau classified all non-reservation Indians as Negro.
Okay.
So I thought it was only Negro only meant African descent.
The ones in the reservations, most of the time they was full blood.
No,
if you not on reservations are Negro, bro.
Mix with Negro.
No, we not about to know.
If you pull up the Walter Plecker,
no, we not talking.
So
does it say that they were mixed in this law? No, it doesn't.
We can imply that because that's what the law.
No, it doesn't. Right. So we're gonna go exactly about what the law says. Right. We're not inflating shit. We're not conflating shit. Right. Virginia Vital Statistics is
not Virginia. That's not Richmond.
It's Essex County.
It's not Richmond, bro.
Richmond's not a county. It's a city.
I know. So what you bringing up Rappahannock for?
This nigga
Hold on. What else does it say right here? Right. The Virginia Statistics Bureau classified all Northern Reservation Indians as Negro. All as Negro, and it failed to see why an exception should be made for the Rappahannock. That means the Rappahannock were included in that. So what are we talking about?
So if you look, so if you look at a Native American, do he look like a Negro? Would you confuse a Native American for a Negro?
No, because they all live on reservations.
So who's the Negro here?
And also, are you related to the Goins? Are you related to the Sweats? Are you related to the Cornish? Are you related to who else? Who else got the Punch, the Bunches, Jarrell? Since we want to talk about Virginia history.
No.
Oh, no. These are Africans. These are Africans that came to Virginia.
I'm not related to them, no.
Are you related to? Are you related to the Driggers? Huh?
No.
They're Africans that came to Virginia. You're not related to any of the You're not related to any of the Africans that came to Virginia. So what? What you mean? So what? You're saying that all your ancestors
surnames of Africans, bro.
You got the Tuckers. You got a whole bunch of people.
Those are the surnames of the Africans that got sent here. You said you got no relation to them.
No, I don't. Why would I need to have the same? Why would I have the same?
That makes you the African. That don't even make sense, bro. That's the bloodline.
Okay, let's look up how many Africans were sent to Virginia.
We don't have American pedigree.
Let's look.
Jarrell, I have a question.
Let's look how many Africans were sent to Virginia.
Okay, I have a question.
Let's look at the numbers. Real quick. Let's look at the numbers.
Okay, I have a question while you do that. So, were you told that you were African?
Yep.
By your parents?
Grandma, great uncle. Got oral history.
Your grandmother.
Oral history.
Huh? So what? Okay, so where is your oral story then?
What you mean?
And other than it being you came off the boat, because your grandmother, that's I'm pretty sure what in the 1940s, 1930s. That's what kind of oral history?
What you mean oral history? They told us we came from Africa.
What part?
Okay, so what African?
Did they preserve any type of language? Did they preserve one word in African?
No. They
so
was
do
enslaved.
You not think?
No.
Your grandma wasn't enslaved?
No, not my grandma. No. Hell no.
What plantation were they on in Virginia?
It's a couple plantations in Louisiana. I'm not exactly sure. I gotta go down there and look at the record.
Were they on plantation? Oh, so
but that's
my
the
grandma,
thing,
I just
Jarrell.
told
Like you don't
bro, I
have
just
enough
told you oral
information.
history. I don't have the records. I just told you.
So
Y'all keep asking me the same
one
question.
second. You're in Richmond. The Library of Virginia is there. You're literally in Richmond. That's the capital. They have the records there.
This man.
I'm gonna go check them out.
That's what I asked him. What his family's name was.
It sounds like you never did your genealogy.
This man ancestor.
That's what I asked him. That's what I asked him.
I just told you I went to the 1840s.
Genealogy. This man ain't did no genealogy.
I just told you I went to the 1840s. What the fuck are you talking
I was
about?
still trying to ask him some questions.
Okay, hold on, Jarrell. Please stop talking. Hello, please stop talking over people. You're making the panel get out of control. Hush and wait your turn, and then you can speak afterwards. It should not be that hard. You're a grown man, right? Let's act like it. Go ahead, continue.
All right. Now you said 18.
I thought it was
Oh, I'm sorry.
Wait, hold on.
And then HTTP.
One more question. Yeah, you can go right after me. I just wanted to say that what is so bad about being American Indian? So let's say your grandmother did tell you, you're African and, your people were from Africa. You could be mixed. You haven't even done your genealogy.
Mixed.
You don't know anything.
I don't have no
Mixed
indigenous DNA. I don't have no
Listen.
No oral history.
Did I just tell you? Did I just not just tell you to be a big boy and wait your turn? Did I not just tell you to be a big boy and wait your turn? Stop acting like a child. Stop acting like a child.
I'm not done. Then
you ask me a question. You gonna ask me a loaded question?
She wasn't
No,
finished.
I'm not even done talking. That's not nothing loaded. If that's too loaded for you, then okay. I was just saying that you could be mixed. If you are African, then you may be nobody. Listen, nobody. See, that's what I'm saying. You already. I'm not. You don't.
Yeah, Haley, it doesn't matter. He don't want to be mixed. He needs to go back to Africa. Okay, there we go.
Go back to Africa.
Yeah. You need to go to your homelands. Get off our land. Get off our land. Get off our land.
No, they didn't. You are African. Remember, you're African.
My mic, bro. She disrespecting me. You
need to be deported.
The fuck. I don't gotta be deported nowhere, nigga. We put in work here, nigga.
That's all he's admitting to right now.
Nobody can. If a nigga want to move me, come try.
You're from Africa. You're not from Richmond.
My ancestors from Africa, nigga.
Now, can I speak?
What's funny
to me? If one of y'all niggas want to try to move
what's funny?
It was HTP's turn next.
And he traced his family all the way to 1840? And you ain't got no documentation.
Black Americans, we put in work here. Can't nobody tell us to go nowhere.
I'm interrupted now. You hear us talking? Go ahead.
He said he traced his family's history back to 1840, and they ain't got no documentation on the.
Boy, y'all ass got all this documentation. You can't speak one indigenous language. Speak one word, nigga.
I'm speaking it.
You ain't never
say when you say yo. When you say yo.
You speak English, boy.
Yeah, dummy. When you say yo, what are you saying? That's OCU. That's an Indian language, bitch.
No, it ain't.
Yo, OCO. That means hello, you dumbass.
Stop lying on here.
English don't come from England. They speak Welsh, you dumb fuck.
You can't say nigga. That word's not for you. That word's not for Africans.
It's in English.
Out of here.
Ancient literature.
Stop saying the N word. That's not a word for Africans.
English.
Stop cosplaying.
Don't
that word's not for Africans. Stop
yeah.
Ancient
that's a degenerate for. That's a degeneration for American Indians. Don't say stay
African. Ancient literature.
Kunta, what the hell you talking about?
You only get mad if you're not connected. See, that's what this exposed. This all exposes is Jarrell's lack of, you know what I'm saying, being tied in by blood. Like, there's no that if you got any kind of ties to this land, there's no reason for you to be in contradiction to what we're offering. This should be a collective effort, and we all basically, like I've been thinking, we all got the exact same story. It's just up to us to put the pieces together, and you know what I'm saying, like Martin said on that little clip, you know what I'm saying, that's what it is. And it's a treasure hunt, literally, because in the documents they have latitude and longitude, X and Y before it was GPS. So like I said, we tied to the land in holy matrimony.
That pan-African.
Hold on, y'all. Hold on.
In perpetuity.
Hold on. So my grandparents, they were born in Texas, but they migrated to California in 1840. As you can see, this says in 1854, the California State Supreme Court sought to bear all non-Caucasians from equal citizenship and civil rights. The court stated that the word black may include all Negroes, but the term Negro does not include all black persons. Per in the Constitution must be taken in their generic sense, that the words black person in the 14th section must be taken as distinguishing them from whitey and necessarily includes all races other than the Caucasian. So you wanted the definition of NEGRO right here. Here's the California government saying that Negro does not equal African. And this is in 1854. That's 10 years after my grandparents migrated to California from Texas. Thank you.
She just cooked.
Damn. Hold on, can we just have a moment of silence, because that was a fatality. That was an exorcism right there that we just witnessed, folks.
Man, these goddamn man, that damn dude, that Dean got let me back on the panel. You probably got kicked for a reason.
That was crazy. This man said he changes his stuff back up to 1840, and he has no names of the plantations his family was on.
That's why our cousin had
Hey,
to
can I ask you a question?
That's why she had to gather his ass like back taxes.
Can I ask y'all a question? Now, when you think about Negro land,
Where that dude Joe at? You still there?
I think it's a designation that's used from certain folks to kind of admit certain information about if you know the history. Because, like I said, when you do your genealogy, stuff didn't mean the same thing back in, the days that we were researching about now. Like the states was.
He's just a result from what Obama just did in 2008 when he removed Negro and Oriental from the federal code. He's a victim.
Hey, I just want to give y'all a gem.
But he also
Negro and black didn't have capital letters until W.E.B. Du Bois said 8 million Americans deserve a capital letter. That means they was not nouns until 1890.
So, check.
8th great grandfather on one line that got, the
hold on, I want to elaborate on what. Okay, go ahead.
Like timeline, what they don't understand either is we can put, as we talk about what happened in our history, what they don't understand, what we understand, and I know is that nigga, the people that you find out about, that's you putting yourself back in time. Like, I mean, they don't understand that I've kind of like figured that, or applied that concept, because that's exactly what the fuck it is. So all these people that we find out to be our direct descendants, when we talk about the said things and laws that apply to what was going on at the time, yes, we actually can put ourselves, our genetic self, back in that time. You know what I'm saying? With all.
Jen, can you repeat what you had said? I'm sorry, I had came back to the phone.
I said the words Negro or black did not have a capital letter, meaning they was not nouns until 1890. W.E.B. Du Bois said 8 million Americans deserve a capital letter.
Yep. I don't think people understand what you just said. That's crazy.
So anybody, that means it wasn't a noun. It wasn't applied to people. Like they were just calling you a color.
That part. Folks don't got that. They don't have that simple, understanding of language. And
that means
adjectives.
That means the creation of the African descent attached to these terms was around 1890.
Yes,
that was actually a year before the what they call it, the Trans-Siberian or the Siberian slave trade.
And see what I recognize.
Go ahead.
I'm sorry, but what I recognize is when you start overlapping the time periods that certain stuff was going down in that 1880 to 1910, 20 area, that's when, not only was they renaming you and taking you, for a spot of superiority to, designation that gives them the said authority to, make moves on, that's what I've, so that's what I've put together You see what I'm saying? They was getting you out of your real designation to put you in jurisdiction of one of their classifications. And you know what I'm saying, by proxy, like they like to say, you know what I'm saying, their other little shit that they was making up with passing.
One more thing before I go, y'all. Negro land
necessary.
Negro land didn't exist till Margaret Jefferson wrote her book.
Yep. And that was in 1787 or something like that, wasn't it?
I can't remember the year, but that's when all that came out. There was no such thing as that until she wrote the book about it.
Mm-hmm.
Then a map popped out about it.
Yeah, that was a fiction book. I think I have some receipts on that. But what I wanted to say is this. Yeah, a fiction book. Yeah. Okay, so I think what's so important is that when people speak about history, these are people, especially the ones who get it incorrect, not saying nothing, get on nobody, but a lot of people don't understand the actual language to words. When I say language to words, that means a lot of people don't know what verbs, nouns, pronouns, people don't understand compound words and what that mean at that time. Like, people are using modern day terms for ancient times. It's crazy. Because like, if you're going to talk about the transatlantic slave trade, I keep telling people, you have to remember transatlantic wasn't even a phrase or a word until 1779, right? And then the first transatlantic slave trade story wasn't published until 1997. Y'all don't see nothing wrong with that? And
Y'all,
then the
let me look at it. 1990. Let me get out of here. My fault, Goddess, for stepping on your toe. I got to get out of here. I just want to say this.
Go ahead.
More Africans came here from the year 1990 to the year 2000 than they say came here. I'm talking about the 388,000. Then they say came to the United States during the whole transatlantic slave trade in 10 years, 1990 to 2000. Google it. I'm out of here.
So the Atlantic slave trade story wasn't published until 1999. I keep telling people, when I was in school, I never heard of no transatlantic slave trade. Never. The 1492 Columbian Exchange, I keep saying that. Like, I understand people were born a little bit after that, but like, man, you got to dig in deep. The way how they taught you how to study in school was to teach you their narrative, to really want you to understand their perspective of lying. If I keep telling the child from a womb, right? Well, kindergarten. You're teaching kindergartners that Christopher Columbus discovered America. Now, what does that do for a child at that age? Eventually, they're going to think discovered mean invented or created. When you discover something, it was already there. So people on this app I've been arguing with, we've been arguing over founded and discovered. None of it has an origin. It's ridiculous. So I think people need to get back to studying words and what they mean.
Our grandparents were the experiment for that brainwashing. They couldn't teach the elders any of that because the elders were teaching the kids that they were here already. But then when they required our grandparents to, our great grandparents, that our grandparents had to attend public school, that's when the brain 2 cents.
I also feel like this may be like another topic, but you know how like people always, I was thinking earlier, like, and this, somebody in the comments was kind of saying like, what's wrong with being from Africa? It's nothing wrong with people claiming their roots or reclaiming their roots if they really know they're from Africa. Our issue is you come on the panel, say we not indigenous, and you say you not, and you from somewhere down south, but you don't know any of your genealogy. That's where the issue lies, right? And I was kind of thinking earlier, like, even growing up, like, I've never seen my mom have any African friends. I've never honestly had nothing wrong with it, but I've never had any African friends. Neither has my dad, my grandmother, even in spaces that I was in, like when I was in you know, Jack and Jill of America. Like when I did sports, like if anything, they were probably like from Central America, but I didn't, that's a spiritual thing. You would naturally navigate toward those people, right?
And it was so crazy is I could count on one hand how many Africans I actually went to school with. That's from grammar school to high school. I mean, my cousin never even saw a Somalian until, what was that, I graduated already. Yeah, 1999. And she was so scared because of her response to the lady, let me be quiet.
Yeah, I just think it's like one of those things that's common sense to me or to a lot of us. It's common sense. And even with my grandmother, like she's still here and I ask her stuff, you know, I kind of just asked her, you know, was she taught slavery and things? And she look at me like I'm crazy. You know, like, so not saying that, you know, trauma can make stuff like that happen. Because when you tell somebody that, they'll start saying, well, they couldn't speak about that stuff. They didn't want to speak about it. No, I don't know. My family's very blunt and honest. So I'm not speaking for everybody, but personally within my family, like, we never talked about that. Like my parents never called us African. I had different cultures, you know, growing up, as far as like a lot of Louisiana culture and a lot of like very down south in Texas culture. So I don't know. It's a spiritual thing and you would know if you know.
Like, you want me to believe my family lied and you telling me the truth. Like, you want me, just like, I mean, I'm actually kind of upset that I missed Dean up here because I was ready to chew him up because I got him on TikTok talking about how he got trade agreements with these natives. But I'll get back to that.
I know he do. He was arguing with me months ago on an African panel. Was like, you're not this, you're not that. You don't have a card. You don't have this. The Takapas are extinct. Baby, I'm here. We are not. Well, y'all were eating people. Y'all, oh, I don't know if I can say that. Send fruits in the chat. I'm not sure. But yeah, like he be arguing with people. He's so annoying. He overtalks people. And I actually believe he's African.
Mm-hmm. And I wanted to say, like, so with our historic, you know, I'm just putting out gems on the live. And he said, come on up. I said, bro, I'm not gonna come up there because you ain't gonna do nothing but mute me and drop me. I said, y'all, if I come up there, can y'all make sure he goes through his dialogue, and what he's doing is he's prepping the audience on so many lies about myself. You know what I'm saying? She's gonna talk, she's never gonna bring up any receipts. She's not really a receipt, you know how he do. So he said, I want you to show me specifically how you traced your people, how you found Black people in America before 1492. So the document I was going to pull up was one of my land patents, and I was going to show him my great, oh shit, she's a lot of greats, but she was born in 1372. When I was about to pull that up, he turned my camera off and said, and muted me and said, I don't want to hear nothing about your grandma. I don't want to hear nothing about your grandma. First of all, how the fuck am I supposed to prove to you that my people been here without my grandma? Like, these people, bro, is not that intelligent what they do. He is a master illusionist. These people have studied the mind and they love to use hand gestures, just like Dr. Umar. What did he say? Send the 20 G's and I'll debate Dane Calloway. Send the 20 G's. Send the 20 G's.
Dane Calloway.
Like,
send
bro.
$20,000. Now debate Dane Calloway.
I was about to say, send me them school receipts and maybe we'll sponsor your ass. These people love to repeat. They love to use hand gestures and they love to make their own articles. Then when they pull up a resource, what is the website of that? You mean to tell me that's bro, when I found out that these Pan-Africans have so many companies on this soil, one of them is the Dangote company. That's the richest black man, which is a Nigerian, in the world. But his company is sucking the oil out of America. Do y'all hear how? Let me mute up before I crash out.
Nah, because I'm finna say, who is that again?
Asinine, is that the word you was looking for, Queen? Asinine, cousin.
Hey, bro, like these Pan Africans know, like, I see Port City. Oh, yeah, this is the real Egypt. Nigga, you in Arizona. Stop playing. That's
This is an American word. I don't know.
man.
Yeah.
He got a Jay Leno chin.
That's why 10 states.
American word. I don't know. They keep stealing our words and putting it over here.
It's 10 states. Like, gather this. It's 10 states that have a Memphis.
I was just gonna say that I'm telling you, he's hiding. I'm sorry. I'm mute up. He's hiding elongated jaw underneath his beard. That's all I wanted to say. He's hiding elongated chin under that beard. He got a what you call her, Natalie Nunn, Jay Leno.
Oh, that's fun. He's still in here. Is John Rouse is still in here? But go ahead.
Yes, he was finished talking before he caused chaos, but somebody ended up coming up too as well.
All right, for sure. I was about to say you've been in here. I've been begging for like 15 minutes because I know I've been gone for like 10.
Yeah, who's the new person who came up?
I'm Flex.
Flex got Flex. Yeah.
But yeah, I support what y'all talking about. I mean, I'm in Texas, so I was listening earlier when he was kind of whoever that was trying to argue him down like people didn't move. So, but yeah, but I'm Cherokees and a bunch of other tribes, like 7, 8 different tribes. I got some stuff in Mexico. Got some shit all over. But I'm just I knew my history, family history, but just seeing y'all just motivated me to put in the groundwork and just really do the research.
Hey.
I just think at this point, Pan Africans don't need to teach in America. I'm gonna say that again, like Dr. Umar. Pan Africans do not need to teach in America. Go over in Africa.
Cultural food.
What's that?
I'm not sure. I got it. Some Igbos and Hassas were on Twitter arguing. I took this out of their argument, out of their Twitter thread. So I didn't get this from no white team man. This was a Twitter war between the Igbos and Hassas. So.
Oh, DYT.
This is Jarrell's culture right here.
No way.
Wait. What? Well, hold on. What is it?
It's called a bacha.
But is that an animal at the? What is that?
Hey, chill out.
Huh?
Hey, look,
no. For real, y'all. Oh my god. Oh shit.
What is that?
Venus. Come on now.
Roast. That's
You scaring me.
roast.
Wait, y'all, that look like a rhino. No, for real. I ain't trying to. I want to mute up, but like, what is it?
Yeah, I think this is their okra soup.
Fuck no.
Where's the okra?
I guess they mashed it.
Soup. Allegedly.
Oh, I didn't know Agusi was.
They stirring it with a broom.
I think
Let
so.
me shut up.
I'd rather eat fried bread. I'm sorry.
Hey, Darvid.
Then
After she show that, can I just show my
What
family?
the-
And then I'm
What
gonna
in the?
let somebody else come on.
I think they put the slime on top of the dookie or whatever that is, and then I don't know what that is. But.
Y'all,
Let me back on the
Let me
panel.
tell you,
Let me back on the panel. Like that nigga still. Let me back on the panel, man.
Right, yeah, that's all right.
Been down there
I just
begging for
wanna
like
show my
40
stuff and
minutes.
then, yeah, they can do what they gotta
Trying to yell, just to yell at us for the whole time. Like, really? You back in to yell at us? Hello?
These are also Jarrell's people celebrating Jesus.
Oh my god!
Ain't the largest Jesus statues in somewhere. It's in Nigeria. It's somewhere in West Africa.
Jarrell want to get back up. I'm gonna drop. Y'all want him back up here or no?
Oh hell. You know what, y'all? Yeah, the guy's gonna.
Yeah,
hold
I
it.
just said I was gonna show my family. I was gonna drop it.
Yeah, no, don't let him up until after, because he be
Well, maybe
chaotic.
he can explain that screenshot I put up earlier.
Wait, keep that back. Can you go back?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah,
I
Flex
want him
wanted to show something real
explain
quick.
how Jesus said, my bad.
Flex said he wanted to show his people, y'all.
Yeah,
I'm gonna
Flex,
show my
yeah.
people just
Follow me. I know the
I'm
way.
gonna drop down.
I know D-Way. Oh my God, I know D-Way.
Video of a Nigerian pastor cussing someone out, for saying that Jesus is black. So Nigerians were cussing him out for saying Jesus is black. So
Being cowboys, so I'm done.
don't play with their white tea Jesus.
I'm telling you, the family, y'all have to look up on YouTube about how the Hebrew Israelites
like the
here. The little Hebrew Israelites went over to Kenya or Ghana or one of them places, went over there trying to tell them suckers over there about how Jesus was black and all this. They stoned them. They stoned them fools in the ancient times, like literally. Like to the point they were shooting off the little police had a little tear gas, but yeah, it was basically like the thrill is gone, like they're long gone. But I mean, we have no.
Okay.
Yeah, these my folks. Like I said, we Cherokees, so I just want to say, don't let these people like OH and all these other pan goofies try to dissuade you from who you know you are and who your family told you are. All the other stuff you found too. That's all I want to say.
Appreciate it.
Then you people who say you're African descent, I don't know why y'all be talking about Mexicans. Y'all be saying Mexicans are proud to be Mexican, but they be flying their Mexican flag over here in the USA and talking about their roots in Mexico. Go back over there.
Right, like how do you really gonna be flossing the flag that you fled, a place that you fled from on our soil? That don't make no sense, bro.
It's an immigrant group who does that. Than the Mexicans that come over here and fly that Mexican flag. Y'all is no different. Go back to Africa.
The fact that they say the term Mexico, man, you as old as 1820. Stop playing with us.
Those were built. No, your ancestors didn't build anything. They was in chains.
Okay, we got Joel back up here.
This is what y'all do all day, man. This is what y'all hope to accomplish.
Yeah, we teach.
Don't say
all y'all do is post pictures.
Don't say y'all.
And names.
Okay, look. We're gonna have a dialogue.
Hold on real quick.
Hold on, let me say this.
Let me say something.
Hold on, I just want to say this first. Can you do no name calling and like drop some receipts?
Yeah, drop some. Yeah, you show us something.
You want to see?
Show us something. Show us your family.
Oh, let me ask y'all some questions.
Put them on the main screen.
Wait. You said
what pretending revolutionary y'all?
Okay.
What y'all talking?
Hold on, brother. Please stop.
Y'all talk about Pan African.
Listen, you came up here talking about some pretending. We already know once we look up on the web that's not gonna be us, right? So let me ask you a question, please. Hold on. Can you show me?
Bro, y'all let me on here. Y'all keep using
you don't hear me talking. See, this is why we had you in the comments waiting. Can I finish asking you my question, right?
Bro, I'm not
gonna. No.
You
She's gonna finish speaking. You're gonna be back in the audience waiting. And, hold on, you're gonna be back in the audience begging again. Like, relax.
He in Indian business anyway, so he gonna have to wait.
Indians.
All right.
Okay, so
the point.
Hold on, y'all.
You can't like. Oh yeah, okay. I'm gonna say something after.
Okay. You want to say something now, or I just want to see?
I find it quite ridiculous that you're stuck in 1840 and you live in Virginia. Virginia is one of the easiest states to do genealogy in, and you're in the fucking capital of Virginia. Like, what are we talking about? Well, you'll never see Goddess.
That's even more embarrassing because I mean, if you're in Virginia, you can go to the actual archives in person. So that's 10 times more embarrassing. What? Those of us who have Virginia ancestry, we don't live there, so we can't go to the archives in person. You have that opportunity, and you still stuck. Like, what is going on here?
Okay,
so you know the dynamics of my family.
Yeah, if you say it's something,
all right, let's get to something real though. Somebody answer my question. What revolution?
Receipt Goddess is gonna land. No. Receipt Goddess is gonna land. Go ahead.
Okay, I just wanted to ask him if he could show me. Wait, first I want to say this. Oh my God. Okay, so you stuck in 1840, but you trying to tell people where they come from. I don't think that's cool, right? But hold on. Can you show me a ship today, right? That's gonna bring anybody from America to Africa or
Why
from
would they take
Africa
a
to
ship if
here?
they
I
can take
said,
a
can you
plane?
let me finish?
Why would
Huh?
they take a ship? That's a stupid ass question.
Okay, so if that's a stupid ass question, how the fuck we come from Africa in 1492?
Did they
Dummy.
have planes? Did
They
they have
can't. Now
planes in
that's
the
why your stupid
1600s?
ass
Goof
getting
ass
dropped.
broad.
You
Did
dumb
they
as
have
fuck.
planes?
Dummy.
You got
He
that. It's
answered,
like,
no, hold up. Let me let that sting for a minute. He said, what? They didn't
what's up,
get here
Austin?
on no boat, dummy, right? They got here on a plane. Exactly. So how the fuck we get here from Africa in 1492 on a wooden boat, relying on the wind, going 6 miles per hour, dumbass?
But yeah, that shit, like, that's ridiculous. Like, he gonna be back in the comments begging. Hope he left, honestly. But yeah, he's in the Richmond is the capital of Virginia. The Virginia State Library archives are literally in Richmond. If if your folks stayed in Richmond for real, like it ain't no excuses, dude. Like your folks was in Richmond, a port city, yes, but Richmond is well documented. I've been in Richmond a few times, plenty of times, bro. Like it's crazy. It's way too easy, bro. Virginia is like one of the easiest places to trace your genealogy.
And then at the beginning, he said he didn't have no oral stories, but then said, "Oh, I do have oral stories that I'm African from my grandma and uncle." That's so random. So why your mom wasn't telling you that, or your dad, your grandma and your uncle was saying it? I don't know.
Man, these people, I'll tell you what these people are doing. These people is watching Roots and putting their grandmama faces on the characters and coming to the panels and reading.
Yep.
About that, I've witnessed these people literally disrespect their parents. So they will do anything. The fact that what's so sad about all of this, y'all, is Pan-Africans, right? Pan-Africanists and the Pan-Africanism. First of all of it was started by nobody from Africa. Secondly, why is Pan-African literally an import dynasty? Why are these mines and these companies, Pan-African companies, that import everything from us? Oh, where the fuck we at? They know that these places also are named after African countries, so they know who the fuck we is. They know they not even in Africa. Don't none of them ever go to Africa. Like hands and feet. I just want to land my plane by saying hands and feet. I got so much smoke for them. How is it if I look up what country have the most Nigerians in the world, right? What country? Why does it say the US? So you mean to tell me it's more Nigerians over here than in Africa?
To add on to your point, I would say the green card visa status. See, I figured out what could be the ultimate goal of just clinging on to the lives of this country. Besides ability and status to be over here and indulge in what, is what? That's the only thing that I see, that all the Mexicans, all of the ones of foreign descent have the same thing in common. So they be out here, I don't know, getting points or credits toward that, because all of it's up, for renegotiation and, right now. But that's the only energy that I can see that all these people have the same enthusiasm about.
So think about this. How are they digging up gold, diamonds, coltan, and all of that on this soil and then making us pay for it?
I know how it was illegal for Europeans to mix with Africans, but somehow most Black Americans have European DNA. But it was encouraged to mix with Indians. It was encouraged for Europeans to mix with
I don't know. My brain just went like triple twisted.
That part. And Africans wasn't able to purchase land, but most of our families got land patents.
I don't know no American that got orange feet at the bottom. That's all I want to say.
It was illegal to mix with Africans, and being a mixed race African was worse than being an NEGRO. That's what it said. And it said it was encouraged to mix with Indians. So how are y'all all mixed with European if it was illegal to mix with African? And don't say they hid it, because you can clearly tell in your face what a biracial looks like. So don't say they hid it.
I'm gonna drop down and let Halo up.
And a lot of people didn't even like mixing with other American tribes. So what makes you think they gonna mix with Africans? I don't, especially if you're from Louisiana, you know what I'm talking about. So I know.
So mixing with, yeah, I agree. And there was benefits to mixing with Europeans. What benefit was there for them to mix?
European in my family is dark skinned, the Black Irish, so I ain't even got no white folks. They just dark Europeans and Indians.
We're still considered foreigners to Indian people, but there was benefits in marrying them. What benefits would there have been to marry an African? Nothing. Anybody's mixing with no Africans.
And on top of that, they be y'all mix because somebody had a white Frenchman from 1860, one person, and the rest, you know, American Negroes. Like, so you want us to claim that? I ain't gonna lie. Once you 3-4 generation Negro, you a Negro. We have dominant genetics. It's no way.
And majority of those instances came in on the male paternal side, and they don't even pass down a lot of genetic code scientifically and biologically anyway. The woman passed down like 60 plus 65% of the genetic code. So even if a male infiltrator tried to come in and get some of that good, you know, it's just that little passed downage of it all genetically is, you know what I'm saying, already taken over once it's at least, like I said, like she said, 4 generations, because I found that 4 generations back on one side.
Yeah, I would just say something real quick before Jennifer. Who was up here? Was it Jennifer first, or was it who was up here first?
I think he was. Yeah.
Okay, he can go, and then Jennifer. I just want to say real quick, why would Indians continue mixing with Africans if they were being unalive for having because people were assuming they had African DNA? Does that make sense to you? If their lands were being stripped of them and they were being marked down as African, why would they then continue to mix with Africans? Does that make sense to y'all?
It don't make sense to me.
The next person can go.
Next person.
Yeah.
So that's why I'm like, I ain't ashamed of it. I've actually
hold on.
Hold on. I think he who informed himself, and then Jennifer after.
Hey, what's going on, y'all? Y'all good?
Yeah, you got it.
All right, man. I'm just listening, man. I agree. I got a lot of other ways you can tell who we are, based off other than the mainstream stuff. So, I just been listening. Hey, dude, Jarrell was funny, bro. Folks had the Wakanda pose. But if you pay attention, man, there's
check this out. When they do that Wakanda pose, according to Google and AI, Wakanda is actually ancient site over here in America. Wakanda is actually ancient Washita language, translating to the Great Spirit.
Hold on, he who informed himself supposed to finish, and then Jennifer is supposed to go.
Yeah.
But I'm saying this.
Go ahead.
It's a lot. It's a lot of ways that where we're from. We're from the whole United States, but there was a concentration in like the eastern portion of the United States. You get what I'm saying? None of the white people came and built anything. They just destroyed the cities and then rebuilt portions of the city. So in all your cities you have the old world buildings and stuff. So you can look this up. You can look up the World's Fairs in every major city, and you will see that in the 1800s that it was a major fire in every major city. Like if you want to see all the spots that we inhabited, because because things were you know, more advanced than what they say. So if you want to see all the spots where we inhabited, then look up the like a picture of the United States at nighttime. All the places where you see lights is everywhere where there was a city. You get what I'm saying? They didn't build anything. So look up the World's Fairs, look up the great fires, and stuff like that. Like Memphis actually had pyramids.
Check
You
what
said
you
what?
just said, bro. You said great fires, bro. Just check the language because that says something else. When was fires? Now that we're dealing with those kind of, you know what I'm saying, experiences now, when was a fire great? Or what's great about a fire unless you are on the side of, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying.
You see how we can put that together, right? Yeah.
But it was more than just fires. Like they were literally bombing. They was literally bombing shit, bro. Like literally, like y'all know the old style buildings, like the court buildings in the areas you live in and stuff like that. Like I'm from Chicago. It's a few spots, you get what I'm saying, that are still the old style buildings. None of them are capable of their architecture. You get what I'm saying? None of them are capable of that architecture. So they but I do know who is capable of that architecture. The people who built the White House, and we know who they are. But I mean, it go a lot deeper than that though. But I'm just, you know, throwing that one out there.
Oh, facts.
Yeah.
Like somebody somebody in the comments confirmed what I said about the Wakanda. So I've seen the spell of how Hollywood will throw some truth out there, but throw the psyop in there, or, you know what I'm saying, giving the credit for the technology to somewhere else. You see what I'm saying? But you spend all your dollars to go just look at it and be bewildered, not knowing that that's actually something that can be attributed and you can take power. So that Wakanda forever, Great Spirit forever. You see what I'm saying? Because that's actually down in the Lake of the Ozarks region, low key. And so then it just takes you to how was the Lake of the Ozarks designated? Because that's how they was able to do all their military actions, right? Because it was the Department of War before it was the Department of Interior and all that. They kind of figured out, you know what I'm saying, to make the same wicked, nefarious moves under the auspice of a baggage of the Department of War.
Yeah, it's
and,
supposed to be Jennifer.
Yep. Oh, my bad.
But I can land there. I can land there.
Go ahead, Jennifer.
Say, I didn't understand your question at first, but okay, let me explain something.
The background?
No, somebody had asked me a question and was saying about Native Americans and I guess Black people mixing together. Did somebody ask me that?
No.
Somebody mentioned like mixing with Africa.
I don't know, man.
They might be gone.
Oh, it was
I didn't say nothing about Native Americans. I said American Indians would never have been mixing with Africans. Their land was being stolen and they were being labeled Africans. So why would they then continue to mix with Africans if that's the reason their land is being stolen? That makes no sense.
Oh, okay. Because that's what I was wondering. I didn't quite understand it, but because my mother, let me see how I can explain this. My grandmother on my mom's side, she was African American, but my grandfather was Hollywood Saponi in Hollister, North Carolina. And then my dad's side is Catawba in South Carolina. And one was in North Carolina. I don't want children by Africans. I don't, because they're very controlling, you know. Yeah, but I do identify as African American, even though I'm registered. I do identify as Black, you know, but I do follow my father's heritage, you know, his side, but I identify as Black. So I didn't know they were mixing with the Africans. I didn't even know that till you just said it. I didn't understand.
We didn't either.
We wasn't
on plantations, but the Africans on plantations and the Indians on plantations, they spoke different languages. So do you tell they was hunching on each other and they didn't understand how each other spoke? Really? Nobody believes y'all in the comments, please.
Most of the Africans marry Europeans when they go over here. Like if
Steve,
they,
the class they received the. I'm sorry, Derek. You do your thing, bro. My bad.
I was about to say like I've seen that most Africans marry Europeans when they got here, or the Goans. You know, some of them did, but in the bunches, like, but that's not it.
They choose the Jesus type.
I had a quick.
Just to chime in on what Darvid said, when they get here and they receive their passports in their legal status, all of them say YT. They don't say African. They
And
don't say
then
That's
black.
what I feel about that green card visa status. Because that's always up in the air in the back of their mind subconscious, whether they admit it or not. So their whole thing while they're over here is to play that biggest, you know what I'm saying, blackface dancing, you know what I'm saying, for these ones. But see, that's the whole thing too. Because that's why the United States government entity imports foreigners so that they can compete with us economically. That's another Cold War setup that I, you know what I'm saying, did some research and found out about. That's why the invitation to all foreigners open, you know what I'm saying, the gates is open because they know that they will directly affect and be competition with us economically. And so that's why the money is spent that should be going to us is filtered and laundered out in these various, you know what I'm saying, acts and go to different little groups that end up funding, you know what I'm saying, and supporting nefariousness, bro. Like the gig is up. Like Cardi B. Like I'm just saying, but this is what's going on in order to, you know what I'm saying, have the plausible deniability of not having no money. No, you're just misappropriating, you know what I'm saying, and being bad stewards, low key. You know what I'm saying? But it's because we are not moving in our correct status, knowing who we are and not believing, aka persuading.
Yeah, you went pretty far,
So the motherfucker get up here talking about, excuse me, talking about they believe this, right? That's just a mass persuasion.
Yeah, I wasn't
You know what I'm saying? That's
hold
not
on.
based on.
We getting off topic because I was talking about back then. I wasn't talking about what Africans are doing today. I was talking about how Indians were mixing with Africans back then on plantations. I don't know how we got to, but yeah, if y'all find an African in y'all tree, you finna be like 1/14th African. There was not enough Africans here. There was not enough Africans here for y'all to have a pure African bloodline.
92K.
That's just not possible.
Only 92K.
Four generations.
Henry Gates already told. And then Henry Gates already told the truth when he said it was only 92,000 that took that trip. Do a statistic count on that. I'm sorry.
4% of those 92,000 only came to the USA. So I'm sorry, there wasn't enough Africans in this country for y'all to be y'all be like 5% African. Like, please.
That's why I always say that the real
man.
And they always go ahead. My bad. Go ahead, boss.
My bad. I'm about to say, that's all I said. The real African descendants. The real African is the Mexicans and Latinos. And the crazy thing is they tell you when they be like me no black, me moreno, me morisco, they damn near telling you that they African. Because morisco is Moors. Moors is from Africa. So I mean shit.
Well, Morenos at that time, Morocco was considered part of Asia, not Africa. Morocco was literally a few minutes from Spain. So I don't even consider that African either.
But it is, so that's kind of like saying Egypt ain't Africa, but it is because Mauritania
It's not. Morocco's like 30 minutes from Spain.
Real Moors are from Mauritania, not just Morocco. Moors is from all over. They're tribal.
At that time, meant from Morocco.
No, it did not. No, it's not. How you gonna tell me I literally have a Moorish ancestry?
I have Spain on my tree, and so does my boyfriend, and we can see it with our own eyes.
And I have more inside my ancestry too. Moors wasn't just in Morocco; they was in Mauritania. They was in Morocco.
About the word you spoke on the word Moreno. You spoke on the word the
Iberia Peninsula.
Hold on, you spoke on the word Moreno. You did not speak on the word Moor. You said Moreno. I know what the word Moreno means.
What? Oh. Well.
I mean, you gonna.
Oh, well, Mark just removed
they
each
just
other.
got removed.
They removed each other. How hilarious.
That's crazy. But to chime in what Indians, I can't read your full name. What Indians said, they said they do the mind games all the time. Indian style, yeah. They do the mind games all the time, especially with Beavis and Butthead episode in '97. They told us who we were on that episode.
Yeah.
If y'all looked at Google that episode of African Americans being Indians.
Jarrell still in the comments. For him, he don't even know his lineage. That don't like. What is there to debate? You need to go do your tree first.
Can the Mars not be petty tonight, like, bro?
Yeah, I don't
know. Can the Mars not be petty tonight, please? Like, I get it. Y'all dropped each other. Y'all dropped each other. Like, come on, let's not act childish on my live
Somebody
show.
new on the panel. I don't know what. I didn't know they dropped each other.
Mid-sentence. So how am I wrong? Like, I literally was talking and you the main person telling people not to cut people off, but you mute me in mid-sentence while I'm explaining my lineage and my heritage and the history. That is rude, man. I was literally getting somewhere with it, right? I literally have a Moor ancestor. My grandfather is a Moor. He's still alive. So there's a lot of history about it, not just Morocco. You have Berbers, Tuaregs, Zadnagas. You have Sephardic Jews. You have Iberians. You have all these different type of tribes of Moors. Morisco is a Moor that has been converted to Christianity or Catholicism, but they still a Moor. A Mordano is a Moor that been converted to Muslim. This is why definitions and histories is very important, especially when you talk about dynasty. Most of the people who be talking about they got Moors in their family tree, they don't even know their dynasty or the sultan that they come from. So I'm willing to challenge you on your Morocco ancestry because I highly doubt that. Because when y'all talk about the 92,000 Africans that came here, those was Moors because they was being exiled from Spain. So that means not that many Moors came here. So you having a Moor in your family tree is highly unlikely when y'all talk about these Africans, right? So this is why I said most of them went to Mexico, which is your conquistadors and them and your Arabs, and they went to the West Indies and created these modern communities, right? A lot of them didn't come to Virginia and Florida and all of that and mix with us because we whooped their ass and sent them out west. Like, come on, man. I know my history of my people. You should have listened and maybe you would have learned something because I wasn't disagreeing with you with the Morocco shit. I was just telling you that Moors was in all different places and we in different tribes with different languages and cultures. That's all I was saying. All right. So you should practice what you preach since you're talking about don't interrupt people, let people talk. You shouldn't have not muted me and let me talk because maybe you would have learned something, shawty. That's the whole reason why you follow my page in the first place. Now you can unfollow me. I don't give a fuck. I'm sorry, Darby. I hate that hypocrite shit.
Boston.
How everybody doing? No, I just wanted to what Science was talking about. I just wanted to piggyback.
You must have got a phone call or something.
Oh, my bad.
Go ahead. What's up?
Yeah, there's a newspaper article that's actually posted by a Philadelphia newspaper back like the early 1800s. It actually talked about how they said the finest families in South Carolina are of Moroccan descent. It's like Moroccan, Indian, and African descent. And it said after so many generations, the African lineage was washed out, but you could still see the Indian and Moroccan and like their dark hair and dark complexion and stuff like that. So I'm just confirming what Science said. Yeah, you do got a point that they travel and they've been here, and then I could send it, and then you actually search it up. It'll show you the exact newspapers, post like 1830s or something. But South Carolina, what he's saying is right. They've been here for a while too, and they mixed. They came from Grenada and stuff like that. So I'm just co-signing.
Yeah, that's how you got your South Carolina flag in the first place because of those families came here, right? The Ben Ali family and all of those Turks and Arabs and North Africans that came and settled in Sumter, South Carolina, and their family descendants is still there today. So that's facts. That's definitely.
They somewhat say that the story of George Washington chopping down the cherry trees actually is symbolic for them cutting down the Moroccan Empire on the coast, something like that. It's actually like symbolic or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so it's real deep. So that's really most of the Moorish people that came. Those that went to South Carolina. Everybody else went to Latin America and shit. So unless your people really come from South Carolina, you more likely don't have a Moor in your family tree for real.
Right. My friend's from North Carolina, so I just stumbled across it trying to find the history of the Carolinas. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Yup. Geechee, yup.
Look up what territory it was called at the time. That'll give you some more, you know what I'm saying, insight just based on the territory, because the territory applied to everybody that was living there at that particular, you know what I'm saying, time before this shit got redrawn and renamed and shit like that. So
Come on, what's his name? Jarrell.
Yeah, because somebody going, oh, all right, cool.
our background, that's my grandmother's on my daddy's side, my daddy's mother's uncle. So right there, he's still alive today. See, I know about his mother and father in that lineage back to the daggone Revolutionary War. Like, you know what I'm saying? Indians was the only ones fighting in wars. Home of the brave, land of the free, home of the brave. Only one type that fit that description.
Who gave Jarrell four coins?
You want to debate?
All that crazy shit he been talking. Who gave him 4 coins?
He trying to debate, and he asking me to pick a topic. The topic is on the panel. So what can you debate about that?
I can drop down
Y'all
and let
ain't
him
even
go
been
up.
showing
Oh,
nothing.
he
Y'all been
already
on
up
some
there.
more shit talking.
I'm not
I showed you
talking
something
about
earlier. I showed you something
What
earlier.
you show, bro? You ain't show shit. You just showed
I
some
showed my
niggas
family.
that married into
You
the
haven't
politics.
showed nothing. This is our panel. This is Darvis panel. This is
All right, let's go on the neutral
American
panel. Y'all
Indian
just
panel.
y'all
So
want to mute people and shit. Let's go on the neutral panel.
Man, so y'all can be biased. Who's neutral on here?
Ain't nobody biased, bro. Information is information.
You disrespectful.
Ain't nobody how am I disrespectful?
Your
Bro, y'all
ignorance.
showing African food talking about look like shit, but I'm
African
disrespectful.
food.
Come
I
on,
mean,
man.
it really did. That
Come
was
on,
not
man.
advertising at all.
You ain't got
Y'all bogus as hell, man.
You've been cutting people. That's not respectful. You're supposed to be from the supposed South.
Yeah, I'm from the South.
So that's not why I let you back up. That's not why I let him back up, y'all. Come on.
No, you don't. You haven't showed that.
I got decorum. Y'all on here showing Africans food, talking about it look like shit and all that.
What are we supposed to be debating about? What are we supposed?
You called us pretendians. That's disrespectful.
You
How
are
about that?
pretending.
Prove it.
Cause you disrespected me.
Pretending to be Indian.
Prove it.
I come to Baltimore and prove.
When? My dojo. Yeah.
I pull up dojo. Man,
Yeah.
Box of bullets, boy. Ain't nobody dojo and shit.
Yeah.
Anyway,
you're a coward.
Let's get to it. Let's get to it, Rich.
Let's
get to it.
Okay. The topic is on the panel. What do you mean? That's what we were discussing. So
no, the topic isn't true.
What you want to?
Hold on, Afro. We got
y'all
you.
Ain't proving it. I mean,
what do you mean? You know we have these panels like every day throughout the whole day. There's several.
Just talking.
Yeah, no, we not. We're teaching.
Let's pick a
you
topic.
Think it's just talking because you don't know
too
your
broad.
lineage. You think it's just talking because you don't know your lineage.
Man, y'all
you
get
claim
beat up.
You
man,
didn't
y'all
have
get
oral
beat up every
stories.
time y'all on the panel. If you ain't on the pretending panel, y'all get beat up.
You already talking.
Y'all get beat up every time.
Finish.
So what's the date? Prove that. Okay, so you bring your documents proving that we're not indigenous. Because I can debunk you with common sense. I don't have to pull up documents. I'm on the spiritual level. So
Where's family from?
You want to start? I don't know what's funny. Go ahead.
Shawty,
You're laughing. You were supposed to come up here to debate me. Spiritual,
Shawty.
literally, because everything is spiritual.
Where you from? Where you from?
It don't matter where I'm from. You
Where you
came on
from?
here to debate,
Where you
not
from,
question
Shawty?
me.
Where you from?
I'm from Texas. Now, what's next?
Texas.
Come on.
Texas ain't even become.
I'm
So
from. I never said my parents were from Texas.
How long your family been in Texas?
My people all of my people are from down south on maternal and paternal
How long your family
side.
been in Texas, though?
It don't matter.
How
I'm
far
telling
your
you,
records
all
go
of my
back to Texas?
people are from down south. They are from Virginia, Mississippi, Alabama, Georgia, and Louisiana.
If your family come from Virginia, you definitely got African descent. That ain't even no question.
Virginia
But that's
enslaved the most
that
native.
is a question though. Why are
That
you
ain't
trying
even
to
no
tell
question.
me? hold on, Austin. Why are you trying to tell me my lineage? If I wouldn't have an issue saying I'm African, I'm
y'all
not gonna
family
lie.
migrated to other. Hold on, y'all family
You don't know
migrated to other
nothing
places.
about my family. That doesn't.
She
You
know,
can't.
she know, yeah, she know who
Oh
she
my
Y'all be
is.
from y'all be
She
from
know who she is.
Chicago
You
and
trying to
shit.
tell somebody who they're not.
Can y'all
She
show
know
me
who
a
she
person in
is.
Texas in 1600, 15?
You don't have no debate.
If you say your family always been here, you should have records in Texas that go all
I
the way
do,
back.
but I don't have to prove shit to you. I'm trying to figure out what you're trying to debate.
The way I can prove
I
that.
just told you what I'm trying to debate.
I
But
didn't
you
ask
can't
you.
tell her who
I'm talking
she
to
is
Fred.
though.
Yes, I can.
How?
But she's
She know who
speaking
she
African
is.
American vernacular
She know,
English.
why can't
Yeah,
Indy. Come
I'm
on,
not.
man.
I speak a lot of my indigenous language. Just because I'm not on TikTok
What
speaking it, you don't
indigenous
know shit
language you
about me.
speak?
You don't know
Ebonics.
shit about me, and I don't know who you think you are for me to prove shit to you. I'm not one of them. So my thing is, what are you trying to debate instead of trying to tell me who I am? What are you trying to debate? Where are your documents? Where are you proving who I am? Show something, because you just on here talking. There's no debate happening right now.
We can. This topic too broad. What y'all? I mean, what you want me to show? Tell me what you want me to show. I can pull it up on my. I got a laptop.
Hold on. Speaking
Speak
African
African.
language.
Nigga, you dumb as
Yeah,
hell. What
speaking
is speaking African?
I said speaking African language.
Africa don't have a modern language.
Can you are speaking African language? Speak Yoruba.
Speak Yoruba.
How
I'm
we
not
be
Yoruba.
able to speak an African
Yoruba.
language if the
I'm not
Europeans
from
colonize
Yoruba
you?
land.
What African tribe? What African
I'm not
tribe
from
do you
Yoruba
speak?
land.
What African tribe are you from?
My people didn't get colonized. I don't know what the hell you talking about.
I got DNA from Nigeria. I got DNA from
Genealogy from.
Me.
I
Y'all
got
Mr.
DNA.
23 and me.
Hold on. What's
Talking about DNA, that don't mean shit. We're
DNA
talking
is your
about
biological
genealogy.
makeup. Paperwork is not your biological makeup.
It's your
Yes, it
biological makeup.
is.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. Hold on. Hold on. Yes,
I
it
can
does. It is
adopt
your
a kid
biological.
right now. She don't have to be my biological kid. I could sign a kid birth certificate and she'll be considered my kid by the government.
That's
So you don't have to
African
be
hustle. That's
you
African
don't have to
hustle
be
talk.
biological related to
That's
somebody.
African immigrant hustle scam talk.
Yeah,
Man, ain't no damn. What do you mean? It's paperwork.
How many cousins you match with in Africa? Hold on. How many cousins you match with in Africa?
Did I match with an African?
Yeah. How many Africans have you matched with in Africa?
None. I ain't matched with no Africans yet. I don't got no relatives.
You
I
ain't
don't
got no
I
relatives
don't
in
have no
Africa.
relatives that took the test. That's all that means.
No, it don't. No, it
Yes,
don't.
it do. Yes, it do. If your relatives ain't take the test, then
No one you connected to took a test. Period.
The genetic markers. It
So
tests your genetic markers.
that means good and well. Like that's the thing. If you
Your
ain't found
genetic
no
markers have
relatives
to
in
hit a certain
Africa,
point
then how
for them
can
to
you say
be
you
considered
African?
a relative.
How can you say you African and you ain't got no relatives in Africa?
Because they ain't take the test. You don't understand how the test works.
Why not?
No,
They
you
telling
don't
you what.
understand.
How do you think
My
they?
sister.
Wait, hold up.
On.
No,
My
stop
sister
it.
took the
How
test.
do you think they set up a sample?
My sister took the
No, wait,
ancestry test.
no question. Yeah,
And
that's fine.
her
Your
markers
sister took an
connected with
ancestry
mine. 25. We matched.
That makes sense.
25.
I hear you. I believe you. But this is what I'm questioning. If you don't have no relatives in Africa, right?
I just
and
told
you took it, right?
I just told
then how
you.
did they set up a sample region with an African DNA sample region that you are matched to if you don't have
your
any
genetic markers
relatives
match
in
the
Africa
population in those areas?
Explain.
Because your genetic markers match the population in them areas.
Okay, so if your genetic markers match the populations in that area, that means that those people had to been tested, right?
Yeah,
okay, so if they've been tested,
but none of
why
them
the hell
are my
you don't have no
relatives.
relatives? I'm saying y'all don't make no sense.
They're not directly related
How
to
do
me.
you think DNA connects dots, bro? How do you like if you was to use just dots
Look,
and
we
lines?
don't gotta
How
argue.
do
we
you
can
think
look. We can
DNA
pull up the
connects
white
dots?
paper so you can read
debating.
and show you how, and it can tell you how it works. I don't gotta
Nobody's arguing.
tongue wrestle with niggas. I'm not
But
doing
it's
that.
somebody else Hold on. Is somebody
Hey,
else on the
Darvin
panel?
Osiris.
This is simple
pull up
math.
the white papers on 23andMe and answer.
Okay.
Hold on, y'all. It's somebody else on the panel. The Afro. I know he was trying to debunk that we're indigenous here, right? Is that correct?
And he followed me like a loser.
Yeah.
Man,
I don't know. Are you a
he
loser? No, but I'm saying, were you trying to debunk that, or were you agreeing? I don't remember what you were trying to say.
No, I'm not agreeing.
Then why you follow me?
Okay.
Like, I feel like when I leave the live, I can come back.
So if you leave a lot, you
Okay,
can
I'll
come
be
back.
doing that sometimes.
Okay, bet. I'm gonna help you out real quick. I'm gonna help you out. So you can come back to the live, bet. Now you won't be able to. Loser.
Work. That's called work right there.
Yes, but yeah. So how do you think DNA connects the dots?
I'm gonna pull up the white papers, man.
Ooh,
and let us know how far the DNA tests go back in the white papers.
Autosome. Well, 23andMe, they do your haplogroup.
At 23,
Ancestry you only do autosomal DNA.
23andMe just went bankrupt. You believe 23andMe?
Which white paper y'all want to see?
All right,
Which white paper
show the ancestry one, the autosomal. Yeah, because and 23andMe doesn't have North American samples.
Yes, they do.
No, they don't. They tell
If
you they don't.
if Black Americans are taking the test, they do have North American samples.
No indigenous American samples from the North America.
Because we not indigenous. But they do have it. They do have it.
So what?
No, they don't. Not in
DNA.
North America. They don't.
I just seen the shorty with indigenous DNA.
Speak from your foreign self. You
not from
my homie Chickahominy. He got
the
about
United
15,
States territory
he got
begins.
about 15 to 20% indigenous DNA.
They don't.
That's a lot.
That doesn't.
Wow.
They might have indigenous DNA, but it's not from this region whatsoever. It's from
What you mean it's not from the
Yucatan
region? It says
Peninsula,
American
or
Indian.
it's from
What y'all
Canada
talking about, bro?
or Mexico. That is it.
Mexico.
So they got some Mexican.
He Chickahominy. Do you understand what I just said? He Chickahominy.
How do you know information about so many people but yourself? I'm really trying to wrap that around my
crazy.
head.
What you mean, bro? He told me we both took the DNA test at the same time.
Can I ask him a question real quick?
Crazy. They don't know nothing about themselves. But you know all of this.
Hey, Jarrell,
That's a good one, girl.
Let me ask you a question. Okay, so like if I'm right, the reason that a lot of people can't trace their African ancestors back to Africa is because paperwork was lost and shit, right? And they didn't keep track of the people.
That's not always true.
Okay. Oh, wait, look, hold on, Austin. I got you. One sec. Okay, so my whole thing is, if that's the case, right? How do we know that these enslaved people was American Indians or African if they didn't keep track of the paperwork? Because over 2.5, how do you know if they was an African or an American Indian slave? Like, what do you use to distinct? Where do these people come from?
Who got crickets outside?
I mean, I'm just asking because if they
I
didn't
don't
keep
think he got
paperwork,
it. I don't think he understood.
yeah, no, he got it. Trust, he got it. He's intelligent. Like he be talking.
Is he?
Yeah. Well, okay. Look, he be talking about all this shit on his page, so he get exactly what I'm saying. Because my whole thing is, if they didn't know who the Africans was, they didn't keep track. How do you know if it was American Indians or Africans that was enslaved?
He was getting his papers right.
Oh,
He
there you
don't
go.
even know where
He
the
got a bit.
African in his bloodline come from, man. He just
He might really be African. The way he
It tells me where it comes from.
Oh, Jay, what tribe?
I read this.
Now you read it to us.
I ain't reading shit.
Read this.
Read it, bro. Y'all saying they can't tell you this and that. Read what the shit say.
Nah, I think
What
you
is
should
it
read.
saying? Where do you want us to read? Like, are we doing popcorn? Like,
I mean, we can start from the beginning.
who is we? You. This is your source. You read it.
No, I don't feel like reading.
That's crazy. I'm about to drop you.
out here.
Wait, is this ancestry DNA?
Reporting ancestry. Oh, go ahead.
This ancestry, like
what? Yeah, this ancestry DNA. Reporting ancestral regions is one of the several tools that Ancestry DNA offers customers on their journey to discover their heritage, ancestors, and family history. Ancestral regions is a feature that connects users directly to the populations from which their ancestors likely came. This information can be used in conjunction with ancestral journeys discovered through genetic communities and with relationships discovered through DNA matching to better understand one more recent and distant past. So what it's telling you is it matches you up with a population based on your genetics. The genetic population that it matches you up to has similar genetic patterns to yours.
Okay,
so what y'all saying don't match up with the people saying on the site, the people that actually created the site.
And this is from 2004. Where's a most recent? Because
that's not 2020. That's 2024.
24.
Yeah.
That's not really saying.
They be updating that almost every few months. So I'm asking, is this the most recent one?
Have them read a disclaimer.
As far as I see.
And then what's the title?
Yeah, it doesn't say that on the white
reading
paper.
all of it.
Y'all made that up. It don't say.
Well, let me read something real quick. This is goddamn. This is the terms and conditions. Hold on. This is what it say on the website. It say unexpected results. When using our services, you may discover unexpected facts about yourself or your family. You may also come across content you find offensive, inaccurate, or otherwise objectionable. While you may have a strong emotional reaction, as may others with whom you share these discoveries, you expressly agree to assume all risks associated with your use of the services and not to hold Ancestry liable for any social, emotional, or legal consequences of such discoveries or encounters. That's on the website too. So
they telling you they're not responsible for any legal stuff.
They're not responsible if they give you exactly.
No, we're not saying that. It's responsible for any legal stuff that you made. It's a home test. It's not. Hold on. It's not.
I just want to ask you a real question.
It's not monitored. It's not a monitored test.
Can DNA tell you who your ancestors were or who you are related to without paperwork?
Yeah, I just told you my sister took the test and we matched up on it.
That's not what he asked.
So what y'all?
That is what he asked. He asked me if
hold on. Let me
have paperwork.
What was y'all percentages exactly the same, or did y'all have different percentages?
Well, she's my sister on my mother's side, so she's my half sister.
Different daddies.
Yeah, we got different fathers.
Oh, that's all right. That's common.
So hold on,
what I just said.
I ain't gonna show her a name, but I can show you
if those have existed. You can't just take a spit kit and it connects to a random person without the actual paperwork the genealogical paperwork that connects the two.
We don't have our genealogy.
That's why follow me. That's why DNA is a secondary tool in genealogy because it can't work without it. DNA can't work without the genealogical
they
aspect
work
of
together.
it. Period. No. Understand what I'm saying? It's a secondary tool, which means
they work together.
genealogy.
A genealogist will tell you use DNA and genealogy together.
How many generations?
Have paperwork. You had to have paperwork.
They're the primary.
Some people with paperwork wasn't necessarily handled the right way.
Do you understand that?
Well, then it don't count.
It's
Then
the primary tool.
It do count.
The primary
no,
tool.
it don't
count. It's a part of genealogy. Ancestry DNA.
Okay,
is a
you
part
can
of
say who
genealogy.
you are, but if you don't have paperwork to prove who you are, your ancestry, then what is the purpose?
Paperwork? Like people
No
wasn't
name.
using paperwork.
You ain't got no
Like,
name.
ancient people wasn't using paperwork and genealogy.
You do have to have paperwork.
Who made
What do
the
you
paperwork?
think genealogy is
Who made
composed of?
genealogy?
Like,
How do you think ancestry works? How do you think the algorithm works? You have to have paperwork that connects these people. So
when you talking census, when you talking
follow me. If you did not exist without paperwork, ancestry would not have anything to connect you to. Point blank.
It's people that's orphans.
That's
that
how you find out who. Do you think that they had the DNA of your third great grandfather? You and your sister took a DNA test, right? And it came out y'all have the third, fourth, or your cousin take a DNA test. Y'all have the same third, fourth great grandfather. Do you think your fourth great grandfather?
Do they have ancestry from my grandfather?
Do you think they have the DNA? Follow me.
I carry
Somebody said
his
y'all
DNA.
talking to John Doe.
We carry his DNA, so yeah, they have his DNA.
Okay, so who do you
your
think
DNA is passed through your descendants?
Okay, where do you think
you
they
have
get
a
the source
hold
of
on,
this
hold
reading?
on, bro, hold on. If you have a daughter and she have kids, and they kids they gonna have your DNA.
What's up, Kappa?
You're missing my point.
That's not what he's saying. He's saying the people that take your DNA, do they have his DNA, not your grandchildren, whatever example you was trying to make? Of course they're gonna have his blood, but they're saying, do you think that they, like, you know what I'm saying?
If I take a DNA test and I have my grandfather's DNA, then yes, they will have his DNA. They might not have the full amount of his DNA because I only inherit a
You
certain
don't get
amount.
it, right? So follow me, right? You and your cousin, they have the extraction of you and your cousin's DNA. Because you or your cousin have built a pedigree chart, they was able to say this person is most likely to carry the DNA that you and your cousin share. They don't have that person's DNA. Do you understand what I'm saying? It's all based off of math. It's not, and that math can be incorrect.
No, he does not
Especially when you're
understand.
talking about going 3-4 generations up, because what DNA don't tell you is how many times your pedigree chart collapses on itself. Google it. So you don't understand how DNA actually works, and when you're forming your hypothesis, it's really coming off incorrect.
Bro, we can pull up an actual geneticist, and he would tell you how. I mean, I mean, you can say what you want to, but you don't have the credentials.
Do you have the credentials?
No, that's why I said we can pull up a geneticist. I mean, you know what I mean? A person that do.
I got a geneticist too. We got videos
Jarrell,
of geneticists saying
who is your geneticist?
different shit.
Who is your geneticist?
Dr. Fatu. She's half American, half African.
So
she's
Jarrell,
half
are
American, half African.
Yeah, she's half from America. One half's from America, and another half's from Africa. So with that being said, she doesn't have
that's a real African American.
Rick Kittle's the same person that said they making shit up.
That said they only test. He didn't say that.
Hold on, the same person that said they only test like 0.1%.
When did Rick Kittle say he was making it up? When did Rick Hill say that?
Henry Louis Gates.
Henry
And they
Louis
also,
Gates didn't even say that. If you watch the whole video, he DNA works.
and guess what? Guess what Henry Louis Gates
Surprised
also
you
said.
You didn't watch the full video.
That's
I
why
watched the
I'm
full
really
thing. I
surprised you
posted
don't
the full
understand how it
fucking
works.
video.
No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
If you watch the full video, you wouldn't be saying.
We just making it up anyway.
And Terrell, are you
I mean, I
saying
can
that
show the
your
full
family?
video. Let's watch the full video.
How many
I got time.
before we get to that, right? Well, how many Africans did Henry Louis Gates say came over here?
How many Africans did Henry Louis Gates say came over here?
Yeah.
Why he repeated?
About 300 something thousand, bro.
No, he said 93,000. This was back in 2023.
He said what?
93,000.
Man, he didn't say that.
That's the fuck. Oh, I can show you better than I can tell you.
So what you talking about? You talking about on the slave voyages?
Yes.
They got different parts of the slave voyages. It's not all the same. They're not all talking about the same. They got different categories. So you got the transatlantic. You got the intercontinental slave trade.
All right, let's pull up slave voyages right now.
You got different joints.
Yeah, let's pull up slave voyages right now. Yeah, database estimates. Let's go to estimates, right? Now, you see, right? This is from 1501 to 1866. I'm about to update the table, right? Reset all, view all, timelines. Hold on, let me get apply, right? We can look at the people that were imported.
Hold on, see, you got the transatlantic.
Yeah, we're looking at the transit. We looking at the total. I got it.
Intra-American.
I got it. Yeah, all right, cool. Hold on 1 second. I got it. 1 second. I got this. I forgot how to configure it a little bit, but I got it. African origins. Yeah, this is the African origins voyage, right? People of the transatlantic slave trade. Now, tables. We looking at tables right here, maps.
What you want?
Slave voyages, African origins.
No, I'm saying what part do you want?
The African origins part. People of the Atlantic slave trade, right? Now, people of African origins is 90,000.
Nah, hold on. Let me go right here. I think you on the wrong shit.
No, I'm not.
On my joint, on this page, it said about 12 million.
That's for all of the Americas.
Yeah, all of the Americas.
Now we're looking at African.
USA,
right?
hold on. I got it on USA too. USA, it says right here, it said 305,000, 326,000.
This is the African origins database.
I'm on the transatlantic slave trade estimates.
Darvin, he thinks slave only means black people. So he don't understand.
Bro, what are you? Hold on, man.
He don't understand that.
We talking about sources, man. I don't know what you on some preacher stuff. We looking at the sources right here.
So when you're saying African origins and you being specific, and then break it down to 90,000. So that's where the confusion coming in there.
Yeah, exactly. It says African or like
origin. Henry Louis Gates, when he said 90,000, he's not talking about the entire amount. It's a specific
in the United
category
States
he's talking about.
90,000. Yeah, people of African origins that came to the United States. It's 90,000.
No, that's not the category he was talking about. I know what you're talking about.
Yes,
that's not
it
the
is.
Category he was talking
about. Dude, I'm literally on it right now.
I'm on it too, bro. You looking at the wrong stuff.
I'm not.
The USA joint right here said 305,000, 326.
That, bro. That's just
what you mean. What I believe in. You told me to pull this up.
People,
can you put them on the big screen?
How you go? Come on, bro. He told me to pull this up.
What he's pulling up.
This is the same site.
Just means persuaded.
But you're pulling up.
Believe just means persuaded.
You're not pulling up just Africans. Do you get that?
No, this is not. Hold on.
I know.
This is Africans.
And one on the Ocean of Kinfolks, that's like we got Ocean of Kinfolks right here, right? And then we have African origins on the column above that. And also, we're looking at the port that has all different types of ports. Now, if you look at the table, it's only 93,000 African origins documented. Now, if we go to the transatlantic slave trade, we're going to estimates, right? Now, if we go and change the flags, let me move over. We're going to change like column by flag. They say U.S. totals are what, 315 in total, or three something? Yeah, USA in totals are 305,000, right? Now,
Yeah,
if we
bro.
look at the specific ports, right? Let me find it real quick. I'm going to go to the specific ports. There's a way you could tweak this to show who got imported on which ports. Now, with that being said, I'm gonna go find that.
Got a quick question, real quick.
Embarkments and disembarkments. That's how they
Yeah,
recorded
exactly.
the travel.
Yeah,
Hey, I got a quick question, real quick. I think he went on what's called. Hey, Gerald, has any of your family or yourself taken the 23andMe test?
No, I ain't taking the 23. I took the ancestry. I'm trying to take the 23 next though, so I can find the haplogroup.
Does any in your family take the 23andMe?
No, my sister took the ancestry.
We already went through this with him.
Yeah, it's fine, it's fine. So whenever you take the 23andMe test, whenever you do get your haplogroup and all that jazz, whenever you go to the ancestry composition, there's a tab, or I think you have to go a different way if you're going on the like on the app or something. Go to your scientific details and look at exactly which tribes come up as the
big screen.
I got you. Oh, go ahead, Law. You can finish.
Yeah. So yeah, just go to the scientific details and see exactly which tribes or which were actually detected in your DNA. I don't think Ancestry does it, but I know for sure 23andMe does it. I'm asking specifically for my reasoning is because on my brother's side, whenever he took the actual test, none of the African tribes come up, but he's supposedly 80% or 86% African, which he has like one of the higher percentages of African DNA, but none of the tribes come up in his DNA. And I thought that was very odd. So I'm asking people for that information to see if they got the same thing, basically.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can't really speak on that because I don't know. I ain't seen it, but I've seen people who have how they think come up and they have Igbo and different stuff on there. So
yeah. All right, I'm gonna pop out now.
Different stuff, but no names to none of these people. That's what's crazy. If
that's not the point. That's not the point of it, bro. I mean,
it is the point. It's the point of the delusionment.
If one of your family members take the test,
you emotionally get attached to some information that you can't suffice.
What are you talking about, bro?
Yeah, proving it in the court of law, proving it on the record, and somebody actually having to bow down to the information. But you don't deal with that because that's not your lineage.
I mean, you could use it in court if it's monitored. The home test not monitored, so you can't use it in court.
That like you say, is for entertainment purposes only. They're gonna laugh at you and treat you like Judge Judy.
No, they wouldn't, bro, because they actually use ancestry DNA in law. They just found the Golden State Killer.
No, they don't. No, they don't.
Yes, they do.
No,
they found the Golden State
don't.
Killer using ancestry DNA.
No,
What are you talking about?
No, they don't.
All right, but hold on. I'm not going to tongue wrestle. Let's pull it up.
All right, yo, see, are you there? You see it?
Let me jump in real quick, bro.
Yeah,
Cool out, bro. Yeah, because I know I might have been flaming me up in the comments, but I'm actually posting something that's from a real book. I'm gonna tag the name of the book in the comments, but I had showed it on my laptop in my live yesterday. But this here is the total number of African people of African ethnicities that were brought into Louisiana from 1718 or 1716 up to 1806. So when you look at these numbers here, and then at the end of Emancipation Proclamation, it was a little over 700,000 people that was enslaved in the state of in the territory of Louisiana. So we're not talking about just the state, we're talking about the territory. So
Yeah,
when we
Africa.
get to
I mean,
looking at the numbers of
Louisiana.
people, but this receipt right here is also on my page. I know it's kind of cut off right now, so you can't really see the total numbers, but it wasn't even 6,000 Africans of all of these different and different locations that you can see to the left in the tribes that you see the Bride of Benin, the Bride of Barif, and the Bride of Senegambian. You can see all of, and the Greater Senegambia. You can see all of these different people that hailed from these different African nations that was brought in to the territory of Louisiana. When they came into what we know as Louisiana today, that was just the entry port. This is where they was documented. So they was shipped out further. They went all through the Mississippi, along where that territory
Louisiana was a
was.
port,
So
but it
hold
wasn't
on, let
major.
me land, brother. Let me land, because I popped up for a specific reason. You wanted to see some receipts. We're presenting that, and me being somebody from Louisiana and reading the treaties and having a total number that was confirmed in those treaties, as well as this documentation that I'm presenting to y'all right now. This number is nowhere in comparison. Now you see it's not even 6,000 of these people, because it was like 27,000 and 17,000 as far as the, and then like another 800 down there from all three different groups of these people that hail from these different African nations. So it's not even 6,000 people. And at the end of Emancipation Proclamation, it said it was 706,000 and something of a number of total people that was emancipated at that time period. So that extra 6 on the back end of that 700,000 is these people you're looking at right here. So when we get to talking about who amalgamated with who, you can see whose numbers is greater than that was already here compared to those that was brought in. You heard me? So this is the understanding we need to have. It was still more of us, even in the South or in the territory of Louisiana, when the in 1865, than these people that they want us to say that we are. You feel me? I'm just trying to put this shit in the same perspective so we can kind of slow the conversation down to make sure that you really receiving this information by me presenting people that was here. But like I said, it was over 700,000. You're looking at 6,000 of them right here. This is the back end of all of our people.
So let
that
me
want
ask you
to
a
say
question, bro.
that we come from. Then who the fuck was the other 700,000?
So what date is this?
This here, it's kind of cut off, but it's in the early 1700s to up into the 1806 when the Louisiana
Where is
Purchase
source
Act.
from?
This is out of a book dealing with where this came from. If you give me a second, I can pull up the actual source. But it's a PDF on this as well. But
So
this is
that's showing you people. That's showing you numbers from people directly from Africa.
Total number of how many people that was brought in between a time period, not just 1 year. This is over a time lapse of total people that you see. You did. So it's not just 1 year, this how many came, and then the next year, that's how many. No, this is the total number of almost a century time period of how many people came into the territory of Louisiana during enslavement. You see that 1716 right there.
Because I know you
It's
brought up
1806, but it
emancipation.
cut
That
off.
was in the 1800s, so that could have been
I'm
natural
trying to
population
65,
growth.
which is
Bro,
after the fact when slavery already ended, and then it officially ended with them freeing everybody, meaning they wasn't taken in anymore. That been stopped.
Yeah, they
But
stopped
this is just the
importation
total
in
number
1808.
of how many Africans that they love to say that we come from. You heard me? Because that's the narrative they're
What's
trying
up,
to
Iron?
paint. If that's the case, because this is the motherfuckers they brought in, and that's at that time period. You did, because they brought them in phases. So if this is the time period before we was free, these will be the people that they're trying to say we come from. So when we looking at history, we got to make sure we crunching numbers. We blowing dust off of books. You heard me? We looking at research that hasn't been dove into by our people in these time periods. So we're tying up loose ends.
Okay, I'm gonna address that, but let me address what dude said about I'm gonna address that after. I'm gonna address what dude said about ancestry DNA not being able to be used in law. So let me get
Entertainment purposes
let me get
only.
the big screen. Let me get the big screen. Golden State Killer. He was apprehended in
Unalive, you can't say killer.
2018.
You can't say killer. Drop proofs in the chat.
Oh, my bad. Golden State, he got apprehended in 2018 through the use of genetic technology linked to ancestry DNA. Investigators utilized publicly available DNA information uploaded to open source genealogy websites to match a distant relative D'Angelo to crime scene DNA. So yeah, they use ancestry DNA to apprehend this man.
Yeah, it's like a fingerprint.
But
That's about it.
recent. That anybody can do that. We get that part. That's not what we're talking about.
No,
We're talking about
he said you can't use it in law. So I just showed you that it can be used in law. That's the whole purpose of that was. Me showing that it can be used in law.
Pedigree. You can't go claim some land with that shit based on who your people was. You're gonna come up with this 2024 shit. We talking about 16, 1700.
I mean, you can.
No, if you reaching, yeah, if you got Stretch Armstrong arms,
If you monitor, if the test is monitored and you take a test,
it's like
you
paternity.
can prove that you related to people. Yeah, you can get land if you related to a certain person.
But my thing is, Jarrell, like what? I don't know. I just really don't get it because you've been on here for like a few hours. Like, what do you get out of this? Because you don't know, your genealogy. You said your people don't have documents.
When did I say I didn't know my genealogy?
Oh my God. You've been saying that this whole time.
So I didn't say I didn't know my genealogy. What are you talking about?
Information that's
I said I got to the 1840s. I don't mean I don't know my genealogy. A lot of people don't even know that.
When you know your
Contrary
genealogy,
to the rest of the information being presented to you that precedes the time periods where you're finding your family and you're disbelieving everybody else that's sharing from their genealogical perspective.
Y'all ain't showing no
where they found their folks just because you kind of ran into we piecing this together. So nobody trying to jump on you. We just trying to let you know
definitely had his,
you can be helped to get back further.
I'll show that shit again.
Darvid has his tree up here
Like,
already.
I got records. My folks, free people of color, Maryland and Virginia.
But no, I'm really just trying. Like, I'm really curious as to like, what are you getting out of this? Like, are you saying that we're all descendants of Africans? Like, I can't remember. Like, where do you stand with that? Or are you just putting to your lineage?
Hold on. You asked me a question. All Black Americans have ancestry in West and Central Africa. Nobody's saying that. Nobody's saying that you don't have indigenous DNA. Nobody's saying that you don't have European or whatever you want to claim. Nobody's saying that. Like I said, I got a homie who's Chickahominy. He have Chickahominy, half Black.
That doesn't make sense. Black is not. See, that's what I'm saying. You're confused yourself.
He has African ancestry and he has Chickahominy ancestry.
Black does not equal African. See, that's what I'm saying. Like,
Black didn't even exist back
yes, it do in the United States.
Black
yes,
does not. No, it does not. Black does not. Black. First off, Black means we already know what Black means. I can't even say it on the live. But what I'm saying is you cannot equal everything to African. Y'all want to equal spirituality to Africa. Y'all want to equal clothes to Africa. Everything is not African. Like, why y'all can't wrap that around your head? That doesn't prove nothing.
Enslaved people.
But that's what I'm saying. Descendants of enslaved people. My people were not all of my people were enslaved. So how that doesn't go hand in hand. And they were still labeled Negroes. My grandma wasn't enslaved. That's not how that works. Black does not equal Africa.
Negro,
Chicken.
Just
1550,
kinky hair.
member of the black skinned race of Africa.
He gonna pull
Just
that. All
like,
right. Hold on. I'm about
yeah, that's what I'm saying.
since you brought up the chicken hominy, I'm gonna bring up one of
We
their
can do
teas.
we can do
Hold on.
the
I
Oscar.
got. Hold on. I got you. Hold on. I got you. 1
I don't
second.
want to talk about chicken hominy. Why are we talking
Hold
about
on.
chicken hominy?
I'm gonna show you something important. Actually,
That's just like associating kinky hair to Africa. Like you can't just associate
Nobody's
everything
talking
with
about
one
that.
Africa
second.
just because.
Hold on. 1
Nobody's
second.
talking
Yo.
about that.
Hold
We
on. 1
descend
second.
from Africa. I'm not saying
Hold on.
all
1
black
second.
people descend from Africa.
1 second. 1 second. 1
So we
second. 1
said.
second. Yeah. 1 second. This is one of the first sheet with the chicken hominy, right? Boom. This is. Oh my gosh. Fucking family search. 1860 census, he's mulatto. Boom. I'm gonna keep going. 1870 census. Here he goes again, mulatto. 1880 census. Let's see what this says again. Come on, mulatto. 1880 census says mulatto. 1900 census is what Chief William Henry Atkins. Black. He's black on the 1900 census. And in 1910, he's classified as Indian. Like this shit happened. Reclassification happened, bro. Like black don't mean African. There's Europeans that were classified as black.
And it don't equal African because I would consider myself a Black American before I would even say I'm African. But nobody would look at me and be like, oh yeah, she's African. Like even now, modern times, we don't consider Black African of African descent or African in general. People in Honduras
In the Western
consider themselves
Hemisphere,
Black.
in the
Huh?
Western Hemisphere, we do.
But and that's what I'm saying. I think your problem is you need to speak on you. You're not everybody is not that. Everybody don't have the lineage that you think you have, and everybody is not descendants of Africans. I come from very
Yes, you
ancient
are. Is
people.
your family from the
But
United
that's what I'm
States?
saying. You keep saying yes, you are, and I'm telling you, I'm not.
Is your family from the United States?
It doesn't matter. What am I telling you about myself? It doesn't matter. I'm not
If your
arguing with
family
you
is from
about
the
your
United
lineage.
States, then they
Listen,
are of
listen.
African descent.
No, I am not. I'm not arguing with you about who you are.
That's
You
how
can
the
be whoever
government
you are.
defines it.
If you want to be from the stars or the moon, if you want to associate yourself with the color blue, I'm not going to argue with you. So don't argue with people. You sitting on a panel telling everybody else who they are and you're African, you're African. You don't know anything about me. Have you even went to my page? You don't know nothing about me. I'm very in tune with myself and I'm very in tune with my ancestry. I'm not African.
Yeah, for sure.
You
For
done?
sure. I'm putting it because I'm about to talk. I'm about to talk now. Yeah. So I'm looking at all these goddamn European nations. We got England right here. People who classified as black, right? It's damn near 9,000 people classified as black born in England on the U.S. Census. Or else we gonna go through this. We're gonna go through some nations real quick. Ireland. So we got over not damn near 9,000 Englishmen that were black, right? Let's look at Ireland. Damn, more than that. More than that, not Ireland. We got Negroes classified as Irish people classified as black or Negro, right? Coming from Ireland. What else? Oh, Fiji Island? Someone classified as Negro from the Fiji Islands. Oh, more Irish person, Haley. Hold on. United States, British West Indies. We got Ireland right here. That says white. But we're gonna look through the black. Someone from Ireland classified as black. Oh, people from the Philippines. Hold on, Filipino race. We got more people classified. That's a white person. But yeah, there's Europeans classified as black and things like that. We gonna look at let's look at Spain. Oh, someone from Spain classified as Negro. Someone from Spain classified as black. There's all types of things going on. I could go on family search too, but I'm about to type in I'm about to go to Africa. People born in Africa, right? Let's say Africa, born in the USA. How many of those people are classified as black? Let's see. 14,000. 14,000 classified as black from Africa. Africa, black, British West Africa, black, cool. Let's look at how many people are classified as white. Let's look at white. So it's about 98,000. Huh. Woman named Dorothy classified as white, born in Africa. South Africa, you got people that say South Africa, but we're gonna go to Africa. Africa white in West Virginia. At Thomas Walters, white, living in Idaho. I don't even know. Empire, Africa? Empire, Africa. White. Yeah, I don't even know.
Yeah, what is
So you talking about Afrikaners? You talking about South Africans?
I don't know what they are. They ain't got no Dutch names.
People who descended from the Dutch.
Dutch names now?
I ain't seen no Dutch names.
Well,
I want to
they're
say
not just
something
Dutch.
to
They
the comments
French,
real
Dutch,
quick.
Are those
English,
Dutch or African names? Are those Dutch names?
Dutch, English, French.
They were Dutch people from South Africa. Those aren't South African names.
Yeah,
or
the
Where did you get that from?
the earliest white people that colonized South Africa mainly came from Dutch, but you had people from Britain,
And so I'm asking
France,
you, what are the
Dutch.
South African and Dutch names that you saw up there?
I didn't look at all their names, but we can pull up the Afrikaners right now.
That's not what I asked.
We ain't
You
gotta
said
talk about the African,
he said the people that you pulled up on the screen were
said-
South African or Dutch, and I asked him to name the South
They
African
were
or Dutch
South
names, and he
African. He
refuses
said
to
they
do
was from
so.
South Africa.
He changed.
Some of them were
And
from
those
South
were
Africa.
and those were in the 19.
There were the Dutch names you saw though.
Okay, hold on. Let me pull up. I can pull up. Let's go before that. How many were classified as white before that 1850?
Afrikaners went to.
One second. Let's go to 1850.
We want to refer to times that it wasn't going on.
Hold on, one second. Let's go to 1850. 12,000 white people from Africa coming to 1850.
All right, after you finish with that,
To the comments, somebody was.
And let's look at black. Go ahead.
No, I was just responding to the comments because it was too much for me to type. I don't know why people keep saying I look African. I'm literally like 5'2". I wear a size 4. If you let me know what African, have that, genetic, but hey, my features, no. My feature, no. Like I said, my features, they may look a little exaggerated on my page, but I'm actually very tiny, and I'm not.
What does an African look like anyway?
They definitely have different bone structures. But
just like Black Americans look different. Not all Black Americans.
They have different skulls, bone
Tyrese
structures.
don't look like Terrence
You can
Howard.
tell the difference between an American woman, an indigenous American woman, AKA the Black American woman, and the African woman. Stop playing with me. Stop playing with me. Yes, you can.
He just said
not all. I mean,
I'll tell you,
yeah, certain admixture, but I mean,
nah,
that
I
ain't.
definitely can tell. I stay in Texas. I stay in Houston at that.
Nah,
You can tell. I can tell, and maybe that's a spiritual thing, like I said, and maybe you can't tell because you're African, so you don't know the difference, but I do.
Do Tyrese look like Terrence Howard? We don't all look alike in Black America. Black Americans come in different forms and shapes.
Exactly. We don't all look alike as Black Americans, not Africans.
Not all Africans look alike.
Me no African, me American.
Not all Africans we look like that. I don't understand what. I don't understand what y'all be talking about. Tyrese don't have the
You don't understand
Tyrese don't have the
yourself.
same facial structure as
You
Chris
don't
Brown.
understand yourself.
Chris
And
Brown
that's
doesn't have the
personal.
same facial structure as Tyrese. He doesn't have the
And
same
also,
facial
yes,
structure.
thank you.
He got
And
the
I'm
facial
red.
Whoopi
structure of one of my
Goldberg.
cousins. He got
And
the
I
facial
have a
structure of one
different
of my
skin.
cousins.
Come on, man.
And we are definitely red. I get red in the sun.
Red.
My cheeks get red. My son cheeks get red. I'm
Everybody
red.
gets red. Like that's
No,
blood.
they do not. Africans have
God.
different hues. I know it's a huge continent, but their hues are different. That's the thing. You're not
What
really
African
studying.
are you talking about? Are you
No,
talking
I know
about
what
the
I'm
super?
talking about.
Are you
That's why
talking
we
about
were
the
called
super dark? What are you
redskins.
talking?
That's why we were called redskins. That's why
We
we
was
say
never
red
called
bone.
redskins.
And yeah,
We was never
listen,
called
that's why we
Red
say
bones.
red bone and yellow bone. Africans
That's
don't
light
use that
skinned women.
terminology.
That ain't all black women.
You're not
All red bones.
listening.
Red bones are a group of Indians.
You're not listening. I'm
No.
talking in general. Our terminology is exclusive. The red hen shit that has nothing to do with Africa.
No, it's not. I mean, that's
Red.
Now
They
you just
literally.
saying stuff.
I was about to say they literally had called Indians red bones.
Hold on, man. I don't care about. Let's get back
It
to
was
this
actually it was a
Africana stuff,
Crayola
man.
color, bro.
This
Ain't nobody.
Here,
phenotype
so we
shit
go
is.
back so far.
This shit
We
silly.
the original crayon
And
color, bro. It's called Indian red.
Phenotype is
Facts.
hold on. Phenotype is if phenotype is so pseudo, then why do people say we're African based off a phenotype?
Who says that? Nobody said. Who says
Most Pan Africans do.
No, they don't.
Yes, they do. Like
I mean, they probably. I mean, they do. They pseudo too. I mean, I don't. What they got to do with me, bro? Genotype defeats
Bro, he don't got no, bro. He has no roots, bro. He can't tell us
because
nothing about his family.
hold on. Negritos, y'all always like posting Negritos in Australia and stuff.
That's a different. That's a different language, bro. What is it translate
They
to?
DNA don't match y'all at all. It's
all right,
completely
cool.
different
You see,
genotype.
all right. So since lookership is pseudo, do Indians have a look?
What Indians?
Huh?
Which
American Indians? Do they have a look?
I mean, it depends on geographic. Like Canada Indians typically are a little lighter than Brazilian
Bro,
indigenous
stay on
people.
topic. Stay focused.
No. 1 second.
He
1
asked
second. No,
me,
1 second.
he
1
asked me a
second.
question,
Yeah,
bro.
1
I
second.
gave him an answer.
Do they have one look? Do they all look different?
I mean, some of them look different. They don't all
Some of
look
them
the
look
same.
that they don't all look the same. So how are we?
You ever seen? Hold on. You ever seen Old Dirty Bastard? Grandfather.
Yes. Yeah, I've seen ODB's grandfather.
Yeah, he looked different. He looked different than a Brazilian indigenous person.
He looked different than a Brazilian different.
What is that? What is that?
Hold on 1 second. If Indians have different looks, why can't they look like us then? Huh?
Because that's not who we are.
Who's we? Where's your family? Like you haven't said nothing about your family.
That's not who we are. None of
Where's your
them.
family from, bro?
Hold on, 1 second. I even told you about Africans with surnames in
They
Virginia.
don't have our phenotype or genotype.
Oh, so okay, cool. So so are you related to the Gowans, Sweats, Cornishes, Driggers, Harmons? Huh? Are you related to any of them?
You just asked me that question, bro. I told you no.
And you're not African.
Why you keep asking me that? Why you acting like them the only African people in Virginia?
Yes, that's they did. Yeah. Are you related to the Archers? Huh?
Not from what I'm aware of.
Are you related to the Shavises?
Not from what I'm aware of.
Where's his family from?
Yeah, and he's from Virginia. He's from Virginia.
So the state that held the most natives and slaves.
The same state that ended chattel slavery in 1705.
My great grandma on my mom's father's side, her grandfather name is Green.
Oh, you're related to the goddamn Greens.
Hell no.
That's my they come from Louisiana actually. Well, they do. I don't know about the other Greens.
Great grandparents came from. That means
Louisa,
they also have
I know where
land.
Louisa is. I know where Louisa is. Like, hold on 1 second. 1 second. The Green family in Louisa, Virginia. One second.
John Green.
John Green, Louisa, Virginia. I can just need. All I need is a surname.
You acting like those are the only black people in Virginia named Green, bro. There's plenty of people named Green.
Oh, I'm married to goddamn.
I mean, that's pseudo.
In circulation,
Man,
There's a lot of people
but you
named
said,
Green.
are they the only Greens in Louisa County?
No.
No. All right, bet. Let me go on Ancestry real quick. Since I'm already on Ancestry, right? Green, Louisa County. Louisa County, Virginia. Y'all go ahead. Y'all, somebody want to come up? See it first. Green, Louisa County, Virginia. 300. Only 394. All right. They stop at 18. Then you have free people of color. Free people of color. We go to free app. Let me go to the site. Look at the court records. See if there's any greens in these areas, right? Green. Let's look at green. Is green on this site? Graves, no greens, right? But there's a woman in 1860,
Are you
1850.
showing us something? Because we can't see anything.
No, I don't have anything up right now.
Oh, okay.
I don't have anything. I'm looking. My bad. I'm just talking. I'm looking right now. Green. Now let's look. Let's look at the next county over. Let's see how far the greens go back. 1850, Hanover, Spotsylvania. It's a lot of greens. 1810, 1780, in Spotsylvania. And Spotsylvania is near Louisa. I'd have found this man's family.
Tell him he don't deserve to see it.
Let him do his own, because he need to.
So you found some greens in Spotsylvania, so that means
They're
my
free
family.
people of color. Most likely, unless you go to Virginia Library and prove me wrong.
And we know what free people of color means.
Wait, what? How you want to? You see some people with the last name Green, and you assume that's
Louisa, it stops.
What?
Louisa, the last Louisa on the earliest Louisa people, Green family in Louisa County that's black, it goes in 1860. They came from somewhere else.
I said cuckoo. Virginia.
You said that the oldest Green in Louisa County is in 1839, and that's in 1860.
You gotta hold on.
So your family came from somewhere else.
You gotta go to this, bro.
And honestly, people don't really change their last names. So more than likely, you are connected to them.
Cuckoo, Virginia. Let's talk about Cuckoo, Virginia. That's a small town in Louisa County. Let's look at the history of it. Cuckoo was named after the cuckoo clock on the goddamn wall, right? The cuckoo clock. Automated for the cuckoo bird. It's a German town. Cuckoo County's a German town.
Y'all, I think he tricking us into us doing his genealogy for him for free.
Probably. Probably.
He gotta be
doing my genealogy. What the fuck?
Cuckoo County.
Y'all niggas crazy.
Cuckoo.
He sounds like 3 chromosomes from Down syndrome. I'm like, it's like this
It's himself.
Indian Street. Where is you from, bro? You took on my dick, man. What the fuck? What you got going on, bro?
My family, my generation.
You want some smoke or something, bro? What the fuck are you on my dick for, nigga? You ain't bringing no information.
Bladen County.
You a goofy.
You from Bladen County.
You a goofy.
Yeah, I just know.
What you on my dick for, nigga?
We on your head because you don't know who your
you
grandma
ain't on
is.
shit, boy. You ain't on shit. The fuck is you on?
That's fine,
Crack.
though. You know what I'm saying? You're not of the pedigree.
Crack, nigga, pull up
You're
the
a
ritual,
mutt.
nigga. You want to see who my family is, nigga? Pull up.
African mutts. You're mad,
bro.
bro.
Much, nigga. You sound like a cracker. What the fuck type of shit you on?
Yeah, you plus 50.
You sound like the KKK, boy. What the fuck?
Oh.
What you on? Y'all supposed to be so pro-black, but y'all be saying that shit about Africans.
Black is corporated. That's
y'all melanated people.
Africans ain't black.
Y'all supposed to be pro-melanated people, but y'all be talking crazy about African people.
That's
Do you
not
check?
a thing.
Hold on. Do you check
That's
Africans
crazy,
when they
dude.
talk crazy about us? Huh?
Hell
Do you check
yeah.
African?
Hell yeah.
If an African called us the S word,
Absolutely,
you gonna say
man.
something?
On my mama, I've been checking. Nigga. I don't give a fuck if you from Africa. I don't give a fuck if you from America.
But yeah,
Great Britain. I'm
the
checking.
oldest green. Hold on. Oh shit. Hold on. Wait a minute. Don't tell me your family. Hold on. Don't tell me your family was got that. Oh my gosh. The Greens in fucking Portsmouth. Oh, dude.
No, I don't have no Greens in Portsmouth. I'm not.
That's
I don't got no
Louisa
family.
County. That's Louisa County.
Louise is not in Hampton Roads. That's not Portsmouth, bro.
All right, for sure.
Louise is near Charlottesville.
Anyway.
Yeah, I know.
Hampton Road.
It's a fake history anyway.
Yeah, hold on 1 second. But yeah, Louisa County, right? The oldest person, the earliest person to hit Louisa County is Phyllis Green, 1839.
I mean, I can pull up my shit, bro. I don't got no problem. Y'all want to see who I'm talking about? I can show you one of them.
Better than you can tell us.
Y'all be scared to show y'all genealogy. I ain't scared.
I already showed
I don't got nothing. I ain't talking about you. I'm talking
It's off the dome.
1788. Hold on. 1788.
Pull up my tree.
You got Betsy Green, 1795, 1788. The oldest Green in Louisa County is born in 1788.
Yeah, he don't know about them.
I don't know why people be getting on our lives about we don't never show our ancestry. We don't never show this. We show it all the time. I done showed my ancestors so many times. I don't really share my tree, but
they're just saying that so they can DOX you. That's what it is.
Right. And that's why I name them. I just name them and give you direct descendancy to boot right with it, so you can, if you can follow the little walk that I'm about to lay out. I don't have to show you nothing. I can name them. That's how much they're, you know what I'm saying, embedded in my memory.
What's up, Rasheed Goddess?
Hey, peace. Have you shown your tree, Jarrell?
He said he about to.
I'm about to show some names right now.
That boy John.
John Green.
I was just wondering because you ain't went on tea time yet.
John Green.
You said what?
Couldn't find when you was born.
I can't hear you.
You said you couldn't find when John Green was born in Louisa County. I was about to say. I done found.
I got it, y'all. So
Third grade, 1885.
1885. Let me see.
Okay.
1885. Okay.
Nothing about African.
John Green, you said fourth. That's the fourth right there. Okay.
The fourth right here.
All right.
Story. What's in the family history? Where was he born?
I just told you, bro. He born in Cougar, Virginia.
Click on it. Expand it. There's some more
Where
information.
the born in Africa part? So what's the people born in Africa? That's what
when did I say born in Africa?
Hold on. He said it earlier that all his people from Virginia, so maybe we can.
Yeah.
I thought he's supposed to be showing us the African on his tree.
no, he don't have any. He just saying we are all descendants, or he's a descendant.
He said
I never said I found.
He said that he only got back to 1840.
So then, why did you say you had African ancestry? If you can't find African on your tree, so your cosplay is African.
Because you said your grandma told you
there's Negroes.
You said your grandma told you that.
Yes, my grandma said we are
Okay,
people of African
so if
descent.
she
She
was to
never
know
talked
that,
about being
that
Indian.
means her mother would be that. So
Okay, wait. Let's do it one at a time, so we don't feel like, you know what I'm saying.
Let's look
Jumping
at the
on
sources,
shit.
please. Let's look at the sources. I don't want.
Yeah, I was about to say, but his.
I want to see the sources. I don't want to just see the whatever people put in it.
Talking about John Green the fourth
records. Like,
Yeah, your fourth great grandfather was born in 1844.
1844.
is that what source are you using?
I'm using that. It's on 1870. The 1870 census.
So it's an about.
He only popped up in
So
the
it's an about
1844.
1844.
And about 1844. He's also on the 1880 census. He passed before 1900.
Okay. 1870 census.
Yep, and Louisa family, Cuckoo. Yeah, Cuckoo.
Okay.
African nigga.
I was about to say, what we doing?
Work hard.
Oh, he putting that info in so he can he putting that info in. So yeah, he was born around. Yeah, his wife was Millie.
Yeah, Millie.
Yeah, his wife was. Yeah, he was born in 18. He was born in between 1844 and 1850.
Yep. You right.
No African.
So
I
who
mean,
do
they
you
are
think is
African. They label
indigenous?
Negro. They Negro
So,
people.
Right.
Jarrell, who do you think is indigenous then to America?
The people that's indigenous to America.
Hey, Darby, on that
The people,
record, what do it
the
say?
Native Americans, the
Or
indigenous,
his
the
parents were
American
born
natives,
there.
whatever you want to call them.
Well, it says Virginia. They were born in Virginia. Labeled. They
parents?
actually. Yeah. It says both parents. Yeah. Father's
Where's
birthplace,
our
mother's birthplace,
TikTok
Virginia. He's and they're classified as black.
They're not even classified as Negro, right? Yeah, I already know that.
Yeah, they black.
TikTok saying, man.
So let me ask y'all a question, right? So they label black, and there's no Indian records. There's no oral history. There's nothing Indian in my family.
I didn't say they was nothing.
No,
I didn't say they was.
I ain't say you said it. I'm just saying when y'all call people Indian, do you need records to prove that you Indian, or you just got to be black in America
History,
and not be
bloodline
an
passed
immigrant?
down. It's
Hold on,
Okay.
could
Then.
one of the
Okay,
mods put me
that's
on the big screen?
okay then. So what I'm saying is I don't have none of that. So it ain't no Indian, nothing in my family.
Hold on, y'all.
not saying
Hold on,
Indian,
y'all. Can I
dog.
present something?
Yeah.
So the green serpent name has its origins in England, Scotland, Ireland, right? Just take a big peek, take a screenshot. You know, they say, according to these other people in the UK, green surname, come from the UK and North America. I want y'all to understand what the UK means. United Kingdom, right? Is that actually a landmass or is it a corporation?
Corporation.
Exactly.
Actually, at the
Because
time,
the original United,
at the time, it's really a church.
Say that again, brother. I'm sorry.
At the time, it was technically kind of a church.
Church, right. So I said, what about before 1880? You see, this lets you know that around the 1900s, I keep telling people, these motherfuckers started reshaping our history. That's when you understand about Pan-Africanism, and the reason why these people been stealing. Now, shout out to Copper Empress, and shout out to Ayana. You know what I'm saying about this? It's actually a website, you know what I'm saying, a map or whatever. But it's showing you that these people change shit. You know what I'm saying? So, like, when you do your genealogy and you feel like us, you're going to see the reason why Goddess Venus be snapping and original and the host, because it pissed us off so bad to find out that our people always been here, bro. And the fact that they lied about it for a reason of taking our land. So basically, they're the reason why we've been unalive, bro, still to this day, to take our land and make us pay for it. Nobody original should be paying for gold. I keep telling people we shouldn't be paying for gold and diamonds. Like, people got to remember, that's where gold come from, right? So why are we paying for it? And who was we paying electricity to? Because before they bought their funky feet ass over here, we had solar energy. We didn't have power plants making people sick. We had healing centers, you know what I'm saying? So everything that we are, they blocking out the sun. They know the sun, and we need it. Messing up the water. Like, come on, man. This is your people. And when you go back further, you will find out that this actually had a nice royal bloodline. When I saw the name, I said, I got it in my phone already. So just wanted to say that. Ashe.
Now,
Y'all got against Pan Africans?
huh?
What do y'all got? Why y'all always talking about Pan Africans?
Wait, say it again. I'm sorry.
Why do you all always talk about Pan Africans?
We want to talk about Africa and get away from us. That's what we want.
Pan-Africanism is a Jewish.
The reason. Oh, we can't use that word, James.
J word on here.
It's not just for entertainment, educational purposes only. No hate speech, bullying, harassment, discrimination. Can y'all please put some fruits in the chat?
Yeah, we
The
love
reason
all
why
people.
I personally, I'm sorry.
Even
after we love all people. No hate speech here. You know. Go ahead.
I was gonna say, I've been speaking about it a lot lately, because to be honest with you, back in those times, that red, green, and black flag, I really thought it was an African flag, but it's a Pan-African flag. And as I've been doing my studies, I realized we have been swindled. Like, not swindled to the point to where, this is actually forgivable. To the point to where I actually found out that these MFers, bro, they get paid, number one. Monthly salary, about $4,000 to $13,000 a month, $80,000 to $200,000 a year. I mean, they actually have a hiring site for Pan-Africans to hire people to be content moderators on all social platforms. These people have private leases with these reservations to dig up all this gold and shit. They actually have Pan-African countries. All the African countries are Pan-African countries. Look up the Pan-African pyramid. And all of these mines and shit are in America. So wait a minute. You motherfuckers been stealing. And you know exactly who the fuck we are and where the fuck we from. You are on our soil doing this shit. Why do you think we got ghost houses? Why do you think we can't go to Utah? Why did they NUKED the motherfucking West Coast the way they did? Why was they setting up melanated men in WW1 and 2? Friendly fire. Set up 900 soldiers to be mauled by alligators. I'm just saying.
Can I share my screen after you done?
I'll be done in a minute. When you get to understanding the reason why I got smoke for these motherfuckers, is because these are my ancestors and not just mine, y'all's too.
Mm-hmm.
You see, they want to control the narrative. They want to have control over what the fuck they want you to identify as. So they have these other motherfuckers who didn't donate or contribute to shit run the places that your ancestors created by their motherfucking mental. That's not right. Why is all these Hindus and these white tees and these ASIANs running this shit? They didn't create none of that shit. But they get to live and be heaven on earth while we have to wait for a motherfucker to come and save us so we could go. You got us fucked up. So, I mean, I'm not even trying to be rude, but my whole thing is, did you know that? Or I was wondering why did you ask that question? You can get off mute, Jarrell, and somebody else could go.
I was asking could I share my screen after you done.
Yeah, somebody put them on there.
I got you.
All right, so I don't understand what the hate is about Pan-African, but I mean, people say be making all these narratives and stuff, but we got prominent Pan-Africans that.
Hold on, did you just say we got? That's why the fuck you playing with us.
Hold on, bro. What is this?
We don't even talk about Pan-Africans on here. Like we haven't even said nothing about them.
No, I'm just saying she going at Pan-African. I'm trying to show you that this ain't no game. Like this ain't people have lost their life carrying that flag. We got Thomas and Carl assassinated.
That's a
Patrice Lumumba unalive.
Foreigner, that was a foreigner, bro.
My family didn't never heard of that till the last 20
Steve Biko, Walter Rodney, Guyana. That's in the Americas.
Foreigner. That's South.
Malcolm X.
Foreigner.
Hold on 1 second.
Malcolm X was a Pan-African. Lost his life.
Wait.
I mean,
You're
I can pull
showing
up
people
more.
who were unalive because they were Pan-Africans?
Yes, because they were.
I don't give a fuck about none of that.
But you saying that
listen, bro. Everything that I said, you could have took that time to actually look something up, right? We know that these people that you showing is Pan-African. You're not teaching us nothing. So what I'm saying is this.
I got some other
I was
Pan-Africans
presenting
too.
and you talking over me. Like, come on. What is it?
Man, I can't stand
I'm just showing, like you saying that Pan-African agents and all, like this narrative y'all pushing.
It ain't no narrative. It's a fucking
It
fact.
is a
You want me
narrative.
to pull it up?
Hold on. What person saying that
He's basically okay. So look, y'all. This is the reason why I keep interrupting him because he's sitting up here basically on bullshit. You could have talked over a whole other thing instead of talking about what I'm talking about. Because you can't refute my. Okay, you want to play? I got you.
When you can't refute, you got to change the
I can't
subject.
get one word in, bro. I'm not
well,
changing the subject. This is what she was talking about.
I mean,
so what person?
Foreigners, bro.
Hold on.
Patrice
I
Lumumba
just
is a
showed you an
foreigner.
American. Two people on this list is from the Americas. You got Guyana, Walter
But they
Rodney.
didn't get unalive because of no flag. Like that's especially Malcolm X.
Yes, they did. Yes, they did. They were
Malcolm X
Pan-African.
got
They was
unalive
fighting
because
against
of the flag.
colonialism.
But that doesn't mean that's not what that means though. That
Yes,
he's
it
not
is.
getting
Yes, it
unalive because he's a Pan-African.
So let me ask you this: what person walking around?
He was unalive because he was creating systems for us to have access.
Yes, for Pan-Africanism, Pan-African system.
That's a word that they just made. That wasn't even a thing.
That's not a word that they just made. They've been doing that since 18. Like we can pull up 1800s.
You just made up a word.
How?
Back,
in the 1800s,
Wasn't no Africans over here in the 1800s.
The 1800s was the second
y'all-
colonization of Africa. They weren't even.
I was about to say before all those,
Yes, it was, bro.
Berlin Conference.
The Berlin Conference was happening. They weren't even.
Hold on, man. Hold on. Let me ask y'all a question though. What person pushing?
No. We're not under interrogation.
Hold on,
I'm trying to talk, y'all. Please, everybody mute up. Thank you.
I was about to say, I'm trying to speak. Yeah, I was about to say, go ahead.
So we got Martin Delaney. I can pull up Martin Delaney genealogy. He's actually the father of Pan-African.
Martin
You can pull up Martin Delaney.
All right, for all those people you have, you also have people, brother Malachi Z.
You need to revolt against the government.
Marcus Garvey didn't make Pan-African.
Martin Delaney. Let's look at his genealogy. I'll pull it up.
Yeah, we can look at. But I'm saying though, what person pushing y'all narrative is being is facing this much danger? I mean,
Jarrell, bro, Google.
You gotta ask yourself
Africa
this.
in 1880.
What person that's pushing y'all narrative ever express any fear of their life being taken?
What's
Hold
that?
up. I got it. Do not sit up there and try to weaponize me. That's what you're not
Yeah,
gonna
that's the truth. I was
No,
about to say
weapon.
this.
If
Fuck
this
is you
is the
talking about?
truth, why are they letting y'all freely talk about this on TikTok? They pushing
Like,
y'all in the algorithm.
hold
Come
on.
on, man.
Hold
Y'all
on.
We
gotta
need
think
to
about
revolt
this.
Hold
against
on.
this
1 second.
government.
1 second. I'm trying to speak, yeah. God damn.
Go ahead.
The panic. Nobody. What? No. Nobody. Y'all not getting pushed through the advocate room because nobody gives a fuck about Pan Africanism. That's the thing. Nobody cares. Dr. Umar is the biggest voice of Pan Africanism. Look what he
Damn,
is.
Martin.
Conspiracy theories always get in the algorithm. I mean,
Pan Africanism, it would be a conspiracy theory, right?
no, it's not. That's
Because
the general
hold on 1
consensus. They
second.
don't
What does Pan Africanism even mean?
listen. If I say the sky is purple, right? If a person said the sky
Bro,
is
don't
blue,
change the narrative.
that's
Answer the
not going.
question.
That's
You
not going to
said,
get
what
your
does
view.
Pan-Africanism
But if
mean? Stick to the subject.
What does Pan
Stay
Africanism
focused.
mean?
I don't got a tongue reference. Let's pull it up. Pan
Why are you
Africanism.
want to be African so bad? Like, what is it?
It
I
ain't
don't
Like,
know what
about
that
being. It
means.
ain't about wanting
What's
to
up?
be
We gotta
African. It's
do
Pull
some
it up.
the
Let him pull
reality
it
of
up.
the
So
situation.
when it tell him when it was funded and created.
Africans need to go back to Africa. I think we can all agree
Pan
on that.
Africanism is a belief that people of African descent have
Belief,
common.
persuasion. Hold on,
Yeah, it's
stop.
a
Pause.
political. It's a
Indian side. You
political.
talk
Hold
too
on,
much.
bro. Y'all gotta let me
Ideology.
talk, man.
It's an
Y'all talking
ideology.
over me. I'm trying to read.
All right, go ahead.
Pan Africanism is a belief that
Pause. Belief is
people.
persuasion.
No, hold on. That's
Eat it.
not what it's
I'm on,
saying.
bro.
That's not what it's saying. You gotta finish
Word
reading.
is, bro.
Interest. It should be
Indian style.
unified.
God damn.
Not hold on, bro.
I'm trying to get people to quiet up for you.
Bro, come on,
I'm
man.
trying to get people to be quiet for you. Like, relax.
All right. So not all. This is what it's saying. It's saying that people of African descent have common interests and should be unified. Not all people who are African or African descent believe that people should be unified based on the common ancestry or common tribal history or whatever. Not all people believe F Nigerians or F Cameroon, but it's a person in Africa right now that said, "Oh, we should all be united." They all African, but it's not about ancestry. It's a political ideology. It's not about making people African or none of that stuff. It's a political ideology that we should be united based on our shared history and our shared descendancy. But not all people believe that.
so why is it called Pan Africanism if it's not about African? Wouldn't they just call it something else, Pan Universal or Pan All of Us? Like,
No,
why
you
would it
gotta
be
read.
called that?
It says it right here. People of African descent. People of
But you
African
just said
descent.
it wasn't about that. You said
Yeah,
it was.
it's about that, but it's not telling you that you are African. It's not about making
It
people believe that
says
they're African. It's
okay,
about people
maybe
of African descent believing that they should be unified.
you
Not
not
all people.
comprehending what you reading. That's why they was trying to stop you at the beginning because you didn't even comprehend the first sentence.
Believe that people of African descent have a common interest and should be unified. Not that everybody is African.
Belief, bro. Now look up belief. It's a persuasion.
Yes, it's the belief that we should be unified.
Right.
Not
See?
unified.
Now look
because
up
we
belief.
are of
Not
African
all
descent, and we're
Africans
not.
believe that they should be unified. Some Africans don't mess with Pan African because
So
they
why
don't
do you
rock with
think it's
certain
not
people.
happening then? Because
What
we're
you mean,
not
what?
African. We don't want to unite with them.
No.
Yes,
No,
yes.
because people have different interests. So like I
No.
said, you got people in Uganda, they not rocking with Congo because they trying to steal their resources. That's not Pan-Africanism. If you going against other people of African
How are we
descent
gonna be
or that's African, that's
Pan-African
not
and be American,
Pan-Africanism.
bro? How do we join with Pan-African
What's up,
when we're
Phoenix?
claiming America?
CEO Phoenix. I was about to
And
say.
why all those Pan-Africans be telling us, come to Africa? They be trying to get us to go over there if it wasn't about being African or persuading us to be African or having African descent.
They're African.
Hold on, 1 second.
I got the definition pulled up right here.
Hold on, 1 second. You want to know how you saying like Pan Africanism? They don't want to push Pan African. They do. It's Africa has an agenda.
It's pushing people of African descent. People that
Hold on, one second. You said nobody wants to push for Pan-Africanism, right? Through the timelines and things like that. Yes, they do. You want to know why? Because Africa has a agenda, a Pan-African agenda for 2053. Hold on 1 second. 2053. Right? You ever heard of that? The African agenda for 2053? The African Project. They want people to go to Africa and help build it up, and have a plan to initiate that in 2053 to make Africa a superpower. This is why China is over there. This is why you have BRICS of South Africa join BRICS for a reason.
Listen, bro. Europeans, they came together and they split up Africa. They came together and did that. So when we try with people that have the Pan-Africanism philosophy and political ideology, they thinking that we could be stronger if we unite together. The more that we divide it, the more that they
how long have y'all
us.
been working on this for the
That's
last
why they have
40
an
years?
African Union now. They have an African Union now.
Nothing has came about from it, bro.
But that's because we don't want to unite. We're not the same people. We are not the same people. We're trying to unite. We're trying to unite within our tribes. Listen, Jarrell. We're trying to.
Go ahead.
Give me 1 second. I'm just saying something really quick. I'm saying it hasn't happened because you're trying to compare Europeans uniting and doing what they're doing and why we're not able to do that because we don't want to. We don't want to unite with them. We want to unite with our tribal people. But I'm saying, like, if it was supposed to happen, it would have happened.
Like I said, you can be of African descent and not be Pan-African. That's not what being a person of African descent don't automatically mean you Pan-African.
But it does though, because why would that's just like me being a Pan-African. Why would I be there when my land is here? No, because they be pushing people to go to Africa, visit Africa, you're Africa, where this, where that. No.
Do you know what I hear when you say that, bro? It's like you pick Pan-Africanism over your own bloodline.
It's a political ideology.
No, hold on. There's people in Africa. Why you keep talking about Pan-African? We get it. You love Pan-Africanists.
No, I didn't say I love Pan. I just said y'all misinterpreting what Pan-Africanism
Who's
is.
misinterpreting? You are.
You.
You're not. You are. Hold on, y'all. What you doing, right? Is you're basically regurgitating the same learnings that they done gave you about the show.
No, I'm reading.
And you believe that we are misinterpreting it, and you keep saying no. That's how you don't. I know for a fact you don't know nothing.
I'm reading.
You know why? Because you don't question what people try to teach you, and you steady getting off the mic. You steady getting off the mic. We see your damn laptop. Damn. Will you chill out? I'm just saying. I don't know, bro. Just go ahead and keep embarrassing your fucking self because this is ridiculous.
My bad, Ancient. Go ahead.
I'm by myself, Dolo. I'm handling all y'all. What are you talking about?
Can I please say something? I'm not gonna yell and talk over you, but the whole reason for this push for this Pan-Africanism, why they pushing us, especially here in North America, so hard, is because they want to control our trust and they want us to be a part of the African Union. They have given us the 6th region in the African Union, and this is the reason why they pushing so hard, because if we don't go, it all falls apart. Their plans fall apart if we don't go.
Yep.
And become a part of take the 6th seat and become a part of the African Union. So that is the push, why they pushing so hard right now, because it all falls apart if they don't control our trust.
Who's pushing Pan-Africanism?
No.
Who's pushing Pan-Africanism?
Everybody is trying to push it on this app.
Nobody's pushing it.
Group of people that's pushing it. They've been pushing
people saying that you are African descent. That's not Pan-Africanism. You still don't understand what I. No, it's not.
That I just said?
No, it's not. It's a political ideology. People in Africa, not everybody in Africa is a Pan-African.
So
that wasn't even started over there anyways. That has something to do with us in the Americas. That don't have nothing to do with Africa.
Let me get the mic real quick. Hold on. Let me get the mic. So the thing with Pan-Africanism in general, which is not going to mesh, is the simple fact that it's based in Afrocentrism. We are not Afrocentric people. We are more Pan-Americans if you want to go anywhere else with it, but we're not Afrocentric people. You can't push Afrocentrism on people who are not Afrocentric. That's just not going to happen. And that's the problem with these spaces. I mean, it's very simple. You know what I mean? It's really simple. You hear everybody telling you they Indian. That's telling you that their focus and their commitment is to this landmass. There's nothing on that other landmass that they are connecting to. Maybe they might hope for them to be better, pray for their well-being. But that's about as far as it's going to get. As far as organizing, focusing on anything that is Afrocentric is not going to happen. Respectfully.
Go to Africa.
Nobody's
and find
pushing. You don't
yourself
have to be
in slavery
Pan-African.
for real. Go run over and find yourself in slavery because that's exactly what you're going to be doing. They just start growing GMO cotton in Nigeria. So go ahead.
Slavery.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I think you African descendants want to claim us because y'all know y'all don't take showers over there in Africa. Y'all don't have no deodorant. Y'all stink. Y'all don't have no food. That's why we send y'all billions of crops a year. You trying to switch places with us. Y'all be everywhere but Africa. You told me you was an African descendant. I told you why you not going back to Africa if you know where you from. Y'all this yapping about my ancestors built this place. No, you didn't. You wish you did. That's why you're here trying to claim our inventions. You ain't creating nothing. You don't smell like us. You don't look like us. You don't do any of the same things. You can't even talk like us. You can barely speak. Y'all be over here trying to say the N-word, talking about some nigga. That's not even how you pronounce it. That's not even how you pronounce the N-word. Y'all over there in Africa talking about some nigga. Go sit down over there. Stop trying to copy us. Stop trying to copy us. Stop stealing our culture. Get your own culture. Get your own culture.
But Venus,
we're not talking about you. You're not African though. You think you're African. You have no documents to prove it though. So how are you offended by what Venus is saying?
Disrespected.
But that's the point right there.
How are you offended?
Y'all are getting y'all going off on Africans. He's not even African. He's a Pan-African. So we don't even need to talk about
when did I say I was a Pan-African?
Hold on. He said he African, so I'm gonna believe him. Take your musky self.
When did I
say
Hold up, y'all. Let him finish. Let him finish, y'all.
Yeah, let's just. You said you were Pan-African, ain't you?
And that's your problem. We don't know who you are. Like you,
I never said black. Come on, man. You can't be insinuating and then not standing on it. So if you gotta insinuate something, then stand on it. If you're not something, then don't even bring it up.
So he's a black American. Jarrell, you're a black.
I said I'm African American.
We heard you say that. You don't have to repeat yourself. But hold on. Go ahead, Original. My bad.
No, I was saying, so is he a black American who comes from a descendant of slaves? Like you don't have no free people. You don't have nothing. You just slaves.
We got free people. We got free people on them. Yeah.
Okay, so
but you know what free people is, right? Go ahead.
No.
I just want to ask him a question real quick, Venus, before you go off. Jarrell.
We got Anthony Johnson.
So, you don't hear me talking. Hold on.
She asked me a question. You got Anthony Johnson in Virginia in the 1600s. He became free, so he was a free black man of African descent.
Please, don't. Is that your bloodline?
Just saying,
okay, don't talk, please.
She asked me, was it?
Oh my fucking God!
Come on, what is this?
I'm muting you because I'm trying to ask you a question. We want to
being nice, bro. I would have kicked you a long time.
Yeah, and then you could go ahead and cook after because I want to ask him.
Scared.
Jarrell.
Scared for what?
Jarrell, are you a Pan-African?
You a goofy fuck nigga.
You a goofy man. What's up?
All right. DM the address.
What you want? Where you from?
Live took.
Detroit. Where you from?
Where you from, nigga?
Detroit. Where you from, cuz? Yeah.
Come on.
You ain't expect that, huh?
You're a goof. But anyway, get back. You trying to
get me Jarrell, would you stop getting off the mute? That's why you irritating. Like, come on, man. As soon as somebody gets to talking, you just. So let me ask you this: if you're not a Pan-African, Why the fuck did you sit up here and do all of that?
With Pan-Africanism, but
man, you don't even know what, man, I swear to God, this nigga is wasting fucking
And
time.
then
That's what they do, because you done said enough. They literally come on these platforms, ain't nobody fucking talking to them, right? Nobody inviting them the fuck over here, right? He keep getting off his mute as he hear me talking. They come to distract as we fucking cooking. His ass don't even know how to say his goddamn words right. He's sitting up here stuttering and all types of shit. You speaking about something that you haven't even looked into, but got the nerve to be sitting up here. You steady, keep up. I'm gonna drop your ass. Get off mute one more time. Let me finish. That's what I'm saying. You interrupting, you fucking up people's trains of thoughts and shit. So I'm gonna mute up because I think I just had something to say, and then or I'm sorry to fuck up your name. My bad.
No, I was gonna say that free people of color doesn't always mean they were freed after slavery. A lot of my people were just free because they were on their own land. Like, it wasn't a mystery thing. So my thing is with you, when you showed your tree, you said that all you saw was black, but you didn't see Indian. You have to remember, a lot of people were not classified Indian at that time, right? So like some of my people were classified as Indian in the 1800s, right? But let's say it's an Indian man and an Indian woman, and they have children, right? Then they have children, and their children have children. But by the time it came to them, they were classified as black. They would still be considered Indians. Just because it doesn't say it on there does not mean that. If they're continuing down the bloodline with American Indians, they are Indian.
Hi everyone. Black as a color code it's a caste system. It literally means the removal of civil rights. It means those that are without nationality. So as American Indians were being absolved, disorganized, there was of course warfare. There was displacement, the Trail of Tears. We know black is exactly that. It is to lack. And so even black as a color doesn't even make sense for us being bronze, copper colored. We even have people that are yellow, red bone saying I'm black. Like leather is black. Think black like oil. Black is the absence of sunlight. Melanin is condensed sunlight. So you're not even using the color code properly if you think about the definition of the term. But black is the removal of civil rights. It denotes this disenfranchisement. And at the time of the American Revolutionary War, you had Blackamoors, Black English fighting on the side of the British monarchy. So Blackamoors, that's a whole thing. We really don't talk about, we're all speaking English here. But essentially, if you haven't done your family tree, this is all going to be confusing to you. If you don't know the hidden gems within U.S. American history, this is all going to be confusing. So yes, there's going to be free people of color who maintain their freedom all throughout slavery. They maintain their wealth all throughout Jim Crow. So this institution of slavery, we've always denoted it was peculiar, it was odd, and to try to paint a whole group of people as if it's just a natural part of life, that's dangerous. So Pan-Africanism has been exactly that. It's been dangerous in terms of politics, which shapes policy, which governs how you live. So I don't see any benefit, especially as an American. I would rather say I'm Pan-American because America is so vast when we talk about North, Central, and South. But Black as a nationality, when we know that there has been psychological, spiritual, financial, economic error, I call it errorism against us, that's wild. So it's just clear that Jarrell hasn't done his lineage, and furthermore, he doesn't know the full context of U.S. American history.
And I just want to say before he go ahead
Can
and
I
go,
address
because I
that
know he
since they
wants to
talking about me?
respond. I know you want to respond. You're right. All I wanted to say is that I don't even want to say Pan no more. I don't give a fuck if it's Peter Pan, Skippy Pan. I'm gonna say Skillet. Go ahead.
And I was gonna say that for Jarrell, like you've done your family tree to the 1800s, but you're not doing actual genealogy, right? Because you would see land patents, because a lot of that stuff ain't gonna always say black on there. I have some people that say black, but then when I go to, they might have a newspaper article, like one of my ancestors, he got ran over by a train. I don't know if I can say that on here, but in that document, he was considered an Indian. You know what I mean? So like, you have to do your genealogy. You have to go through documents. You can't just build your family tree and add people.
I got a source.
All right, cool. I was about to say, I mean, I'm
It was a lot of people waiting, so I'm going to drop. So peace to the panel. I'm gonna drop to the comments though until. Yeah.
So Jarrell, are you saying that your family came from Africa? Is that what you're finding in your family tree?
Full times.
Where is he? Oh, is he gone? Oh, he's gone.
Who think fucking God?
80 times. That's what you
Oh,
said.
Where the clapping hands at? Shit.
We're what's up, Phoenix? Yeah, Phoenix can come up here.
Yeah,
Oh, we
we
got
know that. I
Omar.
know that.
Does anybody? Hey, does anybody want
Yeah,
to?
drop me.
I could drop.
Drop me.
Nah, I got y'all. I got y'all. Yeah, so a bunch of people. We got Omar.
So this is from Virginia. This is by Hugh Jones, 1724. Anybody familiar with this?
Who?
Got to do with your family.
This is Virginia. He's talking about Virginia.
With your your family. Keyword.
So right here he's
Oh,
talking
there
about
he is,
Negroes.
Jarrell. So what's
Right?
the point of bringing this up?
Hold on, man. I'm telling you. I just told you it's Virginia. He's talking about Virginia.
Great. What about it?
This is the people in my tree. They're labeled Negro. This man right here. He's in Virginia in 1724. He's telling you where Negroes come from.
Who is that?
Hugh Jones. We go back up. 1724. Reverend Hugh Jones.
Okay. What they got? That ain't got nothing to do with me.
I'm just telling you. You said in my
Spanish.
tree, my people is labeled Negro.
Negro is Spanish.
Can I read the source?
Sure.
Sure.
I'm gonna start right here. The Negroes are very numerous. Some gentlemen having hundreds of them of all sorts, to whom they bring great profit, for the sake of which they are obliged to keep them well and not
Skip that.
overwork.
Hold on. How you gonna skip that Indian corn part right there? The management of Indian corn. I can't see that T word.
Where?
Okay. See, under the caption, it says the planting of right
the
there.
Negro management of
Don't
Indian.
say please don't say the T word.
Yeah, Negroes and Indian are two different people.
There is literally on the same page. I don't see them talking about Asians, Chinese. I don't see them talking about the Portuguese. Go look up the advertising of that same plant. Go look at Virginia in the 1700s. Go find the advertisement and the branding and the marketing, and it'll show you Negro Indians.
Yeah, I'm trying
Negro
to
is
get
Espanol.
Negro Indians.
Negro is Espanol. Okay.
People
we know
who have mixed
Spain,
ancestors.
New France, New England. Okay.
What's your point?
Can I get through the source, man? Please. Can I get?
Sure. I guess.
No.
We're talking about Indian agriculture right there, and you just skipped over all that, and it's all on the same page.
But it's not to his advantage. That's how you know he's disingenuous.
Hey, Jarrell, I got a question for you, brother. Can you hear me? Yo, Jarrell, can you hear me? I think you're on mute. Yeah, you on mute, brother.
Yeah, he can hear you.
Yeah, he's on mute, though.
Yeah. What's up?
Have you ever done research on how the census works? Like in this era?
Hold on. Receive Goddess. They're not in Africa doing corn. They're in Virginia. They were brought to Virginia, and they're working on
Hold on.
Indian
When
corn.
were they brought to Virginia? When were they brought to Virginia?
This source is in 1724.
All right. So we
Excerpt from
know for a
1724.
fact, we have ship manifests where they were coming from Europe to these United States. So the Blackamoors being expelled to the 13 original colonies. So you're going to have to show some ship manifests between Africa and Virginia, because the ships that I'm showing has names, has the name of the passengers, their age, descriptive marks of what they look like. So I went through this all last Sunday on my broadcast. It was very, very enlightening, and we actually spoke their names. So all these you talking about they came from here and there, you're gonna have to show some evidence of that. So show me port city
This is
to
a
port.
primary.
Other than
This is a
that, all the
primary.
ships that I see come from England to the 13 original colonies, and those were blackamoors that were expelled and displaced. But I think Omar was asking you a question too.
Yeah, it's a disconnect. Which even with what you explained, my sister, he's for some reason he's still not connecting dots. Like brother, like
What does she connect? I mean, that's not even.
Just hear me real
Start
quick.
reading the ships. We could talk
Just
about
hold on,
Virginia. We could talk about the
y'all.
charter.
Hold on, y'all. Like a part of being a good teacher, you got to be a good student. And so when it comes to research, there's certain ingredients you got to have when it comes to research. You can't have no emotion, like no emotion. You can't be biased. You can't be manipulative. You have to remove all of that and just genuinely find what you need to find. If you're not gonna have
a primary
that,
source, brother.
yeah, I got you, brother. But it's like even that, it just shows me that something is missing, right?
It's
Something
a
is missing. Regardless if it's a primary source, brother, it's like you're so fixated on the word Negro, right?
No,
and you don't.
bro.
Hold on.
I just explained. Hold on.
I heard what you just read, good brother. But you keep
you keep on muting me when I'm trying to explain.
Because you're
keep asking
emotional.
me questions. I'm not emotional.
Jarrell, you can also explain in the comments section. That may help us give us context
I'm replying to
while
what the
Omar
brother
is
is
speaking.
talking.
Hold on, Jarrell.
Even-
If you could, there's also a comment section. You can put your, you can
Yeah,
say
no,
what
I
you
got
got to
it.
say.
I got it, sis. I got it. But brother, you are emotional, bro.
I'm not emotional, bro.
You are. You can't look. You keep cutting me out. You can't even control your energy.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, brother. So what I'm trying to give you a gem. Let me ask you this: Do you agree that we have a common enemy that's responsible for the manipulation?
Manipulation of what data?
Many forms of data. Do you think that there's a group of people throughout time that's responsible for manipulation when it comes to history and any type of data?
I mean, that's a loaded question. It don't. I mean, you talking about?
Do you see more black people, or do you see more what we call white people, for example, in Hollywood, depicting certain groups as fair-skinned people when we know those people were actually darker in complexion? Who do you see more?
You talking about movies?
Yeah, I'm just saying. Let's just use Hollywood as an example.
Why we talking about movies, bro?
Brother, you gonna answer the question?
Give an example.
I'm just trying to because what you don't realize is, in order to build with somebody, you got to have a common ground. I'm trying to find some type of way to have a common ground that we can build from there, because it's some things that you're missing. Trust me, I see what you're saying and how and how you see things, but I also see a lot of flaws in your position, and I'm trying to help you see something. But before I can get there, I'm trying to establish something. Do you agree that there's a certain group of people that historically have been shown to do more manipulation than other groups? Are you in denial of that, brother? Because if we can't have a genuine conversation, that means you have a negative agenda. You don't have a good agenda. Everybody has an agenda, but I'm a truth seeker, so I don't care where we're from. I don't care about none of that. I just want the truth. If your agenda is just to stick to something because you're emotionally connected to something, I can't trust you. So before I assume anything about my brother, I'm asking you, can you identify a group of people historically that has shown to have ill intentions when it comes to history in comparison to other groups?
Oh yeah, colonists definitely.
And how would you describe them phenotypically?
European. I mean, white Europeans. I mean, what you mean?
Let's just say, for lack of a better expression, white people. We agree with that. We agree that what we refer to as white people have been shown to be untrustworthy when it comes to academia. Can we agree with that?
White people.
I know that, bro. I know that, brother. Do you see more of them doing it than what we call black people? Or do you see more black people doing it than white people? Who's more responsible?
I mean, I guess you could see them.
All right, thank you. So we can agree that we have a common enemy. When I say enemy is one who they seek to destroy, oppose. When you're emotional, when you're not eating right, when you're not breathing right, when certain things aren't right, you're not going to be able to see certain things. So, brother, I'm gonna get. Let me cut to the chase. I was trying to ask you some questions, but it's taking too much time. What I started to do, because I was like you at one point in time, regurgitating the same BS. But remember
I'm
what
not
I told you
regurgitating
earlier.
them. I'm showing
You're
a source.
regurgitating the source that you read from, right? Like
I'm
anybody can
showing
write it.
primary.
I got you.
Are you
I got
familiar
you.
with that? Was you familiar with
Yeah,
that
I
primary?
got you. I'm just trying to make a point. What's my point? What? Let me ask you this. What? Because I see your point. What's my point? Because you can cut me off if you know where I'm getting at. What am I getting at?
Cause I feel like you insinuating So basically, what you're saying is that white people taught us that we was from Africa, correct?
It's more than that.
So I can show primary sources of black people that lived during these times, detailing that we all come from Africa. We all are people of African descent. I mean, I can go to Frederick Douglass' autobiography.
You're gonna have to
Yeah,
prove
but
that.
I
Can I
can
wait?
from
Can I
Kansas,
ask a?
Arkansas.
You're gonna have
Let
to
me
He
ask a
can't speak
question
for
real
he
know
quick.
can't speak
all
for
of our
my people.
grandparents.
I mean, what?
You think so?
What
You
are we
think we're
doing here?
all one bloodline,
So
Jarrell? You think we're all one group?
Wait,
yeah.
let me ask a question real
We're not
quick
even related.
because I think this is kind of centered on the word Negro, right? But are you familiar with the Yamasee Indians or the Creek?
What about
No, I already showed him the
The
powers.
I'm asking you for a reason. Like, are you familiar with them or the Pokanoket?
Yeah, I heard about them. What about them?
And the reason I'm asking you is because these people were classified as Negro, but criteria, and you're looking at a description of the Creek and the Yamasee, they're both described as Negro Indians. So Negro isn't exclusively talking about an African.
J.K. Rowling's niggas.
Well, you
And that's the part. That's the
gotta
part where
understand.
he don't realize. You don't even realize when he's saying Negro or Negro, how that term came to be. Like, do you know the difference between an astroloid, a caucasoid, a mongoloid, and a negroid?
Well, those are pseudo-scientific terms.
Okay, and why
but
would
let
it
me,
consider pseudo-scientific terms, brother?
because, like I said, you have people, you have science, and you have pseudoscience. So people who know that race doesn't exist, it's not really scientific. They corrected that and got that out of here.
So
Negroid,
when you
Caucasoid, all that stuff doesn't exist.
hold on,
Hold on, y'all. Because I want to
Okay.
say this, like he's been up on this panel for a long time, so that's why
Those
people
terms
like,
are for phenotypes.
like yeah, because no, hold on, like he ain't gonna get his hold on.
You go ahead and try, but you're not gonna get nowhere with Buddy. He's getting paid. He's not gonna admit none of this shit.
Get paid? What are you talking about? I'm showing his primary sources.
Actually, you are. Hold on. If you're not getting paid to push this shit, you is losing. These people out here, poor city, and them getting guap to lie to the rest of the world. But you up
I'm
here doing
fighting
this shit
against
for free.
misinformation.
But you're doing this shit for free.
Yeah, the reason why this brother, he's indirectly an agent of chaos, is he don't even realize, like, when you look, like when I called the census myself, and my brother in here, Darvin, can attest to this.
Right.
Well, we had a room where we would do investigative work in real time. So we called the census, and they heard me. I had it on speaker. I asked the lady, I said, "Hey, ma'am, do you all use, what's your methodology when it comes to the census?" She said it's voluntary. So what that means is that you can say, "Hey, I'm a white man. I identify as white." Your skin can be darker than oil, and you can identify as white, and they're going to use that in the census. So first you have to understand, if you're going to regurgitate anything dealing with the census, you have to understand the methodology of the census. And so the census, there's no biological data that's used within the census. It's all voluntary. That's why you have people from North Africa, for example, who are classified as white. I can show you people right now with very dark skin that is classified as white. So once you, like you said, the Negroid, so a Negroid was one who had full lips, dark skin, and a certain type of hair structure. Right? What we call straight hair with very dark skin, and the lips are not that full. I can show you people with very dark skin, full lips, and naturally blue eyes. I can show you so many people with different variations of dark skin, brown skin, fair skin, etc. So yes, that part you are right. So that's why and Darvin was in that same room, we called Harvard. We called Princeton. We wanted to call some of the most prestigious universities in the world, and we were talking to archaeologists. We were talking to people that are responsible for a lot of the books that we have today in academia. And these researchers were saying, yeah, we don't use terms like you said, Negroid, Black. These terms are outdated. So then once we established this, If the brother is telling you that you had people who, yeah, they may have had dark skin, right? That doesn't mean they came from Africa. And then when you start talking about anthropology and you look at Lucy, for example, that's not what we call a Homo sapien sapien. So it's like when they start talking about the out of Africa theory, we start finding holes in that as well. For example, if you look at South Sudan is right next door to Ethiopia. The people of South Sudan, the men and women, are the tallest people throughout the whole continent of Africa on average. But right next door in Ethiopia, those are some of the shortest people. So if the white man is saying that life came, like a lot of white scholars are saying that life originated in Ethiopia, how did you go from some of the shortest people to some of the tallest people right next door? It don't make sense.
Right. Can I say?
Yeah, I'm just trying to hold on. I'm just trying to just, even not just to that brother, just to those that are curious, that are straddling the fence, who are, in between. You know what I mean? It just, you got to start questioning this stuff. Like if they say that Africa is the motherland, you have to ask yourself what ingredients are responsible for life. When you look at a mother, when you study the beauty of a woman, in order for a baby to even exist, there's certain fluids that are needed. A woman's water will break. She produces breast milk, etc. So a mother has to have fluid. When you look at the U.S., we have more rivers in the U.S. than every continent combined. I said not country, every continent combined. Africa only has 60 rivers. We have over 250,000 rivers in the U.S. And if you combine North America with South America, we have over 500,000 rivers. But with just the U.S. alone, we have more rivers than every continent. That's Africa, that's Europe and Asia combined. So when you start asking, what is a river responsible for? How does that pertain to the ecosystem? Why do we have more rivers? Why is it that in Cairo, New York, which is upstate New York, that's the oldest forest in the world? Why is it that the Amazon rainforest is in the Americas? Why do we have more pyramidal structures in the Americas? Once you start asking these questions and you remove all the BS that was given to you as a child, you will start to say, you know what? I'm not going to be so quick to just run with a particular narrative. I'm going to humble myself and I'm going to start researching and figure out, why have these people lied to us? What's really going on? Because when you start talking about primary sources, you have to understand that, do you even know what a primary source is? Like, for example, let's say, for example, if when you look at ancestry testing, you know why ancestry testing isn't admissible in court? You can use paternity testing and maternity testing and forensic testing in court, but you can't use ancestry testing in court. Do you know why? It wouldn't be a primary methodology.
Share my screen after you're done.
Do you understand that? You said what?
I just said share my screen after you're done.
So all that just went in one ear out.
Actually, and I'll be there again in 2028. I was invited by the United States Department of Commerce and the Census Bureau in 2018, preparing urban Indians and misclassified Indians for the upcoming, at that time, 2020 census. Brother Omar, just to touch on what you said about it being voluntary, that's the self-determination. But as far as the census is concerned, it is required and mandatory by law. If anyone has ever participated in the census, if you did the 2020 or even the 2010, it tells you in big, bold, 30-inch font that 30-point font that you are required. Every household is required by law. So even if you don't live at the address that you lived at 5 years ago, you are required by law to check in for the census.
Say something real quick about the census out here in California, the westward expansion. They had one cartographer, they had one person going around doing the numeration, and that person admitted 10, 20 years later, within the documents, that Southern California was too vast, and so anything else outside of that, they counted, let's say 10,000 white tees, how many ever Black, Spanish, what have you, and they said it's too many people, so we're just going to make an assumption and just say everyone else is Indian. So a lot of times when it comes to dissension, you literally have one person that was supposed to go around. So they even admitted, they started making up numbers. A lot of people weren't even accounted for. So you're talking about Los Angeles, who basically only said around 1880 something, we only had 10,000 people, but they're not going to go around and count. But going back to Virginia, which was chartered in 1606, 1607, and then literally, again, I gave you the ship manifest, which was 10 years later. The brother gives us a document from 1621 Virginia with no context. And he sees these Negroes, and again, he's assuming they're from Africa, but he has no information about what part of Africa. And so until he gets more information, we're going to be sitting here going around in circles, speaking to him one ear out the other. He has no information. So I invite him to go check out the charters. There should have never been 1215. So, and when you're talking about these parts of Africa, you're going to have to show more information. So that's something you can share in the chat. You don't have to get off your mic and state that, because I'm giving information. I'm at least giving ships. I'm giving names. I'm giving dates. I'm giving port to port. You're going to have to do that. So why do I have a document that proves from Liverpool, England to Virginia at the time? Because there was nothing outside the 13 original colonies. We're still under the British monarchy at this point. Huh?
So let's do this. Let's cut to the chase, brother. You keep saying
I'm the only person sitting.
Hold on.
I literally said the National Archives.
Hold on, sister. Let me ask this brother this.
I gave you page number. I gave you the name of the study. I'll give you again. The name is published by the Government Record Office, and the name of the document is called Calendar of State Papers, Colonial Series.
Hold on, let's cut to the chase, Darby. You know how we give it up, man. So
page 362.
Hold on, let me ask this brother this. Brother, let me ask you this. So where in Africa are your people from?
Well, my DNA traces to Nigeria. Yeah, I asked this a bunch of times. Nigeria, Cameroon.
You said your DNA. What you use? 23.
Would you like me to pull up the DNA?
DNA.
Slow down. No. Sis, I got it. So your source is, you said,
I can pull up anything y'all ask.
Slow down. So you say your people come from Nigeria. All right. And your source is what? 23andMe, Ancestry. What's your source for that?
Well, I'm pulling it up now.
Just tell me real quick.
No, I like to show.
I got you, brother. Just tell me what it is. What are you using to substantiate the claim that your people come from Nigeria?
I got ancestry.
You use Ancestry?
You need genealogical records.
Okay. No, that's cool. It's cool. So when it comes to Ancestry, so you took the test. What type of test did you take, brother? Just want to be clear.
Saliva.
Well, Ancestry.
No. Let him explain it. No.
Ancestry. Can I talk, man? Ancestry do autosomal.
What specimen did you give for them to use to substantiate that your people come from Nigeria?
What do you mean specimen?
Was it blood? Was it saliva? Did you read their white paper? Meaning, did you do your due diligence and ask? Because me and Darby did this. I called. We spoke to the legal department. What I wanted to figure out is how many generations can you go back according to your testing? That's what they told us. And I'm just, as a matter of fact, before I tell you the answer, do you know how many generations that particular company can go back? That's in their legal paper. Because you have to have a legal disclaimer when you're dealing with the public. Don't look it up. Do you even know? Just say yes or no, brother.
This is my ancestry.
No. You beating around the bush.
That's it.
What do you
need to move on?
Yeah, we do, because we got people up here who have been talking.
No, this is good for the people.
I'm saying, hold on, y'all. I just want to say we got people up here who haven't talked yet. But it's good that he's showing his genealogy, brother. So go ahead and finish. But I'm just saying, ask him to pull up the map.
No, man. I'm telling you, Darby knows the real world. Hold on. This everything I do is for a reason, y'all. I ain't just talking. You know what I mean? I'm just showing. We gotta. If the brother talk about showing ourselves approved, I'm asking the brother to show ourselves approved. So I'm asking you a simple question, brother. According to the company that you use to submit your specimen to, that told you that your people came from Nigeria, how many generations do they guarantee that they can go back to? Do you even know that answer? No. I want him to say, be a man, brother. Be humble.
I don't know. I'm gonna be.
You don't know.
I'm good. I'm Gucci, bro. I ain't on that. I ain't on no.
Let's say you don't know. You know. So you don't know, correct?
But we can pull it up. We can pull it
bro,
up and see right now.
Got you, bro. You
want the answer? We can always pull it up.
Do you saying you don't know, correct? I just want to make sure we get it on the record.
I don't know.
Y'all,
I just said it. What you mean? I just said it.
But you playing, brother. Like that's
bro. I said I don't know. I said we can pull it up right now.
The ancestors.
Yeah. So
they came
the answer is this:
ancestors or the tribe. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt y'all.
Yeah. So the answer is this, brother. When we call ancestry, they told us they can only go back 7 generations. How many? So from the year 2025, according to the Gregorian calendar, if we went back 7 generations, what year would we be in? Do you know? I'm gonna wait for you to give me the answer.
Yeah, so we said all the sum will go back 6 to 8 generations.
And how long ago is that? How long is 6 to 7 generations?
6 to 8.
But do you see the problem with what you're doing? You're looking this up on Google or some type of search engine, but you're not doing this for your actual lineage.
I just was on my DNA. What are you talking about?
Not the DNA, honey. Your actual family
This is important. This is important, y'all.
I got my tree. I just showed my tree an hour ago.
Hold on. How many years is 6 to 7 generations, good brother? And then what year would that be from 2025 going back 6, 7 generations? How many years is that? We all got different methods in here, y'all. My method is I'm gonna ask the question, get a person to go within, and as they go within, they'll see that they spewing bullshit. How many years is 6 to 7 years, brother?
I'm just saying he's been up here for hours. Like,
hold on,
other people
let me
haven't
answer the
talked
brother
yet.
question.
And he said an hour ago. Like,
let me answer the brother question.
Damn.
How we get on DNA, and if you was on genealogy an hour ago, like, come on.
Nah, that's cool. So brother, what year are we talking about?
8 generations. This back 17.
What year did Nigeria become a country? Do you know?
Oh, you doing that? I see where you going.
Yeah, you smart.
Nigeria wasn't a country in the 1700s. That's where you going. Hold on. The people that live in Nigeria.
Deeper than that, though. You may see where I'm going. It's gonna get deeper.
Yeah, that's what you're saying. You saying Nigeria as a
I'm just asking.
a colony country, right?
You catch on, but you ain't catching on. You see a little bit, but you don't understand.
Listen, brother.
Let him finish. Let him finish. Jarrell, damn.
When did Nigeria become a country? You
1960. Fuck it. You're not gonna do it.
No, you gotta let them answer. That's how you break the spell. I break spells.
I don't know about heart. I know it wasn't before the 1700s.
Because our people spewing this bullshit. We gotta activate their DNA, man. Get them to wake up, tap into their God stuff. Y'all spewing this bullshit,
brother. I heard.
So you gotta start asking these questions. What you done heard before?
I done heard all your arguments before.
It's too much information in one day, to be honest with you.
Can I address it?
They want me to give up on you, good brother. I'm
I'm
trying to save your soul, brother. The sisters get mad. They say, "Fuck it." He throw him in the dirt. Throw him back in the dirt, man. They tired of you, bro.
I'm showing. They mad because I'm showing it,
brother. You ain't showing shit, bro.
You didn't show anything.
I did not. But my thing, he could answer this in the comment section. When did his ancestors touch foot from Nigeria? Since he's got all this documentation.
That's where I was going. That's why we got to go
all
slow,
his
y'all.
sources. I need ports.
Bro, we went slow. Like
that's how.
He been up
we
here
went
for
snail
hours.
slow.
Man, like Jenna Cocker said, man, if you don't quit, if it don't fit, you must have quit. You know what I mean? You got to go smooth, and you got to
no. Hold on, brother. We did our. I'm trying to tell you, Darwin. What's happening?
Darwin know how we get
Hold on,
up
brother.
there.
Wait a minute.
Slaying them African.
I know you, bro. I'm asking him a question. Wait a minute. I'm asking him a question, brother.
We 6 hours ago.
Listen. Oh my God.
For sure.
I know he know you. You cool as hell. You come with good information, bro. I'm
So
just
y'all
telling you.
tired. I know y'all.
Can I finish, please?
I know y'all tired. I just came in. I'm trying to get it. You know what I mean?
I know.
Go ahead.
But bro, he been live since 6 o'clock.
Bro.
He been up here.
Hey Joe, mute your mic. Earth is speaking. Don't come up here.
Oh, no,
You gotta remove your shoes. Like, that's just
When can we go over each?
Somebody
Hold on,
was
one
talking.
second.
Excuse me,
Yeah.
Joe.
It's okay. He could go.
Me? It's like 8 of y'all now. Come on now. Let's be real. Y'all jumped the man. Let me talk. It's like 8 of y'all.
You came up here and interrupted.
Yeah, let
Y'all, bro, all of y'all dumb as hell, man. Y'all know nothing about DNA. Y'all know nothing about DNA. All of y'all.
Everybody chill.
Hey, you know,
what's your DNA?
All of y'all trees.
Hold on.
One second. I'm out. This is what we. This is my first time doing. I had 2 lives. This is my first time doing. Request back up, y'all. When it get a little too rowdy, y'all know how to go. I know how to go. But I'll say Jerome got some. He got some hope to him because he like when I told him where like he was listening when I was telling him about his genealogy. He was listening. Like he got some hope to him.
I don't know where they getting it. Darvin, they don't know how we give it up, man. We don't let these people ruffle our feathers. We let them. Okay, that's what you believe in. We're gonna ask the questions. The burden of proof is on you. In the court of law, when you're bringing a claim, you got to be able to substantiate that. So that's why I asked these silly Negro these questions.
Okay, I have a question.
And to see if they can.
Let's set it up, Omar.
I have a question real quick. So, to the guy,
Me, it's just one of me. It's like 8 of y'all. Don't mute me. Let me.
was down there in the comments.
Someone trying to speak, bro.
What's your ancestry? What do you identify? No, don't worry about me, homie.
Anyway,
it's showtime. Yeah, it's showtime. Thank you. It's time for showtime.
Great, awesome. So again, DNA is not substantial. They don't have any of your ancestors to test against. So first and foremost, start there. Now we're talking about your family tree. If you don't know one of your parents, and we understand all the atrocities of this said community, if you don't know who your father is, just say that. So we're tracing through the genealogy. We want to know your foremothers, your forefathers, your forebears. So if you can't tell me at what point your ancestor first touched in these United States, then let's continue to go back. Let's go back into some of these genealogical records because DNA, they don't have your ancestors' DNA to test against. They can only test against people that are living today. And as human living organisms, we all share some similar DNA with all living organisms on the planet, whether it's plants, trees, what have you. So start there.
All righty. Go ahead, Omar.
Yeah, so the sister made a beautiful point. Does anybody know how much DNA that we share with mushrooms? Anybody know the answer to that?
Nah, what is it?
It's over 60%. So like the sister said, everything within creation is connected on some level. We're related to bananas. We're related to trees. Everything is connected because we all come from the same intelligence. So what these devils are doing, that's why I'm trying to break these spells, man, because these people just be saying this bullshit, man. When you start breaking spells, you'll realize, like, hey, like the sister said, if you look at the people that they show you in Egypt, in the land known as Egypt, do those people look like the people that's written on the walls in Egypt, phenotypically? No. So if you're testing a database of people that are new in that region, your whole city.
Oh, dang. Go ahead, dear.
So I just wanted to just say really quick that I had just came from talking to like these really rude Native American people. You know, and I was just honestly seeking some information because as y'all seen how I posted on the live a couple of days ago, I've been finding a lot of members of my family with full blood Choctaw blood in them, okay? And they are all on the dolls rolls. And if y'all want me to pull it back up, I sure can do that. So, you know, I had talked to the lady about, you know, how come my DNA does not match what's on my genealogy. And she kind of gave me a hint saying, hey, well, you know, is not the fact that you couldn't be Native, but it could be that your DNA testing is incomplete because Native Americans do not they don't give up their DNA.
For sure.
So
Thank you.
thank y'all.
All right, who's next? All right, we got Phoenix. What's up, Phoenix? You there?
Yeah, cuz. What up, cousin? I'm just here.
You just say, all right, okay, cool. No, I was just saying, it was your turn to go on Showtime, but I was about to say, did I say anything? I already said what I wanted to say, actually. Never mind. So y'all can skip. Y'all can skip this time. Y'all can skip Phoenix. Oh, hey, Fairy Godmother. Thought Warrior.
Hey, Darvid. How are you guys? Love and light to you.
Love and light to you, too.
Gratitude to everybody for being here. Let's tap that screen, subscribe, gift the host, support the page. I'm over it. I'm really over it. Do your genealogy. Take yourself on a trip. You know what I'm saying? That's the one thing that I really encourage. If you have any questions, you know, I'm sure we can help you. What bothers me the most is when you come in here with one foot in the door and the other out, and you're half open, and then you listen to respond. Open, do your genealogy, trace your steps, play where it's safe.
I said,
yo. Hey, Darvin, that was some fire stuff right there, bruh. But what we need to do now is starting to do a genealogy intervention. Before these pan goofies start talking, ask for their grandma's first and last name and their grandpa's first and last name. Then you do the researches on them and then bust their heads open with that knowledge.
yeah, I did that. I ain't getting them free genealogy. Fuck out of here.
You know what I'm saying? Just be like, hey, what's your grandma's name? All right. What's your grandpa's name? All right. Stay heads open with it. Then they ain't got nothing else to say. But be tropes. But that's all I'm saying. That's my recommendation. What does the chat think?
So.
Man, shut your trash head up. I did my tree. That's why I'm asking y'all. Let's do genealogy for genealogy on YouTube. So that way we can confirm each family lineage is your people and each family lineage is my people. However much time you need on YouTube to confirm that, to make sure those are your people, and however much time I need on my people to confirm that it's my people.
Yeah,
and
we can do this shit right now. We can do it right now.
We can trace back my African ancestors on my tree, and we're gonna prove that the people on your tree are actually indigenous people, right? That means
we can do this shit right now. We can do it right now.
You cannot have no Negro. Hold up, according to the census, you cannot have no Negro on your census. You can't have no Black on your census. You can't have no mulatto on your census. You can't do none of that crap. You bet everything should say I on your tree, on your census.
All right, we can set up no tree for tree right now. Hold on, we can treat. Nah, we can go right now. I'm talking like what we got to wait for? Fuck your YouTube. Let's go right now.
My whole thing is this, right? You see, am I talking?
Yeah, go ahead, receipt.
Man,
no, I ain't setting up nothing. Let's go right now. Go ahead.
I'm gonna tell you one thing. This is what they do. Dude just sat up here and cap like a motherfucker. First of all, let's go genealogy, but you can't show Negro. You can't show this, knowing goddamn well Walter Plecker was a fucking liar in the 1900s did that. Y'all fraud as fuck. And guess what? You gonna reap everything you motherfucking sow. So it is written, so it shall be done. You thieving ass motherfuckers. You gonna come out here with your chest all up like you don't benefit from this shit? Stop playing with us, bruh. Y'all fraud as fuck. That's why Yeah, Mother Earth is gonna tear y'all asses up. That's why, Lord, you
What's
gonna
up?
get yours.
What's up, Lila?
Most of y'all never been to Oklahoma, so all this trying to paint this broad brush as if we're one people, we're not. So Joe, he's got a lot of ego that I am not interested in dealing with. The fragile male ego, I think it's violent. One thinks we're just this one big happy family. We're not. My family's intact. I have way more than enough uncles and aunts. My family, we are all accounted for. And so if you're from Virginia, that has nothing to do with me. I love my people on the East Coast, but I'm just not interested in that. I'm more interested in the Western, Central Plains, Midwest, Mid-South area. And so I just wanted to point out that you have nothing in common with my family. That's a beautiful thing, that we're all distinct.
Thanks. What's up?
Peace to the panel, peace to the host. Yeah, I would like to see on his results where he is cousins to this test panel that he tested himself against, because that's what it would be. Okay. When you're testing blood relations, is from blood relation to blood relation, just like you would do a child and a father or a mother and a child, and grandparents and children, especially when there's an inheritance involved. They actually have to exhume the remains of that person to see if that grandchild is related to that probabilities, and somebody mainstream narrative agreed upon maybe probably and you think, because there is history that has not been spoken about that goes on this land.
I appreciate that. But yeah, I was about to say, where Joe go? We can go trick or treat right now.
I hope y'all do.
Yeah, well, you want all the grandparents before you
Go
do.
ahead. My bad.
Hey, Darby, you saw how he
I think Barry wanted to say something, and then Trove wanted to finish it.
I was just saying he ran.
Okay, go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, I was doing a deep dive into those hybrids and what they were and what they were used for. So it's very telling, the history that they don't talk about that was before all of this this 1492 stuff, because it was a history on this land before 1492, and those people that they call colonizers or whatever, they was already coming over here. They were already raiding and doing stuff.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, why I gotta go to your YouTube channel? We can do this shit right now. You here, me, I'm here, right? We're like they trying to grip to get people on.
Hey, you saw how he tried to be
His
deceptive.
channel because he wants the control.
Hey, you saw how he tried to be deceptive, talking about it can't be this and that, not knowing that.
Right.
It was a lot of manipulation going on too when it came
all
to
these all these
intimacy. Hold on. But I want to say that's why I ended up crashing out, because I knew what he was saying. Like, we can hear you. Go ahead, H. My bad. And then I think, wait, hold on, was it Phoenix?
Yeah, that little goofy ass boy tried to trigger me, and I was like, bro, those are reclassifications legislated. What the fuck are you talking about? That was the most oddest shit that I ever heard when he said, I don't want to see no Indian. All I want to see is Indian. I don't want to see mulatto. I don't want to see black. I don't want to see Negro. Bro, those are all the reclassifications that were imposed on our people.
I bet you
just for the land grab.
Oh, my bad. I'm be quiet.
Bruh, it was crazy.
Yeah, Pan Africa is always begging somebody to come on their YouTube. We're not going.
Yeah, I was about to say he was looking for donations, y'all. He was looking for donations. Collection.
I want to know, what does his African that he could prove have to do with the rest of this country and the people that's from here? Okay, so who want to go first with
Africans
these?
have to do with us?
Hold on, ain't nobody copping out. If I'm saying let's go right now,
Who
like if
want to start first with
hold
this
on, what's it?
Indian paperwork?
Yeah, what's up? Hold on, 1 second. I was about to say, ain't nobody copping out. If I'm saying let's go right now, he copped out,
Man, you
saying,
know
"Oh,
it's
we got."
good.
Yeah.
Hey, Darby, you know it's
I
interesting.
just want to keep it. I got
Even
35 years worth of documents.
Darby, finish before he snapped the fuck out and kick us all out this motherfucker.
Yeah, nah, but I was just saying, like, bro, just like if anybody wants to go tree for tree right now, let's do it. Why I gotta wait to set up something for you if you want to do that shit right now? You initiated something to do.
Yeah, I'll back out. I'll back out. I want to see this ass.
You got a room full of people in here. Why
Back me out. I want to see the belt.
You know it's deep. Even when I
I think Gia and Phoenix wanted to go because I did cut them off and shit.
Yeah.
I'll back out, Chief.
I could go, but they, I'm not just Powhatan. I'm Red Stick granddaughter also. So I'm going through the plains. I'm going to Plymouth Colony, all the way down. Nova Scotia. Let's drag.
So crazy. They keep who the fuck? Oh Lord. Okay, I'm probably gonna let somebody up, but why do we just like the goddess just said, we ain't just on one tribe. I mean, I'm literally a mix of tribes. I'm Chickasaw, Powhatan, Pamunkey, motherfucking Cherokee. I'm Creole. Like, and then I want to say this real quick, and then I'm gonna land because Omar, bro, you talented when it comes to that DNA. Because what I found out is every ethnicity have about 3% of us in them, but we don't have none of them in us. We in the fruits, the waters, we in the earth, the soil, right? And the crazy part about it, how it's a fact, because first of all, you will never find no fucking plasma centers in Africa. Number two, right? We are major donors, but we can't receive anybody's donations. Now that shit sound.
Wow.
Oh yeah. You know, like it's
Most
deep.
of them
I gotta.
have our DNA because they were grafted beings. It was no mixture like procreation, stuff like that. It wasn't anything like that.
I got a challenge for y'all. Next time I get an African, not a Pan-African, but an actual
hybrid.
African on stage, just ask them, have they done have they done their genealogy? I had a brother, I forgot what tribe this brother was from, but he said his people, the way they do genealogies, they collect skulls. I'm like, what kind? I ain't never heard that. And so like when you start, no, you good. So when you start probing and really going deep, you'll realize and they actually were born in Africa.
I'm sorry to cut you off. Have you ever seen a Nigerian birth certificate?
I know what it look like.
But I see the Nigerian cowboy. I'm fucking done.
Now somebody tell me what I need that. What it look like? Somebody pull up a picture.
I'm trying to look for it.
Not well documented people.
Yep, and guess what?
We over here pulling up documents with the National Archives, the Library of Congress, the Bureau of War Department from 1820, and they can't even pull up anything before 1980. So it's just null and void. We're not doing that. I mean, we talking about civil rights. We talking about civil rights. We talking about our people as diplomats, ambassadors, negotiations with the White House. We talking about treaties from 1860s. We talking about verified, documented proof of where our ancestors were. And so I think it's something to be said, especially about the people that were west of the Mississippi, the people that were on the Trail of Tears. That much is documented. So again, I'm going to ask any Pan-African or Africanist, what year did your people touch foot? Because we have the documentation. I'm pulling up ship manifest from 1615. Okay, 17 something. We pulling up state charters, and he even pulled up a document that talks about the Negroes, but then skipped all over the Indian corn plant. So he's just missing it. So Negro is Spanish. We have to keep reiterating that we're speaking English. Like, let's talk about some of these things. But if we have documentation saying, here's the list of the names of people from England to Virginia in 1607, 1650, what have you, like, why can't he tell us what year his people came here from Africa?
That's why I wish we could have.
Because
That's why I was telling y'all, when y'all dealing with people like that, you can't overwhelm them with information. You got to slow down. Like, all you had to do is ask him. Remember when he said, well, they said Indians and they said Negroes, and those Negroes are brought from Africa. So what I would have asked him is, okay, brother, so in your mind, you're telling me that white folks brought some black folks from Africa to pick corn for some Indians? Is that what you want me to believe? You see how stupid that sound? And so that's how you got to deal with those type of people. You can't get them information because they're gonna reject it. You got to ask them.
We also got to expand. You also got to expand who the original Negroes are. Because everybody keeps saying it's a Spanish thing, but the first Negroes were Spanish, Italian, and Portuguese. That's Negro de Terra. Kemet is in modern day Austria. How will they want to keep it? Africa is where modern day Morocco and Tunisia is right now. North Africa, where that imaginary borderline is, boundary that keeps the other Europeans white and everybody below that motherfucker black.
Basically Canada. And I want to say this,
man.
Right?
Yeah. I was just about to say.
Oh, go ahead. You go ahead. I go after you.
I was just about to say, if y'all knew what we came across and what we was talking about earlier, me and Receipt called me with some receipts. Y'all don't understand. Keep on cooking. Sister, I did not mean to interrupt you. Keep
black
cooking.
And white. Black and white is the same thing, and they come from the same place. The original Afrikaans is the African, and they are European. That's why they got the land and the language. Go look at the oldest map. You're going to see one-eyed white guy on that motherfucker. Now, none of these other niggas over there in Nigeria, Congo, wherever they talking about. Ethiopia is not where it used to be. The original Ethiopia is modern-day Congo, Cameroon, South Africa. Not
came from underneath. You know, when the flood happened, water rises, right? They found the promised land because they promised these motherfuckers our land. And I just want to say this real quick. The fact that when it comes to the Caucasoid, Negroid, and Mongoloid, those terms don't even apply to us, even though they've been applied to us. You hear what I'm saying? Around the 18-something, they was calling us Negro, right? What's so crazy is these people are the RH group. They literally carry a recessive genetic. These people come with all types of deformities, right? These types of fitness, same purpose only, no hate speech, bullying, harassment, none of that. But the crazy part about it is they never tell you that some women have to get Rogam shots when they're dealing with a Nigerian or an African. Did y'all know that? Did y'all know that there's some melanated people, right, who's very dark complected on their skin, but they have no neuromelanin in their brain? Then you got some very fair skins that we have, original Americans, freckles, gingers, reds, that have neuromelanin in your brain. So then you get to thinking, that were they calling them the burnt faces? Because they're not absorbing the sun, bro. When you absorb the sun, that comes with hair growth. It's a fact. These people are not like us. It's like if y'all would understand that while we're looking for fruits and vegetables, they're looking for us. So everybody was making fun of these white tees and these Asians about how they eat. Where do you think they got them from? Now y'all seeing these motherfuckers eating grass cutter, putting their face in the cow. Come on, man. It's scientific evidence right now that 2 Nigerians can give birth to a white tea baby. It's a fact. It's still happening today. So all of those pictures in the past.
And back to that fact.
When you see these melanated
and to back up what you're saying,
Go look at One-Eyed Jack on that map. Those same
Mhm.
people in modern day Cameroon have that one-eye condition, right? What is it called? Monocyclopedia, something like that, right? So
Yeah,
now
encyclopedia.
and those are the people that came from India. They're the only two people on the planet that still have it. So those people that settled in Nigeria are from modern day India. They migrated there. They have that same condition.
Yeah, it's actually gene expression because that's their cryptids. It's a picture. I don't know if anybody else have it, but it lists all their cryptics. It illustrates all their cryptics. So anybody with those cryptics, and the wild man, basically.
I know we were off this topic because I had wanted to talk, but I was allowing y'all to talk. But I wanted to respond to Omar because he was kind of saying how we overwhelm people who's not very knowledgeable on who they are with a lot of information. Either one don't work. If they don't want to intake the information, they don't want to intake it, because even with me, when I was, saying the stuff I was saying to him, I was using common sense. He still didn't get it. I was doing real elementary stuff, and he claimed he showed so many documents. 3-4 documents. He didn't show that many documents. He showed that one document, pretty much saying the people of Virginia how they were working the land and using the tobacco, the corn, and the indigenous fruits and vegetables on that land. And then he showed his family tree, which that's not genealogy to me. Like, I even expressed that genealogy, you should know their occupation, your ancestors' occupation. You should know where they're buried at. Like, it's deep when it comes to genealogy. It's not just that person name, their date of birth, and the other. I don't think I could say that other word, but you know what I'm saying. Like, even if we give them in very slow words, if they don't want to intake it, they're not going to.
Hey, thank you for saying that, sister, because the daily lives of my ancestors matter. Like what they did on a daily basis, what they did for occupation, they're important to me because I really actually care about my direct ancestors and my elders. So I love learning the streets that they grew up on. When they were going through their interview with the enrollment with the tribes and the questions they were asking, all of these so-called slave narratives, like all of that I enjoy, even though it's tough to read. So if you truly care about who you are as a person and to know that their DNA, their codes, their genetic sequence is flowing through me and I'm carrying life of past lives within me, like I think that's a beautiful thing. And so people just try to lump all of this into one and then they skip the actual lives that my ancestors lived. Some of my ancestors lived beyond 80 years old. My father is 90 plus years old. Like these people lived beautiful lives. And I think piecing together the full story, giving a full picture is what actually helps. But when we're talking about the brother that was earlier, like if you can't give me dates, I don't want to hear. And I think at some point we had to set up some standards and some barriers for which people can engage. There has to be some prerequisites. So if we're talking scholarly, we're pulling up institutional data, like we're being academics and collegiate here, and then somebody can't even get past kindergarten. They can't discuss this with us. And I've been told my whole life I have to slow it down so the people that haven't done the work can understand. And that's down. And I'm supposed to be a woman, and I'm supposed to not be this, that, and the other, all those restrictions. But at the same time, I'm always being told to slow it down for some beta male. Like, I'm not doing that. Oh, wow.
I didn't mean to
Put me back on the big screen.
Yeah, go ahead. I didn't mean to
just
do
add
that.
real quick.
So
I just wanted to
I
add
just want to
something real
give some
quick.
information real quick about when these people came here.
I think Perry wanted to speak.
Okay, okay, sorry.
Whoever was the last speaker, you are 100% right. We need to stop engaging with people that can't, they not coming professional, like you said.
saying create some standards as adults. Like if I was talking to a K through 12 student, that's one thing. We're talking about adults here. And like if y'all remember growing up in school, I say for at least me, being somebody that was actually wanting to go to college and be an academic, and those class clowns that didn't give a shit about school, like all that is showing right now. They didn't take their studies seriously. They always had other information you can cross-reference. As adults, you can visit museums. You can go to the county records office that I've done. I go pull up archive records. I see the research. I travel to England. I travel to Africa. I've traveled all over the world. I go see the documents for myself as cross-reference. I invested my entrepreneurial dollars into doing that. For somebody that can only point to Google, Google's fine. But do you actually go see the evidence for yourself? Some of this stuff is right at your downtown city hall. Like I went to Oklahoma. I went to every county. They said my ancestors lived from Mays, Roger to Tulsa County. I went to the land record office. I went to Clan, me and my sister, 2 single black women going around the Clan country, pulling up our documents. So you can't, so asking somebody like me to slow it down when I did this like 5-10 years ago, that's unfair. So are we adults? Like I understand if I'm speaking to somebody that's in high school, I can slow it down.
Always remember, my sisters, our people have been under attack. Just because somebody may be a certain age chronologically doesn't mean anything. People have all type of deficiencies going on. The pineal gland is
I went through this. We went through the same thing. We in the Midwest. Y'all, people don't even know what they did to us. All those experiments, all the testing, all the kidnappings. Nobody's believing our stories until now. So the thing is, I'm from Kansas. Like, we just now telling our stories. People just now hearing where we come from. But y'all supposed to be the major cities, Atlanta, Omar, I'm very familiar with who you are. New York, DC. Nobody ever listened to us in the Midwest. We're just now getting our story from Oklahoma out. Like, we just now getting put on the map. So the thing is, it's like we've been waiting in queue for a very long time to share our stories. And so for me, anybody trying to debunk what we said, when we looking up our stuff that's in the documents from 1820, like how am I going so fast if I'm pulling up stuff from 1820s? Like there's stuff that we need to be doing today. So we went through the same public school system. We went through the same plight. My ancestors also being from Georgia, Atlanta. That's my paternal side. My maternal is more Midwest. Like we went through the same thing. And here I am. So there's no excuse. For me, there's no excuse. We went through the same trauma.
I'm gonna tell y'all, when you understand that, like it's at some degree these people have to tell the truth, but they can literally deceive at the same time. Because while they're talking about these places, they have you looking at political maps. If you see a map that shows the Americas on one side and the Africas and Europe on the other side and shit, even though Europe was just newly put on maps, meaning a whole nother continent, those aren't landmass maps. They're not. Because when I looked into their African diaspora that they love to talk the fuck about, why is it speaking nothing of Africa, but trying to call the people of African descent? Because what this says is, which countries have African ancestry? Why the fuck is Africa not number one on this here? I mean, we could have everybody else, but
y'all better put y'all seatbelts on. Y'all got to put y'all seatbelts on for this one. Buckle up, for real. This
shit blew my mind. A lot of people don't really, take heed to my little shit going on. When it comes to these maps, but I've studied geology, Anyway, which country has the most Nigerians? Simple. Which country? It's not saying which country in the U.S., which country anywhere. Why is the U.S. number one? I mean, it should have said Nigeria at least, right? Since Africa's a continent.
Because they're in. See, real quick, Receipt Goddess. Part of that is the diplomatic exchange. And so Nigerians, like, they are, I keep telling people, y'all don't realize how Africa funded the transatlantic slave trade. They know wasn't nobody being kidnapped.
No, but wait, hold on, Goddess. That's not what this. You gotta. Are you receiving what she's saying? No, Goddess.
Because there's, I don't know. Well, Fairy, this is what I'm saying. When you
I
talk
get
about
what
these
you're
things,
saying, but
yeah,
are
you
you
gotta
receiving what
look at the
receipt
fact
is
that,
saying?
yeah, I love it, and I'm inviting to extend that. Also look into the fact that these people are in exchange. Like they have a program going on. They have a pipeline program going on.
Narrative.
See,
It's a
keep
narrative.
breaking it down.
That's
Keep
what
breaking
it
it
is.
down, because I don't know. I don't know. Keep breaking it down.
Okay. No, did you finish?
Original Africans is now called Europeans. Anybody want to argue that? No, Africans are now called Europeans.
Because
All right, so
they're original Europeans, right?
I need for y'all to pay attention to what's happening here. Okay. Go back to the I didn't know you was gonna bust it open tonight like this, but please understand and overstand what is taking place here, y'all. Pay attention. That's why I said buckle up. What she's saying goes a lot further. And yes, everything that y'all saying is spot on. But we're talking about where Africa is actually located. Pay attention, please.
I show my picture, but I got the perfect angle where you stand at the tip of Spain and you 10 nautical miles away from Africa. The original.
And where, but hold on, Phoenix. That's what I'm saying. And where's the original Spain? Where's that at?
That's over. Oh, never mind.
That's what she's getting to. So let her cook real quick. You know what I'm saying? Because y'all about to buckle up for real. Y'all not ready. Buckle up. Go ahead,
I'm
Receipt,
trying
please.
to figure out how to show the daggone picture. How do I get it?
You gotta go to
Turn your camera on. Invite you to turn your camera on.
Okay, he did. And now what?
You gotta
I
go
see
to
the video camera. I see the reverse flip camera, some other shit, and the microphone.
Yeah, and then press save. You might have to press save to save your settings. There you go.
Sound of music. Thank you, Sound of Music. Gratitude, because you caught on. Exactly.
Okay.
Africa is where?
And now what?
Is where?
Now what?
Come on now. They playing.
If you look at the etymology, it's frac, it's friction. It is literally it's a fraction to divide. That's all that council was talking about, how we gonna break this apart. So that's why you had the Congo and Germany, like they not even bordering nations. So again, I'm gonna reiterate this: African leaders have always invited the world to colonize. They've invited the exploitation. For whatever reason, they don't give a about Africa. Okay, so really, who are those people?
Okay, wait though. Hold on. It wasn't just here first.
Let me explain what I'm trying to show y'all.
Because y'all missing it. Go ahead, Receipt. My fault.
No, it's cool. We have to ask ourselves, how back then on saltwater, wooden boats, right? Relying on the wind, how were they able to bring anybody from Africa or to America or from America to Africa, right? You have to. You want to say something?
Oh, my bad. I was supposed to be on mute. I'm yawning and shit.
How was they able to do that when they can't do it today? We got Titanics. We got whole swimming pools and amusement parks on ships. How are they not able to do that? There's no passenger. There's shipping. People have to get on the plane. So how is this even true? It got to be somewhere. This is the African diaspora, right? So the African diaspora refers. Let me get this out because your background. Okay. In 1776. Why is one of the oldest places named America, Oklahoma? See, Africa was Africa, right? Which talks about the city of Tunis, which Tunisia was named after the city of Tunis. But where was that place firstly located? Ontario? Do y'all understand what these Pan-Africans have done? Literally got together in the 1900s to speak about the native races. Why? Do you know that they started changing everything around 1945? A lot of shits. I mean, how else was they gonna get y'all to think that diamonds and stuff ain't rich here? How else is they supposed to do that? It's no fucking possible way that us or even Africa
that. Central is.
You know, those land masses or the territories or the empires was farther than just Florida. It encompasses several states.
I'm giving people something easy that they could, because I'm giving y'all. If I'm giving you cities, you're acting like, what is it?
Yeah, when I say maps, I'm saying that because I've seen these maps before, all type of maps, right? I just never had the time to save it. I didn't go into it. I wasn't called at the time spiritually to go into that. Now I am, because I've uncovered some other things, and now there's some information that I need from a credible source, right? So what I'm saying is that I agree that the enemy can be deceptive in a sense that you can take a geographical location and call it whatever you want to call it, and have a person think that this place was the original place when in fact it wasn't. So the way that you substantiate that is showing a map, right? From whether it was from the 1700s, 1800s, 1600s, and you could demonstrate that, hey, the place that you call Africa today wasn't always called Africa. This is what was actually called Africa around this time, or Nigeria or Egypt, whatever the spread of Islam, whatever the name may be. So what I'm saying is, find me a map. If not, that's what we need to work on. Because I've seen them before. I've seen a lot of, because that's how me and Darvin met. When I was hosting the space, I had brothers and sisters coming in sharing all kind of stuff, and I would see all these different maps that are different than the maps that we use. So if any of you brothers and sisters,
they've been saying the name, Omar, is called Acubalon. Before the spread of Islam from the Middle East
that's
over
not what
to
I'm saying, sis. Nah, that ain't nah. What I'm
that's have you seen the Acubalon map? Like Africa's upside down. Like all these maps are upside down. You get that part too, right?
Can somebody, if you have a source, can you post it in the chat?
Yeah, so look up the map, Acubalon. That's what I'm saying. And the map is upside down. So the maps are north to south. The sun rises in the southeast to the southwest. So they look to the south. That's why the south now is called Upper Kemet. And the north is called Lower.
Somebody said the exotic map. Let me look that up too. Because I've seen so many different type of maps, but I'm gonna type in a Kubalon, but I don't think that's gonna. Yeah,
y'all understand when we start looking this stuff up, they see our keyword searches. So like we'll keep pulling. I say some of this is on Facebook, but yes. So Acubalon map, and then the map is upside down. So it's like Africa shaped like an L.
Who's the author of that map? Do you know? Who's responsible for that map?
These are the people before this. This is what was the cartographers. I'm gonna tell you this is a group. Cartography, remember Mansa Musa, okay? This is before the invasion. So they tell you all the names of Sudan was called Darfur. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like all of it.
See, when I looked up a Kubalon map, this ain't the map. Now this gonna be. Yeah, we want to stay like when we debate these devils.
I'm sure Omar knows that the maps were flipped. I'm sure he knows that.
Yeah, I'm with you, but I'm just
saying. If he could attest. But what I'm saying is, all of these places that we call, like I said, Sudan was Darfur, and it was no north and south. You get what I'm saying? I'm talking about those maps of what these African nations were called originally before they went through their name changes. That map exists. And they call the whole area Acubalon.
Hey, Darby, bring up sounds for us.
Yeah,
they said they got some maps.
About to say, could you pull up? I mean, because Lily, you bringing it up and you keep. I mean, it's not helping because you're not pulling it up. That's all.
Oh yeah, because I don't open my camera like that. But so and then I mean, because I refer to these things and. I mean, y'all want to I have some maps of like, I'm really interested, like I said, in the Indian.
She said she proud. She said, I ain't opening that damn camera. She said, man.
No, I'm just saying, because if I'm gonna do it, like y'all understand, like I can pull this up off of Google because I already cross-referenced this. But when I pulled up that first Virginia charter, I don't think y'all understand what a charter looks like. The charter is showing you New England. And I have John Smith.
Now I got you, sister, but your specialty, your specialty may be a different.
Asking is mainly
Miss Brown.
So look up Acubalon. It's kind of like
you cut the goddess.
Lila Brown V.
Yeah,
you cut the goddess off. You know what I'm saying? And
Miss Brown.
I'm just saying.
What's going on, dude? Like,
he's one of my fans. Are these one of my fans?
Oh, what you want me to be quiet?
When we're talking about this stuff, we're still talking
Let
about
people
their
finish and
narratives.
then
We're
ask
still
your
talking
question.
about what they did
brother
on
sound like
our
Barry
lands.
White.
Because if it's not the original names and the original land mass, then it's their narratives. And basically, what they do is they try to keep us in a loop and keep us talking about and doing the same things over and over again. That's why they created the Bible. That's why they created these false places. That's the reason why they created these false maps. That's the reason why they did most
I think
of the
that I'm
stuff that
referring
they
to
did.
false maps.
Because
I mean, I'm talking about.
I'm not.
I'm
just
just
saying
sure
they gave
because
us
I'm like,
false maps. Because really, if you really want to know what's going on,
I mean, I'm just gonna go. I'm
look
just gonna switch apps and
if
go to
you
my
really
Facebook
want
real quick and pull it up.
to know what's going on,
Yeah,
just
I'll
look
make it
up
a screensaver or something.
If you really want to know what's going on, then look up about the flesh pit, which is the microorganism that has the O blood. And you know, and then look up it's across 3 states, and they're also connected to the great trees that they call petrified, or like mountains or whatever, but it's really just a petrified tree that was cut down. And the reason why they was cut down is because they was using them to create certain beings, which we call hybrids or whatever. Or started cloning, the same thing that they do today. And this would, mess around with the same kind of technology today, because, if you ever watched any experiments on, YouTube or, Twitter or even TikTok at one point, go on here, the CRISPR kits, because you can order one and start your experiment and creating, different species. And then some of these people was actually releasing them. And like one man, he had made a cross between a chicken and a turkey. And I thought that was crazy. Why would he do that? But yeah, this is what's going on. This is, what they started doing. All of the history and stuff can be distorted, so they can try to hide what really happened on this landmass and what they really did towards us.
Hey, the brother, I want to hear I'm curious to see what Honor had to bring. What you sound like you was gonna bring out some maps or something, bro. What you got for?
No, I just ran across something that was very strange. The Mississippi and the Nile. So the Nile is said to have 7 rivers or connecting bodies of water to it, and the one in Egypt, or what we call Egypt, only has 3. But the Mississippi, with the top, because it's only the Mississippi's like 2,500 miles, and the other one on top of it is the remainder, and it has 7 going into it. So a lot of speculation and theorists have said that we are in Egypt and that the map is upside down. And I have seen the maps, and there are stories about a second Egypt that had to be built at another time. So I haven't vetted it beyond me just scratching the surface, but it was very interesting that the young lady said it, because it appears that the Grand Canyon is where the Sphinx sat. And the best way to do it is go to the Nile and put together the rest of Egypt. Start at the Mississippi and see if you can put together the rest of Egypt, and then it will start making sense. You start dealing with
follow the 7 natural spring lakes, and then
also follow the ley lines and the
because
mounds. Follow the ley lines, because we have the primary ley lines and they have secondary ley lines.
Right. And there's only 3.
And they most definitely don't have a flesh pit.
And there's only 3 bodies of water that go into that Nile over there in Egypt. And over here, the Mississippi has the 7 that's spoken about in the ancient writings. So I don't know, but it just struck me as
it's the spring lakes, like I said, it's the spring lakes.
I'm hearing you. I'm not disagreeing with you.
Yeah, that's why I was saying earlier. How is it that what we call Africa is the motherland when we have over 250,000 rivers in the U.S., which is more rivers than the continent of Africa, Europe, and Asia combined? Africa only has 60
You got
rivers.
that natural spring water, bro. You hear me?
Yeah, so it's different. So for me, it's like, no, I'm with it. I just want to, find, We can
follow
it's
the
kind of like
the spring lakes. Follow those, and then you'll be able to map it out for yourself. You hear me?
yeah. Now that's easy to do, but then when it comes to the other things, it's kind of like for
What
me.
these Africans? What kind of maps they at? What are they challenging you on? You say you want to show them because you got to understand the African don't know nothing about no Montana. They ain't never been in Nebraska.
No, I got that, but it's we
What
all
are they
got different
asking for?
ways. No, it ain't that. It's just when we be going to
He
war, I
wants
just
the
look at that.
original map. I know what you want.
Yeah. It's
I'm on
kind of
that
like
too.
it's
Yeah.
kind of like I got a different way. It's like when you look at different warriors, they got some
What's
warriors
up
use
is down and
blades,
down is up. You feel me,
some
bro?
use different ways to go to war. You know what I mean? So my strategy and how I deal with these devils is a little different. But
You gotta start walking backwards. You hear me?
right.
Start walking backwards. You
Yeah,
hear
like
me?
I
Just
give
slow
it
down a little
exactly.
bit.
Yeah, so
And
it's
then you're gonna get all the answers that you want. You just gotta sit. Remember when our parents used to say, "Sit your ass down somewhere."
right.
That's
Yeah.
what you have to start doing. I know what because I was like that too, but I had to take a break for a minute. And then I had to start walking backwards and then jumping in the car with the ancestors. And then I had to take a ride with them. See, I'm in Oklahoma. So I want all of y'all in this chat to Google the Scottish temple.
Can somebody
See, it's
put Lilo on the big screen, please? Because she pulling up maps. I need to see that. Let's see that.
that's
My bad to interrupt you, magnificent.
Yeah, because I'm over here flipping my camera. I told you I don't open up my camera.
You're
So
good.
this is the
But,
map. I'm gonna pull up Acuben land.
but look
Okay.
up the Scottish
And I'm gonna switch
temple
my little
in
camera.
Oklahoma, in Guthrie, Oklahoma.
Okay.
And that's where all the Masons come and everybody comes to gather. You heard what I'm saying? And it's built out of stone because I used to run track and I could run like it's like it's a mile around it. So it's in my hometown, but people not. This is where all of them come together. All the judges from everywhere. They come right here to Oklahoma to this temple. It's called the Scottish
Yes, they
Temple.
do. Yes, they
But
do.
Hey, can you
but
send
we
me a
built
DM
it.
with that info, brother? I just want to, do some due
Oh yeah,
diligence.
I got you. I got you. Cause look, I'm Creek. They moved us all here, but all my family, you see what I'm saying, is in Texas where she's talking about the flesh pits and all of that. It's all man, I'm telling you, bro. We're all connected. We're on a conscious that they're not on. They try to keep us from being on this
You know
conscious
what?
that we're on, and we're on the truth. You heard what I'm saying? So everybody's awakened, and we can't wait for the ones that's not awakened yet. So we got to stop wasting our time on them, and we're together already. You heard what I'm saying? And now we got to start putting action to different stuff and just claiming our truth, getting our land patents, getting our invention patents, doing your genealogy. People don't want to know. If they don't want to know who the fuck they are, we're not caring about that. You heard it? As long as we know and the ancestors chose us, they didn't choose everyone. They chose all of us to find them. They're like, hey, find me, find me. And then once I start doing that and y'all start doing it too, we're like, damn. You heard what I'm saying? So then we start looking at these towns. You heard what I'm saying? Everything that was on the ground is up in the sky. You heard what I'm saying? Was so above, so below. You feel what I'm saying? So everything they always had us looking up instead of us looking down. So now we're looking down, and that's where we've been found. You heard what I'm saying? That's why we're finding everything because our ancestors left footprints for us to follow. So we're stepping in their footprints right now. Everybody else, they're not worried about that because they're comfortable in their life. They're stuck in their old ways. They're stuck on some 3D. We're leveling up, and that's why we have all these answers, and that's why we're here right now. And I understand that's why you want to find out, you know what I'm saying, what's the original map, but you got to just turn it around. You hear me? Just turn it around. You know, like the compass. The compass, they always want you to go one direction. You see what I'm saying? But we always planted the mounds. You heard what I'm saying? We built the mounds and stuff. That was our temples. And then from that, you know what I'm saying? We created
Let me ask you
everything
this,
else.
good brother. Let me ask you this. And this is where where we agree with a lot of things, but then
Uh-huh.
amongst our people, we be at war when it comes to certain things. Like I know when I bring a certain piece to the puzzle, our people kind of like, nah, that ain't, you know what I mean? And then you will find out what it is in a few minutes. So let me ask you this. Why do you think our people fell from grace? the people that built the mounds, the greatest of the great of our people. Why do you think that we're in this predicament? What do you think happened?
Hey, because we never lost, bro. We never lost because we're talking right now. You and me, we're talking right now. Does that make sense?
Taught you that you lost. You did not lose.
Yeah, we won,
They
bro.
took their participation trophy and they put it to it. They made it supreme. Okay, like you get what I'm saying?
Because
Like
all my grandparents.
seriously.
Look. Okay. I'm gonna just say this. Okay, so all my grandparents that I found, you heard what I'm saying? They was in all those WARs. You heard what I'm saying? The ones and the twos and all of that, right? So if they lost and all of that, why am I still here talking to you?
Put it like this. All right, this is where we differ, right? You know how a lot of people, they go into the ancestors? I go beyond the ancestors and I go to where all ancestors come from, where all things come from. That one point of
because I'm everything and everything is me, right?
Right, the Most High, right?
All right.
So for me, we wouldn't be in this predicament if our ancestors didn't make certain mistakes. For example, I was talking to one of my aunts. One of my uncles, we had over 300 acres that left our family, right? Because he wasn't tapped in. It was a mistake made.
Yeah,
so what I'm
because
what
they
I,
didn't know how to read contracts.
Yeah, it was so even and so and like they teach us, ignorance of the law is no excuse. Because when you tapped in, you tapped in. Can't nobody deceive you when you got to, you know what I mean? When you doing what you need to do.
No, that's not true, Omar.
Well, let's agree to disagree respectfully.
Hold on.
My sister.
Have you read? Are you familiar with the destruction of Black civilization by I think his name William Chancellor?
Just hit me with your heart, though.
Just real quick, it's like
I may not agree, but I'm saying
it's not about agreeing. It's like, do you not see that our records are with the War Department? So we are human. If you pinch us, we might say ouch.
You have to speak for yourself on that because I don't know what humans really are.
Well, I mean, if somebody, do you have sensory receptors? Do you have sensory receptors? Like, do you feel pain?
A dog can have sensory receptors.
Okay, so as a living organism,
but that doesn't make us dogs.
As a living organism, warfare happened. Warfare still happened. You go to war enough times, you will get hit. Okay, it happened. So he keeps saying, where was the mistake we made? Where was the mistake our ancestors made? You literally see people going back on treaties. They're not honoring treaties. You see people succeeding land that is not rightfully theirs. So the Indians deal with that, especially the Muskogee. So you say, oh, we have a treaty that says you're giving up 1 million acres. But the thing is, it's like there was no massive failure. Like the brother said, we're still here. Like we don't say that these people come up from slavery and then build Tulsa, Black Wall Street. But they bombed Tulsa.
Look, listen, look, they couldn't do it. So guess who? So guess who has to do it? We have to do it. They couldn't do it. We got to do it, and that's what we're trying to do now. We're doing all our stuff, getting all our land patents, and do all invention patents, and getting all of that back. They left it for you.
Okay, so
remember
So remember we have like.
Is she there?
I think she probably had a phone call.
For standard deviants, are we human? Am I talking to people that I'm not talking to homosexual people that have melanin?
I mean, you don't have to mute me if you want to, go ahead and have the conversation. That's disingenuous. You just go right on ahead.
Hello?
What you say?
Like, I'm just trying to get some standard deviation here. Like, are we saying? And I don't mute people because I don't do that. I mean, unless you just like African going wild.
That's what.
I hope you're not accusing me of muting. I hope you're not accusing me.
That's what was happening. I don't know who was doing it. I just know it was happening because there's a lot more people that's involved in the conversation because we're having a conversation.
Okay, but I'm gonna say for standard deviation, I'm human. For me, I'm speaking for me then. So as humans, if you hit somebody enough times, if you keep chinking at the armor, okay, they will get a dent. So if you press into something long enough, you hit something long enough. So the destruction of Black civilization is exactly that. You also had trade deals that went sour. So anyway, I'm gonna pull up this map of Acubaland, because the brother was asking about maps. And so I was pointing again to this area of Darfur that today we call Sudan. So this will hopefully give you an idea. And this is more like 1260. And then you can go into the spread of Islam into territory Mansa Musa because he went on his pilgrimage. So that's the area. Like this is your 1200s to 1400s, your 13th to 15th century. So I would rather discuss USA maps because those are more interesting to me. And those are in the charters. So all this, I'm so sorry that you have the mindset that we lost, but I do want to shout out the brother from Oklahoma. That matters as well. And there was no map because we were creating the plots. So we had land allotments. That was part of the treaties with our people, the Cherokee, the freedmen, all of that. So when you see that, when you're saying, where did we go wrong? Like, talk about Georgia. Like the Muskogee, one person said they selling off millions of acres of land. Like, that's not right. So they had to then go back and rework those contracts with the United States. But this was absolutely a partnership. Like these people were doing trade deals together. They were working together.
Okay, may I please? May I please? Okay, so first of all, that those people, because first of all, our people wouldn't have traded anything with anybody because we are connected to the land. The land needs us and we need it. Okay, that's how that goes. And when you learn what mounds were and ley lines, you will understand that we would not have given that up for anything. We would not have traded our lands for anything. You know, only something that is not connected to it can do that. And false treaties were entered into by hybrids that was not us, but had what they would call blood quantum in these modern day terms, but not born, it didn't hold any blood law or soil law. Okay, these are grafted and created beings, and those people that came over here, the Jesuits or whatever, Catholics or whatever you want to call these dang on people that's part of the Smithsonian or this government, okay, which is just a color of law, fraudulent, foreign thing in our lands, did that so they can move us off of our sacred lands because they knew that we were connected to the ley lines, to the mounds, and everything else, so they could continue committing the stuff that they're doing now, which is perpetual war and decay. That's what they're all about. They're not about restoration of the earth. They're about destroying it because there's some unnatural, unholy, soulless things. And that's what's happening. And they're very tricky, but no. If you look up the real history, they took these things that they call political Indians or put them paper Indians or whatever. And that's the reason why people think, oh, we're just mixing. We're just all just one big happily family. And, and over time, things had changed and people look differently. It's a bunch of malarkey. That's what it is.
$5. They pay $5.
They entered these treaties. They had these things signed as if they are us and entered treaties, and it was not us.
Okay, so I'm gonna speak for again me and mine, and I'm gonna adhere to the treaties, and we argue the treaties, and we argue for the treaties. We're in the treaties. We're connected to the treaties. So Brown family that I'm referring to, it's deep. It's deep. But I'm gonna continue to give dates. I'm gonna continue. So I don't know where this hostility is coming from because I'm on AccuBaline, and then if y'all want to see some more maps, I'm pulling up maps. I'm pulling up names. I'm pulling up dates. I'm pulling up ports. So we can put this in proper context. So y'all ask for a map, I'm giving a map. AccuBaland, and I touch foot in Khartoum. I've also touched foot in Morocco. I go see the things for myself. I love art. I love museums. So I'm gonna do my thing.
Great. Kansas City's in the house, and I do want to shout out the Chickashaw.
Okay, so the dates, if you want,
I wasn't finished. I wasn't
1493
finished.
CE.
I wasn't finished. Okay. So thank you for Chickashaw. Chickashaw's been putting a lot of things in the chat as well. And I think the brother that said the Magnificent was from Oklahoma. I love that. I want to talk about those areas. And so those people are giving factual information. And I love the data and I love the date. And so we have a lot of different people that are tuned in. And so if y'all have questions, I don't mind conversing in the comment section. But I also have information, and it's very rare that I open my camera and I share these things, because I think you can go look this up for yourself. So I have a lot more. But this takes a lot of digging, okay? Because I put this information out like more than 10 years ago. So if you do have questions, I'm going to give y'all factual. I'm from the Show Me State. I don't know if anybody else from the Show Me State. So we do really good with receipts. I'm gonna show you everything. And we have so much more. So when I'm referring to information, I'm referring to me and mine and us and
Hey,
our.
listen, let me tell you something. You need to fix your tone. You really need to correct your tone.
Like
and wonder why somebody has a tone with you.
It's okay.
That's
we can
why.
do tones. I'm gonna go to the
Correct that.
comment section. So I don't do tone policing. I don't
Correct
care about
that.
your tones.
And don't mute me. Don't mute me.
I don't care about your tones.
Do
I'm
not
talking to
mute me.
people.
Excuse me.
Somebody's muting you, ma'am. Somebody's muting you. A moderator is muting you.
Yeah, well, y'all better move around.
So thank you.
Play
So
where it's safe.
Cherokee Nation, Brown family.
Watch your tone. I said what I said.
So tone policing, that's fine. You just probably have a problem with melanin. So anyway, this is how we talk.
That's when
This
you
is
know
how
somebody's
my
asleep.
mother talks.
She might
This
be
is my
human
magic.
after
I got a problem with
This is how
who?
this is how my American Indian ancestors talk.
Let's chill, y'all.
Your
Let's
tone.
chill.
So tone policing, I'm not interested in your tone.
Your
Okay,
shit.
okay.
Oh, my bad. I meant to disconnect everybody. There we go. That's why I went. That's why I went. I want to disconnect everybody. Come on, y'all. Let's keep it. Yeah, we ain't got a tone police. Let's just keep it scholarly.
Can I say something?
Yeah, you
Okay.
come back, Lila.
Okay, so how we gonna do this, right? Whatever just happened before I got here, let's not even talk about it no more. And I want to get back to the receipts because I was asked to present something.
Because when I
so
open my
what I wanna
camera,
say is-
I'm gonna share. So let's chat. I'm here to chat. I
Hold on,
love
okay, well, I'm gonna hold on.
information.
I was talking just for a second.
Yeah.
If you can put me on the big screen.
Oh, okay, cool. You got it.
Who was that? Over there. Ooh, okay. Ooh, shit. All right. Just go ahead and cook for a second. All right. Now what I want to happen, right? Please, if y'all have any questions, trust me, I'm going to probably be the one. Y'all could mute up because y'all backgrounds is
Hey, I just got. Hey,
What?
Hey, look. Hey, I just. Hey, I just.
Is you glitching?
Hey, I just got on.
Yeah, is he glitching?
I don't know. The hell? Sounding like a robot. Somebody block Fairy.
Did somebody block her? I didn't block her.
Can you unblock her? I don't know.
I
who
did
blocked
it.
her.
I did it. I did it.
Oh, okay.
I
'Cause
didn't
I'm
block her.
about to as well. I don't like that. I'm always attacked. I don't like it one bit. But
Hold on.
glad you said it. But that tone police, I have so much information to share, and I love this chat, and so I'm gonna keep bringing it up because I know the devil is a lie, and the devil don't like this information coming out. So
that brother that came up from Oklahoma, I really wanted to engage. So connect. And the Chickashaw that's down there, thank you so much. I have Chickashaw in my family, okay?
Okay, hold on. Can I finish?
So, yeah. So I wanted, somebody asked about Fairy, but that was rude. That was disgusting.
Okay, look. Okay, because the last time I was here, I don't hold no grudges. I was attacked too, because I know that the information that I'm bringing out is not heard of. But we're going to let bygones be bygones. Now, what I want to do, right, is just go ahead and show y'all some stuff. So this is Malta-Europe. Pay attention to the map to the right.
My bad.
Okay.
So I was blocked.
Okay, wait. Oh,
Who
you was
blocked
blind?
me?
I don't know, but we up here and we're gonna keep it
Darby,
going.
did you block me?
No.
Oh yeah, I think he said he did.
I have no. I didn't. I had no problem. I would tell people I ain't got no problem. I
Okay,
ain't scared
yeah.
nobody.
So I just want to say, Leela, and see, I don't do drama, but what you won't do, I took play where it's safe. I respect Darvid, but again, you asked for it. Don't come for me. My bad, Receipt.
Okay,
you already know I'm here
Sharkeisha.
for
Okay,
you.
Sharkeisha.
I'm here with you, Receipt, but play where it's safe, Leela.
Okay, well let's just keep it going. All right, so this is Malta-Europe. Okay, I know a lot of people know about it. We're gonna look at the map to the middle on the right. Now, this is Malta, Montana. Screenshot. All these places I'm going to show you that's located here, it's going to actually not show you a place, it's going to show you maps. These places are going to be on landlines. A lot of them are going to say unincorporated or census designated locations. Okay. Now, one thing I do know is that it's very embarrassing when we have people presenting things, and the things that I'm going to present is something that is not taught in no governmental school. It's not taught in college. It's not probably even taught in your own home. But one thing a person cannot fuck with when it comes to me is the information that I bring out that I have literally done so much research on. Because you got to be impossible not to think that if they're telling the story about an African slave trade, you got to know the names. See, people don't even understand literature, meaning like the meaning of the words. If it's a noun, pronoun, verb, just like the God was saying, there's locations. You can't pull up a political map and think that that's going to be safe. It's not, right? So that lives in these WARs. Do you understand? This place right here has a reservation. Now, the crazy thing about this right here is, why does it say Mediterranean island? Because see, we have 45,000 quote unquote caves on the soil, right? If this is the place that has the first pyramids, right? The longest and the most, you have to have rivers underneath. So I don't like to just
90,000 dams. There's 90,000 or 91,000 dams that are keeping you from seeing Egypt. If they get rid of the dams, you'll see the geographical, you'll see everything. But
Egypt is Greek, Egyptos. So do you mean this is Kemet? And I think this is America. Now, Atlanteans.
Could you stop interrupting me? That's what I'm saying. You so rude.
I'm
I asked you, could I cook?
Wow, all of that
You so
education she has.
But it's not. This is America. I just want to say that.
So that's the problem. Why do we keep inviting these certain type of people to our spaces with these narratives and thinking that they're so indoctrinated that they think they are brighter than a rock, and to try to tell us that we're delusional or try to downplay the information that we're bringing out, which is factual and the truth. They want to keep rocking us to sleep right along with these indoctrination camps. I mean, the man laid it out for you, the Rockefeller or whatever his name is. He laid it out for you. of what the thing is supposed to do and how it's supposed to do. And then we have to understand that the books that they took our sciences from, that they use to enrich and empower themselves, is our stuff and it's connected to us. Why do we keep playing with our animals? I'm just at this point.
I do understand also when you say Egypt is Greek. So I'm
Wait. Let me finish. And this is what happened to me last time. I got up on this panel. I didn't even get a chance to finish as I was being disrespected by the goddess right here. And I'm still going to speak at her as a goddess because this is ridiculous. This is embarrassing. We are on the platform and we have so many people looking at us. And this is the reason why we won't ever get together. Because it's sad.
I apologize.
Now, I know for a fact, it's okay. Let me finish. Because when you interrupt people, number one, people can lose their train of thought. But one thing I'm not going to do today is do that. I'm not. I don't mind anybody asking questions. This is what we're here for. But just know.
And she tried to block me. No wonder. I'm here for Receipt Goddess and Darvid, and I got blocked because I checked her for cutting off a goddess and keep, you know what I'm saying, and wondering why there was a tone and why people felt some type of way. It's not what you do, it's how you do it.
I feel y'all. So we're going to just move on from that. I appreciate you too. And let's just keep going. All right. Now, everything that I'm showing y'all, please screenshot, look it up yourself. I want my people to get tired of people trying to teach them their rhetoric. I'm not no teacher. I'm just here to pass along the information that I have. Now, America. A lot of people don't know that this is now a ghost town in Oklahoma.
Please, can you go back to Malta? Because it was you kept getting interrupted. I would like to hear what you're saying.
And it's been glitching. Can everybody please like the live? If you can, send a gift or two. Let me go refill, but like the live, share the live.
Yeah.
In the chat.
So this place, I actually do have all of these places I'm showing you. I actually have attached documents as well as images of ancient ruins, pyramids, things that is gatekept when you actually go on the web and look. Because like I have like 4 bookshelves like full of stuff. But when you go on the internet, it is people get paid from Google to all these social media sites that they block certain regions. America's number 1. And the sad part about it is like they're using regions and not countries. If anybody don't know what a region is, please look it up because it's not what you think it is, right? These places have ancient ruins. These places, like for instance, I'm gonna give y'all something. Malta, Europe just had an earthquake, April 17th. Why was the same earthquake, April 17th, done in Montana? You see, I don't like to just go by the names because I know things were named after things. Trust me, they were. I mean, I'm not dumb. I mean, and I appreciate people for, oh, you want to say something, Darvid?
No, I was just saying.
Okay. Yeah, look it up, y'all. Look up April 17th, 2025. There was a 3.5 or some degree earthquake that was supposed to have happened in Europe, Malta, right? But how the fuck the same earthquake happened April 17th, 2025 in Montana? See, this is the reason why 90% of Utah, you can't even fuck with. You can't even fly a drone over that motherfucker. Guess what? They're gatekeeping. When you realize in these documentaries, they're digging up Egyptian mummies. You really think they over in Africa? No, Egyptian mummy. Let's
Hmm.
And in Washington State. So let me grab that.
I just wanted to. I'm not going to stay up here, but I just wanted to tell Receipt Goddess when she's talking and she goes to change her pages, because sometimes it sounds like she's still talking. It's
Mhm.
not coming through, so she may want to wait until she comes back to talk again.
Yeah, for sure.
Oh, okay. Because I was very
Yeah.
confused. I'm like, why it keep cutting her off like every 2 minutes?
Yeah,
Yeah.
nah, it's when she's going to change images. So I just wanted to let you know that.
And then they messing with the live too. Peace and light, AI. Peace and light.
Peace
They
to y'all.
definitely messing with it. This fairy, I had to switch pages.
Already, peace. I'm gonna drop back down, brother.
I say gratitude.
So.
Tap the screen, guys. Please tap the screen. TikTok, we love you.
Y'all have a good night. All right,
Yeah.
peace out, GK, cuz.
Peace a lot, GK.
Good night, y'all.
My bad,
Good night.
y'all. Y'all hear me now?
Peace and light, Phoenix. Peace
Yeah,
and
they
light.
glitching me like a motherfucker. Like, sheesh, TikTok. I think they mad because I don't get them access to my photos no more. I'm tired of them deleting my shit. Okay, so hold on. Okay, I know where it's at. There we go. So yes, a pacemaker was found in an Egyptian mummy, right? Discovered in Washington. Okay, it was discovered in Washington State. I'm going to show you other receipts with it because it was a black stone called carbonado, which is actually black diamonds. Where they found them at is actually there's a place called Carbonado, Washington, where they had minings. Like it was people set up. So let me show y'all what that is.
Hmm.
One. Let's see. Okay, now they're playing. All right, they're just glitching on my shit. So let me just keep going. I'm going to show y'all how there's these ports and stuff that were here that's labeled as these journeys, these falsified journeys that they say happen.
For sure.
All right, so this was the beginning one. Oh, let me show you this real quick. So this place right here, please screenshot this because this place actually has a lake there that has sunken pyramids and stuff. If you look this up, please understand that if they're going to say, oh, it was renamed after this and that, go deeper. Go deeper because this place right here is called Cuba. This was the very first Cuba, okay? It's in New Mexico, and I'm going to show you what they did to this location, okay?
Excuse me. Yeah.
Right here. They detonated. It's called this. You see that? 1945. You see, this is how you change the names of locations. You do the same thing that was happening in Maui. Now Oprah done bought it up. The name gonna change, okay?
because that causes the people to move. It's called removals and settlements. Look that up too. Population transfer. They remove the original people and they place foreigners, periods. Now, let me show you. Here's one of them right here because I need to go back. The Ohio Canal. Y'all look this up, screenshot, because I need to go back a little bit further where my other receipt says.
No, okay.
You see how? Huh?
No, I was just saying, all right.
Okay. So with this place right here, watch what I'm going to show y'all. Cleveland and all of that. And then, you know, if anybody lives in Ohio, they know about the catacombs that's underneath Ohio. It's called the Paris Catacombs. And they say that it's supposed to be in Paris, but it's right there in Ohio.
Yes, ma'am, it is. We was just talking about that earlier. It sure is.
All right, so while the term slave coast is typically associated with Atlantic slave trade in the 15th and 19th centuries, focusing on the regions of West Africa where enslaved people were captured and transported. The practice of slavery, right, did exist in what is now Ontario, Canada, and was brought by loyalists, you know what I'm saying, after the American Revolution, with the first recorded, instance of African enslavement in Canada. Now, peep game. Now, slave coast is most strongly associated with the transatlantic slave trade in the 15th and 19th centuries. The concept of slavery existed in what is now Ontario, though not as a central focus of the trade during the 1500s. The first recorded instance of African enslavement of Canada, you know what I'm saying, is in Ohio. Now watch this shit. Because I was just like, I love, what I love to do is I love to research stuff, right? And I actually love to look at them without being on incognito and without changing my region so I could see if it's a difference. So when I was just showing y'all that document, I had my location on, I was in Americas, and that's what I got. Now I'm incognito. This is Atlanta, an unincorporated community in Ohio. You see how it's on the ley line? Peep game. Yep. This stuff messed me up. So hold on. That's the Gullah. Okay. They keep, come on to top. There we go. They keep.
Closed captioning brought to you by Gilt. Visit Gilt.com today for up to 70% off designer brands. Gilt has the designers that get your heart racing.
Darvin.
No.
You
Somebody.
said that. Huh?
No. Oh, yeah.
Why is this not letting me click on it? I'm so sick of this damn system. It's pissing me off. As I'm trying to pull up the picture, it's not even letting me do it. And not even picture the receipts. So.
Right. On the branch. Yeah, it's quite wordy.
All right. This is it. Boy, I swear, when people be on that negative energy, that shit glitches the fucking live. I can't stand negative ass people. Like, smile, bitch, or go wash your ass, because people just be doing too much.
Go to bed, you're pretending. I'm gonna stay on it more longer though. I was thinking about I'm gonna shut it down soon, but I'm gonna stay on longer now. Since you just said something.
Why go to bed pretending, man? Why you even waste your time to put that comment down there? Why you ain't in bed? Move around.
That's his ass probably glitching the live. He done brought his little
right.
That's the inbred ethnicity. TikTok is saying, taking educational purposes only. I put some fruits in the chat.
No,
we should have been at 100K.
no, none of that. Like the live, share the live.
I've been on here. I've been on. How long I've been? 8 hours. God damn. What the fuck?
Man.
Oh, you put in the whole shit.
How much money you got?
How much money I get? Who gave me? I mean, shit. The biggest gift was Deuce Duke. $4 fucking.
Well, that's bogus as hell. Hold on, I'm seeing something. My bad, y'all. Just screenshot this and move on.
Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Yes, tap the
Look it
screen
up.
and please gift the
I don't
host.
my bad. I don't
Support
like
the host,
Wikipedia.
guys.
My bad. I don't like Wikipedia at all. So I got more. Hopefully if TikTok will stop acting like a BI. Okay. Sierra Nevada. Y'all have to know what Sierra means and what Leon means. Leon means lion. All right. So this is just a random question. Where is Sierra located in the world? I didn't say the fucking US. Why is the first place they bring up is this shit here? You see, I know places are renamed places, but ask yourself this. Why is these quote unquote African countries, why did they start being named in 1945? African and Asian countries. I'm gonna actually pull that up in just a minute. Just understand this, right? Because there's origins and shit to places. Now, when they was talking about they were sending people to Liberia to build it up, this ain't the only receipt I got. Because around this motherfucking time, they had devastated South Carolina. They had devastated it like a motherfucker. And people went there. They was basically sending people from the north, like up there where, I think that's where Lila from. Like up in the north, they were sending them to the south, and they were sending the people from the south up there, sending motherfuckers from New York to Cali, from Cali to New York. They were scattered us to the four fucking corners. We was playing crisscross, applesauce, double dutch, all types of shit around this bitch. But we've been doing that through the barter system. That's why we had big ass castles and shit on these ley lines. Okay? Look this up because this has historical evidence. Buildings that's like looking like castles. It can't be built in the 1800s. Ain't no fucking way. Now, this goes into a lot of shit. The enslavement and everything that happened along with it. Y'all, look at these websites right here. Open it up. You said it's distorted? Oh, it's probably because I'm going in and out of pictures too. See? In the 1820s, South Carolina was experiencing a period of rebuilding and retransformation, reconstructing. People were sent to Liberia around that time too. I mean, I'm quite sure y'all know that story. Okay? I'm not reading everything because I don't want nobody to believe nothing I'm saying. Please don't. I'm not no teacher. I don't know everything. That's how I'm able to absorb new shit. I brought this up now. I can bring it. See, every time I do this shit be catching me up. Okay, let me do that. See if that'll work. It keeps resetting. I swear, the internet, I bet you it don't even wear draws because this shit is fucking ridiculous. All right, so right here. Okay. Now, I can see that at the top. I think it's talking about the 1820s stuff, how they were enslaving people around the canals of Ohio and shit like that. And I don't know why this is. Hold on, they keep fucking.
Man.
Hmm?
Oh no, I'm just yawning.
Mm-hmm. Because of that. Okay. This is Ontario. With this Erie Canal around the 1820s. It's crazy because this shit ain't even talked about, and I know it's not. Indentured servitude. I want people to start and like, please just brand that in your brain. We gotta talk about some slave stuff because we had indentured servitude. These plantations, the name is in the name. Plant. Okay? We come from a long line of people who help teach other people how to do stuff, just like we do our kids, our little cousins, nieces, nephews, and so on and so forth. Now, this says a significant labor system, particularly in Pennsylvania. Now, look up this area because there's this indentured servitude of 1607, 1619, 711, 1711. 1771. We had people coming here, okay? So, in other parts of North America, it was used to transport European workers to the New World. And everybody thinks Europe has something to do with Eurasia. Everybody knows about goddess Europa, but a lot of y'all don't know her last name, which is Scotia. So where's Nova Scotia? Stop. Y'all have to understand, they had to tell y'all this fucking lie so they could keep stealing. Oh, Lord. Let's talk about this, right? So, the Gullah people are a descendant from an enslaved, right? West and Central Africans, right? Particularly from the regions of Senegal, Guinea, Sierra Leone, Cote Verde, whatever. Gullah Geechee culture marked by its unique admixture from these diverse West African areas. Mind you, they're talking about West Africa, but when I looked at that fucking map, I had to get a close shot of that. Because I said, wait a minute. Why are they saying Gullah people are descendant from enslaved West and Central Africans? That map. So when I pulled that motherfucker up, what the fuck is this? Can y'all see this? Or do y'all need me to bring it closer?
That's American.
I can see it.
Why does it say South? Do y'all see what it says for real? South Carolina?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, I've heard a lot of Gullah Geechee people say that they're African, and you can argue them down. You can ask for evidence.
Man.
What she just got from that?
I'm just showing you locations. I don't care about a lot of the Gullah Geechee people calling themselves. I don't even think of the people who's claiming to be Gullah Geechee is even Gullah Geechee. Because the Gullah Island, right, talks about a fucking frog that is original to North America. not Africa.
Yes.
And how,
Grandfather was
if
Gullah.
it is about Africa, I'm actually cool with it. Wait, somebody mute the goddess. If it is true about Africa, it has to be the people who came on the goddamn plane. Because how else was they gonna get here? Name me one African that came here. Name me one on the boat. Ain't none of them. So
What is going on? Oh no, I was trying to see something.
So now again, I'm showing you this receipt again, and I'm showing you this map. So peep game.
All right, who's coming up? I'm about to wrap this up soon.
No. Okay, let me. This motherfucker was talking about the rice region. That's what I wanted to get to. Okay, so they say where in Africa did the Gullah come from, right? They say they are peoples who came from where? They're descendants of Africans who were enslaved on the rice, indigo, and sea island cotton plantations of lower Atlantic coast, right? Many came from the rice growing region of West Africa. The rice growing fucking region. I was like, okay, you know, all right. In the 1600s, the main rice growing regions in America were primarily considered in coastal Carolina and Georgia. You see the Ogeechee River, that's in Georgia. The Gullah, which they do have a Gullah, South Carolina. So I tell people, don't just look up the meaning and definition of these words. Look up the root to that motherfucker. Not just look up the root to it, look up the etymology and the meanings of it at that time that you're looking in. If you're looking in the 1600s and you're looking at a modern day term that could be in a different language and shit, it's going to fuck you up and have you scattered amongst these lands like they did our ancestors. Because when have Africa been known to have corn, rice, cotton? I've never ever heard of it. I'm going to land with this. When they was talking about Guinea, I got way more receipts than this shit. Because this is just a creek. And when you look at how they got pyramids up under this motherfucker, then you're going to be like, damn, this is the reason why this place has the oldest and the most. You see, in order to be Egypt, you have to have 7 streams of waters that connect to it. Africa don't have that shit. I say.
Darvin, before you go, I just want to make 2 statements, and it's not going to be long. I just want to put it on Receipt Goddess brain. Can I do that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, cool. So one, I just came across a map from like 1613 that showed that there was an Africa in Brazil.
Mm-hmm.
And then there was also the second one I forgot already. But that was one of the main ones. I'll find the map again for you, and I'll send you the link for it. But I think that's interesting because what it was is yesterday I heard an African talking about that his family or the people traveled from to Africa from another place. He said he didn't know where, but he was just saying that his family told him that they came from another place to Africa.
Yeah. So
when I came across that map, it made me, because I came across the map today. So it's like when I came across that, I was like, okay, well, damn, if that came from Brazil, it's kind of making sense to why they moved to that area from where they were. And that's why a lot of them don't even know the original name of what Africa was.
And I'm gonna tell you, okay, where Canada is, right? They have a Amazon of the North in Canada. Now, if you understand where the Amazon of the North is, a lot of people was up there too, because in history, they don't never talk about what the fuck goes on in Canada. They never talk about it. You get what I'm saying? So look up, I'm gonna give y'all these phrases. Look up Africa, Ohio. Look up Nigeria, Ohio. Look up Lagos, Ohio. Okay? Look up, was it Ontario, right? Ontario. The lady for a Shaw, she wanted to name the place that she got married at, which was the Caliber Duke Church after the Niger River. She wanted to name it Nigeria. Where she got married at, which I do have the receipts, is in fucking Canada. Okay? Look up the Niger River. That's literally located in Saskatchewan or Quebec. Please do. Screenshot, do whatever y'all need to, because, hey, I just want y'all to just do the due diligence. Look up how, which I was trying to show more receipts on how it breaks down how there's the slave post. So when they said they were bringing people from Africa, Africa was the first place named that because it was Africa. That's why they have a Tunis, because Africa means Tunis. They have a Tunis, Ontario. So look that up. So that was the first place labeled that right there, because that's the Rome. The Rome came up with that word. They were sending people from Africa, Ohio, like Columbus, Ohio, to America, Oklahoma. I just showed y'all that place a little while ago. America, Oklahoma. Right? We have, I haven't even shown, oh shit, I wanted to show her the 1493 on how Spain, how the fuck was they over, they were supposed to be in Haiti, because that's the first place they made it to, right? Christopher Columbus, they made it to Haiti. How the fuck was they in Oregon? I mean, it is what it is. I don't even know what else to say, but all I know is that
why does they're gone.
Go ahead.
I was gonna block them again. Like I don't appreciate being attacked by people that don't have their names on these profiles, because I stand by what I do. I put my name on everything that I do. So that happens. And so I just wanted to point that out. Because I'm getting attacked in these comments section, and I don't care. I wear wigs. Black American women wear wigs. Who cares? I'm still Cherokee at the end of the day. I still have a lot of information to share. And that's what you're upset about. This is very powerful stuff. This is very powerful, what we're doing here. These documents, they matter. So when you got fake screen names and you attack me, like I stand on this. I put everything I have into it. So that might invoke some envy and some jealousy. Welcome to the fan club.
Y'all have a good night.
Yeah, I was about to say I'm about to wrap this up, y'all. Till next time. I'll be back on later.
Hey, Darvin, we got to get Dean back up here because I wanted to roast his ass. I need to send you that video too of him confessing. I'm gonna send it to you.
All right, for sure.
Oh, I got the video of him talking to the natives, talking about how he got treaties with them and how he be picking up shit from them, raw minerals and shit.
For sure. Wow. All righty, for sure. I know he's seminal, but yeah, I'll talk to you. I'll be back on later, y'all.
Seminole ain't no tribe. Let me be quiet. I don't know.
All right, so
we saying the Seminoles not a tribe. Y'all just say anything. Like y'all just be saying anything. Jesus Christ.
I did that to fucking trigger your ass.
Oh my God, don't do that. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, my thing is because I was never taught any of their stuff. You get what I'm saying? When somebody's home police me, that they did that to my mother. My mother is the reason we went into this venture. So you can't tone police me. Like, you know what I'm saying? Because the way we talk, inflection matters. We literally can say the same word 3 different times and it means 3 different things because the intonation. And I do incantations. So this is
imagine how they
wild.
said that
Like,
we ain't the original
females,
people.
that ain't nothing but ego. Like, let that shit go. I don't want your man. Like, I think it all boils down to, I don't want your man. I'm not interested in your man. Okay? I'm about this Indian business. I'm serious about this. Like I said, I put my coins into this. I traveled the world. I learned how to live on this land. They don't matter to me. They never have. So I was raised by people that were autonomous. We were independent. We were sovereign and we knew it. And we lived like royals that we knew we were. Okay. So all the stuff y'all say y'all want, we already did that. And it's well documented. So I put my name on this. I'm serious about this. We the Brown Cherokee. Welcome to me. Congratulations. You get to meet me.
All right, for sure. All right. This has been an eventful 8 hours. I'm about to wrap this stream up. Peace. Yeah, I'll be on later, y'all. And I'll be on early.
Bye. I'm about to go live. Bye.
And not as long.